welcome to a vicious saga of blood, betrayal, and evolution, American Vampire. In today's video, history is carved with fangs and claws. Meet Pearl Jones, the starlet-turned-hunter, forged in pain and vengeance. Calvin Poole, the VMS's Southern Hammer, a black vampire fighting monsters and America's own demons. Felicia Book, daughter of legends, now a fearless agent walking the razor's edge between darkness and duty. And Agent Hobbes, cold, calculating, leading the Vassals of the Morning Star with scalpel precision. But above them all looms Skinner Sweet, the outlaw, the rebel, the first true American vampire. Sun-resistant, ruthless, and uncontrollable, Skinner isn't just a monster, he's a revolution in flesh. This isn't your grandmother's vampire tale. This is a war across bloodlines. Old world monsters versus a new breed born under the scorched sun of America. Today, at Marvelous Long Reads, the night rips open the truth, and monsters don't sparkle. They feast. Lock the doors. Say your prayers, because as soon as the pages turn, you're entering the food chain. Origins, Chapter 1. Big Break. The story began in July 1925. 30 miles east of Los Angeles, Pearl Jones, an aspiring actor, recalled her birthday when her father took her to Topeka. They stopped at a general store near the railroad with a long candy counter. Her father gave her a basket to fill with anything she wanted. While exploring, she noticed a strange light behind a curtain. Peeking behind it, she discovered the grocer and his wife had transformed the storage room into a makeshift Nickelodeon with folding chairs and butcher paper for a screen. The film showed people made of light, seemingly alive, loading a rocket into a cannon. Captivated, Pearl watched as the rocket took off, soaring higher and higher. This vivid memory lingered in her thoughts as her bloodless body was dumped in the desert by a hooded person. But she moved. She was still alive. The narrative then shifted to 3 days ago, where Pearl and her friend Hattie, dressed in Grecian costumes, talked about old films. Pearl reminisced about her first film experience with Florence Turner in Romeo and Juliet. Hattie, dismissive, called it boring. Their conversation moved to the movie set where they worked, observing the people around them. Pearl teased Hattie about a man she fancied, while Hattie playfully retorted, hinting at her growing obsession. Later, Pearl and Hattie discussed rent troubles as they walked near their apartment. They joked about a mysterious man who had been hanging around for 3 days. Pearl humorously speculated that he might be a sex fiend, while Hattie teased that she would gladly give him Pearl's number. That night, a man knocked on a door, greeted as Bob by the person inside. Inside, a lavish club bustled with dancers and entertainers. As cigar girls worked the crowd, a man flirtatiously grabbed one of the girls. It was Pearl. He declared he wanted 2 of those and 1 of you, to which she responded sarcastically, unamused by his forwardness. Pearl began her morning hyping herself up, calling herself a warrior. Stepping outside, she was greeted by Henry, who teased her about 3 failed attempts to get her to have coffee with him. Pearl, rushing to her shift at the Happy Egg on Sunset, tried to brush him off, but Henry insisted on walking her there, claiming it was just friendly conversation. Pearl reluctantly agreed, and they walked together. As they strolled, Henry shared his past, explaining how he travelled for 6 months as a gentleman wayfarer after his band dissolved. Pearl teased him, calling him a hobo. Henry asked Pearl to share something surprising about herself. She eventually revealed she had a black sunflower tattoo inspired by her father's farm. She described hiding among the petals as a child, imagining different lives. She got the tattoo after a drunken dare with Hattie, wanting a reminder of home. Henry joked that if acting didn't work out, she could join the circus with more tattoos. Before parting, he invited her to join him at the beach on the 4th of July, hinting at spicy hobo stories. Pearl smiled, considering the idea. Pearl and Hattie, dressed in Greek costumes, chatted until a stagehand interrupted, summoning Pearl for a light reading. She was led to Chase Hamilton, her co-star, who flirted with her, calling her deathly pale, and complimented her look. He then invited her to BD Block's party on the Bluffs, promising it would be grand. Pearl seemed intrigued. The stranger lounged by the pool, trading snarky banter with Dolly and Pearl. He dismissed BD's party as dull and hinted he had business with Bloch. Despite his rough exterior, he claimed he was pretty on the inside. Pearl left with a reminder for him to stay away. He watched her leave, grinning grinning as if he knew more than he let on. Pearl arrived at B.D. Bloch's glamorous party, marvelling at its grandeur. She and Hattie shared a heartfelt moment, with Hattie expressing her admiration for Pearl's determination and toughness. Inside, they navigated the crowd, spotting famous faces and soaking in the luxury. Chase Hamilton spoke to her about his longing for escape, but chose to appreciate small joys instead. He then escorted Pearl to a private room to meet B.D. Bloch. Bloch greeted Pearl warmly and began speaking about the changing times in film, mentioning the advent of talkies. Pearl, confused, expressed her admiration for his work, but Bloch dismissed it with a sinister grin. He revealed his plans to make films with synchronized sound, gloating about how movie stars would soon speak and sing. The atmosphere darkened as Bloch's demeanor turned predatory, his eyes glowing and his smile stretching unnaturally. Other men in tuxedos surrounded Pearl, their faces twisted with sharp fangs and hungry expressions. Pearl, terrified and confused, was trapped as they approached her, their true nature revealed. Her scream echoed as the vampires lunged, sealing her fate in the darkness of the room. Bad Blood. It was Sidewinder, Colorado in 1880 where Will Bunting narrated his sole novel Bad Blood, revealing it was mostly true. The townsfolk cheered for James Book of the Pinkerton Agency as he paraded a captured Skinner suite, notorious for his crimes, through the streets. The crowd demanded execution, chanting for his death, while their financer, Percy, remarked about his pale skin and went inside, seemingly uninterested in the sun. Inside the train car, Sweet exchanged barbs with fellow prisoners and a young deputy named Felix Camillo, showcasing his crude and violent personality. Sheriff Book arrived, quipping about Sweet's hero status, and Sweet demanded the candy in his hat that he couldn't reach. Sweet said that he knew Felix's father had tipped about him, and he intended to kill him once he was free. Outside the train, shadowy figures plotted an ambush, discussing the potential outcomes if the train crashed, with orders to leave no witnesses. Back in the train car, a lavish party was underway, with high-ranking officials celebrating Sweet's capture. Pinkerton agents gloated about their achievement, while Sweet and Book exchanged sharp words. Sweet vowed revenge, promising to kill Book, his boss Finch, and Percy. As the journey continued, Sweet offered information in exchange for his candy, revealing he knew about Ella Langham, Felix's fiancée. Felix, visibly shaken, questioned how Sweet knew, while Sweet continued to taunt him with his knowledge of the Pinkertons' hidden stashes. Book shoved the candy in Sweet's hat inside his mouth and silenced him. 6 months ago, in Bakersville, Colorado, Sweet and his gang executed a violent bank robbery. The heist was ruthless, with Sweet and his men gunning down officers and civilians alike, painting the town in blood. In the train, Sweet kept taunting Felix, trying to intimidate him with threats. Felix, frightened, tried to keep his composure, but Sweet's relentless behavior kept him on edge. As the train approached the ambush point, Sweet skillfully unchained himself with a pin hidden in his candy stick. The train derailed spectacularly, crashing into the mountainside, with debris scattering everywhere. Amidst the wreckage, Sweet emerged with a wicked grin, ready to greet his allies who waited in the shadows. Felix tried to stop him, but Sweet kicked him away. Sweet and his men emerged from the wreckage, with chaos and gunfire erupting around them. Sweet took down a man with and climbed down. Meanwhile, 2 of Sweet's accomplices took positions, joyfully shooting down survivors with ease. Book intervened, but Sweet jumped on him with a knife. Sweet taunted Book about Ella. He revealed that he had sent her a bottle of poisoned wine as a cruel gesture. Ella had received a letter from Book and the wine, entirely unaware of its deadly contents. Sweet mocked Book, saying he did him a favour since it would have never worked out with Ella anyway, before smashing Book in the face. Outside, Sweet prepared to execute Finch, but Ronnie interrupted, insisting Sweet had promised him that kill. Sweet relented, allowing Ronnie to take aim. Book screamed, but Sweet shot him in the shoulder. As Bunting watched, Sweet and his gang gathered up on Percy. Gunfire blazed, and Percy was shot down brutally, but instead of dying, he rose again. Percy was a vampire. He drove his fangs into Sweet's throat, but Sweet pushed him back. Sweet shot him in the eye, and the blood from the eye sprayed inside Sweet's eyes. Percy swiftly slashed Sweet's throat and left him bleeding. Bunting helped Book up. He was just grazed. Sweet's men escaped. Percy stood frustrated created, his aim was to create a lesson for the people who robbed his bank. As the wreckage smouldered, Sweet's body lay still. Finch kicked Sweet in the head and they left. However, Sweet's eyes shone in red. Bunting through the years 1880, 1909 and finally 1925, narrated that what he had written could only be considered fiction. He declared that Sweet's story was far from over, it had only just begun. Origins. Chapter 2. Morning Star. The radio announced a sunny morning in Los Angeles on July 4th, 1925. Broadcasting from KLAR, Hattie knocked on Pearl's door, finding her bed unslept in. She called out, asking if Pearl was home, but there was no response. She expressed concern and entered, realizing Pearl wasn't there. Pearl staggered across the desert, covered in blood and barely conscious. Flashbacks of the mansion in the bluffs haunted her as she limped through the barren landscape. Her wounds bled freely and the sun beat down relentlessly. From a distance, a car approached, with Hattie spotting her and shouting. Pearl's fragile state was apparent, her body slashed and battered, yet she kept moving forward. The sight of Pearl, bloodied and barely dressed, left her friends in shock. Pearl stood trembling, clutching her chest, blood streaking her mouth and body. They rushed to get Pearl into the car, panic written on their faces. At the hospital, doctors assessed her condition grimly. They explained to Hattie that Pearl's wounds were more than just animal bites. Her internal organs had sustained severe damage from oxygen deprivation, affecting her heart, kidneys, and brain. The nurse urged Hattie to call any loved ones, warning that Pearl wouldn't last until morning. In desperation, Hattie pleaded with the doctors to use her blood for a transfusion, but it was clear it wouldn't be enough. She wept, clutching Pearl's hand as the doctors stepped out of the room. That night, Skinner Sweet visited Pearl while she neared death. Fireworks lit the sky, and Sweet grinned, remarking that it would be unpatriotic to miss out on the nation's birthday. His sinister bit his lip and let it bleed. He bowed down and kissed Pearl's eye. The blood from his lips trickled in. Pearl, trapped in a fevered dream, envisioned herself as a child hiding in the sunflowers, only to be confronted by his father, who had turned into a vampire. Pearl awoke in shock, gasping as she found herself in a dimly lit room. Realizing she was in a morgue, she scrambled away from the corpse next to her, a grotesque, partially decomposed body with a missing eye. Terrified, she decided to leave. Later, back in her room, she cautiously approached the door, ready to defend herself. To her surprise, Skinner Sweet was lounging on her bed, casually mocking her for her fear. Pearl threatened him with a lamp, demanding to know what had happened to her. Sweet, unfazed, sarcastically likened her situation to a twisted fairy tale, implying that he kissed her and transformed her from a frog into a princess. Furious, Pearl demanded the truth. Sweet revealed that the bad news was she had died. Confused and overwhelmed, Pearl struggled to understand. Sweet urged her to piece it together, and she remembered the monsters attacking her and his intervention. She noticed changes: thirst, the feeling of teeth behind her teeth, and finally realized she had become a vampire like them. Sweet denied, saying that she was a vampire like him. There was a difference. He explained that they were a new breed, more resilient, less affected by sunlight, and metaphorically compared them to shiny new cars compared to the old, clunky European vampires. Sweet declared that they were an evolved species, hated for their superiority. He advised her to embrace it, and left abruptly, hinting that their business deal with Bloch had failed. Before leaving, he told her to follow her instincts and left a note describing the differences between them, old vampires, and us, new vampires, subtly warning her to be prepared. The old ones hated sunlight and pine, while the new ones were a surprise. The note told her to look into the closet. Pearl opened the closet and found Chase Hamilton, who claimed to be an actor. He explained that he had been grabbed by a fiend after leaving his dressing room. Pearl helped him up, but recognition flickered in her eyes. She whispered coldly, "You fed me to them." Chase, oblivious to her growing rage, asked to use the telephone. Pearl's expression turned icy as memories of the tuxedoed vampires who attacked her resurfaced. Suddenly, Pearl transformed. Her mouth stretched wide, fangs elongated, and claws burst from her fingers. She lunged at Chase, tearing into him savagely. Blood splattered as she she attacked with unrestrained fury. Chase staggered up the stairs, screaming for help, disbelief painted on his face as he saw his blood pooling around him. His limbs grew numb, and he collapsed, desperately trying to escape. Pearl followed, taunting him about something special in his essence, grinning as she whispered that she wanted to gobble him up. He tumbled down the stairs, leaving a trail of blood. Moments later, a woman knocked on Chase's door, calling his name. Receiving no response, she entered, only to discover his mutilated body propped up grotesquely before his vanity mirror. Her scream pierced the hall, marking Pearl's vengeance as just the beginning. Deep Water. In 1925, Los Angeles, Will Bunting's reissue of Bad Blood, his novel based on Skinner Sweet's life, was being promoted, promising a blend of Western and horror. Bunting himself narrated that while the story was marketed as fiction, much of it was true, even if hard to believe. He reflected on the nature of time, explaining that there is one place where time halts for both saints and sinners. In the ghost town of Boot Hill, Skinner Sweet's gravestone marked his life and legacy as an outlaw and killer, yet his body was far from lifeless. In a flashback, James Book had fallen into a 4-day coma after his encounter with Sweet. When he finally woke up, he found himself at Mrs. Pruitt's boarding house in Sidewinder, tended by Felix. Book immediately asked about Ella, desperate to get a message to her, but Felix's tearful expression conveyed grim news. Heartbroken, Felix apologized repeatedly, hinting at something terrible. Ella's lifeless body lay in a pool of blood, with a note written in crimson ink from Book. Book, overcome with rage, marched to Skinner Sweet's grave, cursing him and desecrating his tombstone with urine, vowing vengeance even in death. Meanwhile, Skinner's body lay beneath the earth, still very much undead, clutching a candy cane and baring his fangs. In another part of town, powerful businessmen, actually European vampires, discussed Sweet's demise with smug satisfaction. Percy speculated about Sweet's supposed death, yet hinted at lingering doubts due to the blood he had been exposed to. They dismissed the possibility of his return, but plotted to ensure it never happened, referencing a massive construction project, a dam that would submerge Boot Hill under 66 feet of water in 3 years, a plan they believed would seal Sweet's fate permanently. In Cruces, onlookers watched as the service took place. The gravestones belonged to Ella Langham, engraved with her birth and death dates, 1855 to 1880. A man filled with sorrow and regret touched the tombstone, mourning her loss. As the group prepared to leave, one of the men invited another to join them. He agreed, asking where they were headed. The older man reflected on how they were really heading towards the 20th century, despite physically being in Arizona. At Skinner Sweet's grave, rats scurried around the cracked tombstone. Sweet, seemingly lifeless, was covered in vermin, yet suddenly awoke, grabbing one of the rats and biting into it savagely. His eyes glowed with feral intensity as he relished the taste, muttering about wanting something sweeter. Time passed in Sidewinder, and the once bustling town now lay flooded, its structures submerged underwater. 2 figures rode across the watery remains of the town, the sun setting behind them, casting an eerie glow over the sunken ruins. Beneath the water, Sweet's body floated lifelessly, his face eerily calm, yet his eyes remained open, alert, as if merely waiting beneath the surface. In 1885, in Fanning, Arizona, Jim Book and Felix Camillo took down Butch Yeager and his gang. There was a grim acknowledgement of Nevada kids hanging, a 15-year-old boy who had cried for his mother before the noose snapped. Book, though praised for his effectiveness, seemed haunted by the brutality of it. In 1886, Javier Juarez allowed his daughter Benita to marry Felix Camillo, with Jim Book as the best man. In 1888, Will Bunting handed his notes on Skinner Sweet to Book, which would later become his novel, Bad Blood. Despite skepticism, Bunting remained determined to share it. In 1890, Felix's daughter, Abelina, was born, with Book as her godfather, a bittersweet moment as Felix mourned Benita's absence during the celebration. In 1909, the town of Lakeview, Colorado, had replaced the once submerged Sidewinder. The streets bustled with life, while scavengers prepared to dive into the flooded remnants of Boot Hill. Their aim was to recover anything valuable from Skinner Sweet's grave, believing his possessions would fetch a high price. Divers, equipped with old-fashioned suits, plunged into the water, their helmets fogging with each breath. One diver descended deep into the submerged ruins, finding the entrance to Boot Hill eerily preserved underwater. As the diver moved through the water, he neared a familiar tombstone zone. Skinner Sweet's. Beneath the murky water, Sweet's coffin lay undisturbed. The diver approached, unaware of what truly lay within. Suddenly, Sweet lunged forward, fully transformed into a monstrous vampire. His fangs bared and eyes glowing with hunger. He greeted the diver with a snarl, demanding, "Got any candy?" His emergence was savage and unrelenting, showing no signs of weakness from his years underwater. Meanwhile, the old man back in town spoke about how it was never about water or the sun. It was about time. Skinner Sweet, now free and brimming with raw power, rose from the water, thirsty for revenge. He set his sights on Percy and declared his intent to reclaim what was his, setting the stage for a new era, the time of the American vampire. Origins. Chapter 3. Rough cut. Pearl visited Hattie, who was shocked to see her alive after being told she was as good as dead. Pearl, dressed elegantly and with a determined look, urged Hattie to leave immediately, warning that she was not safe. Hattie was confused, but accepted an envelope of money from Pearl, who instructed her to stay with someone named Stan. Hattie, still processing the shock, asked if someone was after Pearl. Pearl's eyes sharpened as she replied, "No, Hat, I'm after them." She assured Hattie she would call once it was safe. Before leaving, Pearl apologized for the mess, leaving Hattie in stunned silence, her eyes trailing to the trail of blood left behind. Elsewhere, a gathering of aristocratic vampires discussed Skinner Sweet. One of them accused Sweet of taunting them by leaving Hamilton's mutilated body for all to find. Tension rose as they debated whether to break the treaty and hunt Sweet down. Bernard, a firm voice among them, insisted Sweet's very existence was an offense to their kind. Another member warned of Sweet's moonless time approaching, which left him vulnerable, yet emphasized that Sweet was arrogant and wouldn't make more of his kind. The group remained divided, torn between breaking the treaty and avoiding potential consequences. A plan emerged to clean up Hamilton's mess, with Edgar and Lucia tasked with the job. Edgar was handed the address linked to Hamilton's last known location, and Lucia reluctantly accompanied him. They departed in a car, with Lucia expressing her frustration over Bernard's disrespect. Edgar tried to calm her down, promising that things would get better. As they drove off, Pearl, now on a motorcycle, tailed them. She pulled up alongside their car, recognizing the man inside as Tad Chesterfield, a movie star. With an aggressive grin, Pearl shouted that she always hated his movies. Pearl launched herself from the motorcycle onto the car, claws extended, smashing through the roof with feral precision. Her sudden appearance sent Edgar and Lucia into a panic. With savage force, Pearl clawed through Edgar, tearing out his face as Lucia screamed his name. The car spiraled out of control, veering off the road and crashing violently. As the wreckage settled, Lucia crawled out from the debris, desperately calling for Edgar. Pearl, relentless, grabbed a sharp wooden stake from the shattered remains and stalked toward her. Lucia, panicked and scrambling, clutched a piece of Edgar's cape, pleading for help that wouldn't come. Pearl, driven by fury, plunged the stake into a vampire ally, killing him instantly. Lucia screamed in pain, her hand burning as the wound oozed with a strange light. Pearl mocked her, calling her Sweet's mongrel bitch, and reminisced about their last encounter at a party. As the sun began to set, Lucia spat insults, calling Pearl an abomination, swearing vengeance. Pearl, unfazed, threatened to burn her alive, but reconsidered, preferring something slower. Lucia, still seething, tried to provoke her, but Pearl, with a wicked grin, decided she had a different idea. Challenging Lucia to come out and play, Pearl taunted her from the wreckage. Lucia, enraged, leapt forward with claws extended, but Pearl was faster. With brutal efficiency, Pearl slashed her, sending Lucia tumbling down the rocky slope. Cornered, Lucia tried to fight back, hissing threats about the superiority of her kind, but Pearl remained unfazed. Pearl grabbed her by the hair, dragging her towards a cactus patch. With cruel satisfaction, Pearl forced Lucia into the spiked plants, revealing that the thorns were made of wood, deadly for vampires. Lucia writhed in agony, her body pierced and burning. Pearl watched with satisfaction as Lucia's life faded, her final breath escaping in pain and disbelief. Later, at a serene lakeside under a starry sky, Henry Henry sat with his guitar. He was surprised by Pearl's sudden appearance. Overjoyed, he embraced her, apologizing for missing their date. She teased him, saying the wild animals had kept her busy. They embraced, with Pearl promising there was more to the story, but that it was better told inside, away from prying eyes. Henry, full of relief and happiness, held her close. Pearl confronted Henry inside his cabin, seeking shelter for a few days. Henry was skeptical, accusing her of being a good actress. Pearl, frustrated, insisted she only needed a place to stay, but Henry continued to mock her, suggesting she could hang upside down from the ceiling if she wanted. Pearl grew weak, clutching her arm, prompting Henry to drop his sarcasm and help her to the bed. She confessed she didn't know why she felt so weak, but it started as soon as the sun went down. Henry noticed the moon was missing from the sky and left Pearl to rest, acknowledging it was good to have her back. The next night, Henry woke Pearl up urgently, informing her of an emergency call from Hattie. On the line, Hattie was frantic, apologizing before Bloch took over the call. Bloch demanded Pearl meet them for a talk, threatening Hattie's life. Pearl demanded proof of Hattie's safety, but Bloch insisted he wasn't like Sweet and that his word was good. He instructed her to meet him at the big sign on the hill in an hour. Despite Henry's protests, Pearl insisted on going alone. He tried to follow, but she took his car, promising this was between her and them. Pearl drove off determinedly, leaving Henry behind, powerless to stop her. Blood Vengeance. It was July 1925 in Los Angeles, where Will Bunting defended the events described in Bad Blood, insisting they were true despite skepticism from the audience. He declared his intention to tell the complete story, claiming there was more to it than anyone realized. Shifting back to Lakeview, Colorado in 1909, a gruesome scene unfolded with a half-devoured corpse and Skinner Sweet awakening amidst the carnage. He looked disoriented, questioning how long he had been buried, seemingly shocked by the changes around him. As he wandered through Lakeview, Sweet was stunned by the town's progress, particularly seeing Hector Camillo as mayor, a familiar name from the past. Noticing the presence of modern technology, including telephones and automobiles, Sweet walked through the town confused and slightly amused. He saw a poster advertising a movie called The Trials of Haley, hinting at B.D. Bloch's involvement. Suddenly, Sweet's attention turned to a candy shop, triggering a surge of hunger. A dog barked aggressively, chasing him down the street. Skinner kicked through the candy shop window and devoured whatever he could find inside, driven by a primal hunger. His rampage was interrupted by an armed shopkeeper, demanding he surrender. Unfazed, Sweet attacked him, reveling in the taste of blood, declaring everything tasted better after death. As he feasted, gunfire erupted, sending Sweet crashing down. He hid amongst the corpses, managing to escape detection. Emerging from the candy store, he encountered a postman who was startled by his blood-soaked appearance. Sweet, still wild and disoriented, demanded to know the mayor's location, humming a twisted tune as he walked towards City Hall. His pockets bulged with candy sticks, a stark reminder of his insatiable hunger and unyielding ferocity. He was relieving himself when two soldiers taunted him about sending him to the calabozo. Skinner responded with brutal violence, slashing through the soldiers with his claws, relishing in the fight as part of his morning exercise. His savagery was undeniable, his vampiric form fully on display as he hissed with blood dripping from his claws. A woman screamed at the sight of the carnage, stunned by the brutality left in his wake. Sweet rampaged through Lakeview with unbridled fury, tearing apart the town without the need for any gang. His raw strength and monstrous form left a path of destruction, with decapitated heads hanging as trophies and bodies strewn across the streets. He taunted, declaring that his payback had just begun, and he had no intention of stopping. Elsewhere, the European vampires watched in disbelief. One of them, Vachon, panicked upon realizing Skinner was back, but the others insisted on watching to see where he would go next. They were astonished to see him walk freely in daylight, something they themselves could never do without protection. The mayor of Lakeview, Senior Camillo, was alerted about Sweet's return and the chaos he was causing. Soldiers and townsfolk gathered weapons, preparing to confront him. Sweet, however, had anticipated this, leaving a bag full of explosives in a warehouse as a deadly surprise. He confronted Finch, taunting him with memories of Book and the old days, before setting off a massive explosion that sent fire and debris across the town. Amidst the chaos, Sweet demanded information from Finch about Book's whereabouts. Finch confessed that Book was in Cruces, New Mexico with his deputy's daughter. Skinner tricked Finch into holding dynamite, which promptly exploded, leaving only blood and ashes behind. As Sweet walked away from the devastation, he was confronted by Mayor Camillo, who tried to arrest him. Skinner, undeterred, flashed a grin, ready to keep tearing through anyone in his path. Sweet walked to the train station, where he received a telegram addressed to Felix Camillo, taunting him with a brutal message. Holding the decapitated head of Camillo's father, Sweet scrawled a note demanding Camillo ride for the old Bakersville mines, hinting at an inevitable showdown. Meanwhile, the streets of Lakeview were left blood-soaked and abandoned, with Sweet's rampage clearly evident. At another location, Felix received the news with visible distress, rallying his group, including Jim and Abelina, to ride out and confront Sweet. Jim, despite his reluctance, agreed to strap on his guns once more, understanding the gravity of the threat. Abelina, despite being urged to stay behind, insisted on joining, showcasing her own grit and determination. Elsewhere, Percy and his European vampire associates walked the desolate streets, discussing the arrival of Jim Book and Felix. They weighed their options, considering whether to confront Sweet or attempt to strike a deal, acknowledging that in America, even vampires must negotiate. On a different path, Jeeks and his gang monitored Sweet's movements, fully aware of his unholy resurrection. They expressed concern over the money they had hidden, hoping Sweet wouldn't discover it. Unbeknownst to them, Sweet had already uncovered the stash, ready to confront those who left him for dead. His monstrous grin revealed his eagerness for revenge, marking the beginning of his bloody vengeance. Origins, Chapter 4, Double Exposure. Pearl was working at a diner in 1925 months ago, serving eggs and bacon with a routine smile and the phrase, "Have a happy egg of a day." Her repetitive interactions were interrupted by a lady who handed her a movie ticket. Politely, she declined his offer. The young red-headed woman thanked Pearl for not charging her for a donut the day before. Pearl, noticing the newcomer's discomfort with the locals, shared a moment of kindness. Their conversation hinted at their shared struggle to fit in. Pearl, feeling a connection, invited the lady to meet her later at the Majestic. It was Hattie. At present, Pearl desperately searched for Hattie, calling out for her in the darkness. She was met instead by Bloch and his henchmen, who taunted her. Bloch acknowledged Pearl's attendance at 2 of his gatherings during moonless nights, suggesting a change in her tastes. Pearl demanded Hattie's release, and Bloch agreed, ordering Pietro to comply. Pearl rushed to Hattie's side, helping her up. Hattie seemed fine, and Pearl asked if she was okay. Hattie nodded, saying she was now. Bloch then addressed Pearl directly, expressing his fascination with her, noting her unique traits and the mystery surrounding her kind. Bloch revealed his intentions, declaring Pearl would become his new star. He explained that, unlike Skinner Sweet, whose strengths and weaknesses were well documented, Pearl's kind remained largely unknown to him. He expressed his eagerness to discover more, promising to bring her to his home for experimentation. He spoke of setting her up in a movie star suite and hinted at brutal methods to uncover her secrets, threatening to stab her until he found what hurt her the most. Pearl, realizing the danger, urged Hattie to run. As Hattie fled, Bloch taunted her, calling her back for an audition. Hattie hesitated, but Pearl shouted for her to run, sensing the imminent danger. Hattie, however, attacked back with a knife. Leaping at Pearl with fury and betrayal in her eyes, Pearl confronted Hattie. Stunned by her betrayal, Hattie, brandishing a knife, dismissed Pearl's shock, coldly blaming her for not staying dead. She sneered at Pearl's resilience, questioning why she kept coming back. Pearl, fighting back tears, demanded to know why Hattie would turn on her. Hattie's response was sharp. She admitted she wasn't strong like Pearl. She confessed she struggled with the hard parts of survival and envied Pearl's strength. She claimed she was better at making new friends, revealing her allegiance to the vampires. She was the one who had disposed of Pearl's body that night. The tension erupted into violence as Pearl was hurled against a wall by the vampire. Another one tried to shackle her. Pearl retaliated with fierce defiance, smashing the vampire's jaw with a powerful blow. Amid the chaos, she broke free, fleeing with the vampire in pursuit, his monstrous form unleashed. He caught her, sinking his fangs into her shoulder as they tumbled down a steep hillside. Pearl, bleeding and exhausted, stumbled to a road, collapsing as headlights illuminated her battered form. Henry arrived just in time, rushing to her side and scooping her into his car. His shock was evident, but he drove off with her in his arms. The vampire was not far behind, leaping onto the car roof with a triumphant "Bonjour!" Henry swerved wildly, trying to shake him off. A sharp turn sent the vampire flying onto another vehicle, granting them a brief escape. Inside the car, Henry frantically asked if Pearl was all right. She instructed him to grab the .38 in her pocket. When the vampire reappeared, clinging to the window, Pearl fired, blowing his head back and sending him tumbling. He screamed after them, promising his kind would find them anywhere. As dawn broke, Pearl weakened. Desperate, Henry offered his blood, urging her to drink. Though hesitant, Pearl gave in, biting into his neck and drinking deeply, sealing their bond with a new promise of survival. Next morning, Henry found Pearl outside the car, clearly distressed over Hattie's betrayal. She admitted that Hattie was her best and only friend, and the weight of the loss was evident. Henry comforted her, assuring her that she wasn't like Hattie. Pearl doubted him, expressing fear over how quickly she could transform. Henry reassured her, declaring she was still herself. He confessed he had watched her practicing lines at the club, admiring her strength and heart. Henry revealed he was a Marine, carrying dog tags to prove it, and he explained that he knew about fighting for things that mattered. Their conversation grew more determined as Henry pledged to help her fight back against the vampires. He believed Pearl was strong enough to lead the charge. Pearl embraced him, thanking him for his support. As they shared a kiss, Henry teased that she still owed him a date, bringing a moment of lightness to their resolve. One drop of blood. Bunting narrated how it took only 2 days to reach Lakeview, but by the time they arrived, the place was nearly destroyed. Tarrant believed Skinner Sweet was responsible, speaking of fangs and invulnerability, hinting at something monstrous. As the group advanced, Bunting, Jim, Felix, and Abelina, they speculated on what Sweet truly was. Bunting confessed his disbelief, even after witnessing Sweet's nature firsthand. Jim expressed skepticism, but Bunting recalled the eerie sensation when he shook hands with Percy. Despite his doubts, he admitted that he didn't care who or what Sweet was, as long as Sweet paid for his crimes. The conversation shifted to the nature of Sweet's transformation. Bunting speculated that Percy was some kind of wampir, an ancient evil that feeds on the blood of the living. He theorized that Percy's blood had somehow infected Sweet, but what baffled him was how Sweet could walk in sunlight if he was indeed a vampire. Meanwhile, Sweet's allies, Ronnie and his men, camped outside a cave where Sweet had been hiding for 2 days. They marveled at how he never seemed to age. Despite their doubts, they were certain Sweet would come out, and they planned to be ready for him. Inside the cave, Sweet sat on a makeshift throne, visibly weak and frustrated. His fangs were nearly gone, and his skin had softened. He questioned his sudden vulnerability and the intense sleepiness he felt, suspecting the lack of a moon was responsible. He cursed his condition, realizing that this new existence was unlike anything he had faced before. Elsewhere, Jeeksy and his partner were camped, but Jeeksy was ambushed by Bunting, who shot him without hesitation, sending him to his grave. Watching through binoculars, Felix spotted his father strung up and yelled in despair, prompting him to grab his gun and swear vengeance. Abelina tried to stop him, warning it was exactly what Sweet wanted, but Felix kept running. He and vampires observed the camp from a distance, taking note of how only Book and Camillo moved forward, while the others, including Bunting and the girl, remained behind. One vampire, named Douleur, expressed some sympathy for Skinner Sweet, seeing him as one of their own. However, Percy dismissed the idea, vehemently insisting that Sweet was different and that underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. Their hunger evident, one of them declared it was time to hunt, setting their sights on someone to feed on. Felix entered the cave ahead of Jim, searching for Sweet. He was soon ambushed by Sweet himself, who seized Felix by the throat and raised him off the ground. With merciless brutality, Sweet used a torch to burn the flesh from Felix's face, savouring the agony it caused. Without hesitation, Sweet then slashed Felix's throat, killing him savagely and leaving his body as a grim warning. He shouted his frustration about not being able to eat anything, desperately longing for the full moon that would restore his power. Outside, Jim and Abelina shared a tense and emotional moment. Abelina handed him a wrapped item and kissed him, confessing her feelings. Jim was visibly shaken by the gesture, but Abelina stood firm, stating that sometimes the right time never comes. You just have to make it work. She asked Jim to promise her he would send Sweet to hell. Jim descended into the cave, torch in hand, and discovered Felix's mutilated body. He made a solemn promise to avenge his friend, vowing to scalp Sweet as a sign of retribution. He pressed on deeper into the cave, prepared for the fight. His determination culminated in a brutal clash with Sweet, with Jim breaking his hand, proving that Sweet could indeed be hurt. Jim shot at his head, but Sweet dodged and threw a rock at him, injuring Jim. Jim was thrown to the ground, his revolver knocked out of his grasp by Sweet's brutal assault. Skinner taunted him, admitting he had intended to kill Jim, but decided he had a better idea. As Jim struggled, Skinner reached into his own wounds, pulling out blood and smearing it across Jim's eyes, infecting him with his vampiric essence. Before Sweet could continue, Abelina appeared, firing a shot that grazed his cheek and forced him back. Sweet snarled at her, calling her a slur, and lashed out, but she held her ground, standing between him and Jim. Sweet charged forward, forcing Jim and Abelina to retreat deeper into the mine. Abelina fired at Sweet, shouting for him to stay in the darkness. She blasted away part of the tunnel's support, causing debris to rain down, temporarily stopping Sweet's advance. The cave began to crumble around them, forcing Jim, Abelina, and Bunting to flee as the entire structure collapsed behind them. Outside, the group gathered around Felix's body, saying their goodbyes. Jim, his eyes bleeding and clearly affected by Sweet's blood, told Abelina to go tend to her father while he covered his injury. Meanwhile, the European vampires, Percy and his gang, were heading back toward town after feeding on Jeeks and the Blackmouth twins. They were satisfied, believing Sweet was buried under tons of rock and the American vampire threat was extinguished. However, deep within the rubble, Sweet lay bloodied but very much alive, his eyes gleaming with malice. The narration hinted at greater horrors to come, stating that for Sweet, the real nightmare was just beginning and that all it took was one drop of blood. Jim and his group, riding into the sunset, were left unaware of the consequences yet to unfold. Origins, Chapter 5, Curtain Call. In 1925 Los Angeles, Pearl recounted a memory of her father keeping 6 massive mastiffs that never showed fear, except once when a grey wolf wandered onto their property. The dogs, usually fierce, hid under the porch, sensing instinctively that the wolf was something they could never challenge, no matter their numbers. She compared this realization to the current situation, symbolizing that even the strong recognize true danger. She tore down the "Welcome to Los Angeles" sign, sharpening a wooden stake, and driving off with Henry. Elsewhere, a luxurious room filled with European vampires discussed the smooth replacement of Chase Hamilton. One of the vampires explained how a new girl, plucked from obscurity, was chosen for a role, symbolizing the illusion that anyone could achieve greatness in America. Their conversation shifted to Pearl Jones, whom they were actively hunting. Despite her evasion, they were confident she would be found. Next instant, Pearl and Henry burst dramatically through the doors, armed with wooden stakes and a pickaxe. Pearl confronted Bloch, taunting him with his own grand delusions. Bloch, furious, swore they would never leave alive, but Pearl confidently called his belief a delusion. A brutal fight erupted. Pearl and Henry fought fiercely, with Pearl chaining one vampire and Henry killing another with a wooden stake, delivering payback for his friend's car. The battle continued as Pearl clashed with Pietro, wielding a long blade. He sneered at her, reminiscing about the taste of her blood, only to be met with Pearl's fangs and her defiant retort that he tasted like filth. But Bloch took Henry hostage. Pearl confronted Bloch, demanding he release Henry. Bloch refused, claiming the war was far bigger than Pearl could comprehend, one she and her kind could never win. He boasted about the European vampires' long history in America, calling Pearl an abomination. Pearl replied that Bloch was just another man in a glass house. She swung her pickaxe with brutal force, shattering the stained glass above. Sunlight poured through, obliterating Bloch and forcing him to release Henry, who scrambled to safety. Pearl asked if he was okay, and he reassured her he would be fine. Later, at a theatre stage, Hattie, now a rising star, was signing autographs and being hailed as a beacon of hope. Suddenly, Pearl approached her for an autograph from the shadows. Holding a photo of her, Hattie, clearly shocked, hissed and transformed into a vampire. A fierce battle erupted, with Pearl attacking her without hesitation. Hattie, now in full monstrous form, taunted Pearl, reminiscing about how she always wanted to be like her. She confessed that after their encounter the previous night, she infected herself with Pearl's blood from the knife. Pearl retaliated savagely, lunging at Hattie. They fought viciously, with claws and fangs bared. Pearl managed to gain the upper hand, forcing Hattie into submission. Cornered, Hattie crawled to a door marked with a star, pleading with Pearl, accusing her of betrayal and broken friendship. Pearl responded coldly, grabbing the gold star plaque and thrusting it into Hattie's mouth. Blood poured from Hattie's mouth as her skin melted away, her body crumbling as she died. Pearl stood over her and realized that gold, like wood, had a fatal effect on the new breed of vampires. Pearl and Henry walked along the pier, discussing possible places to go. Portland was too gloomy, Denver too high. Henry joked that Pearl just wanted a library, despite the wealth they now had from selling Bloch's possessions. Pearl insisted she wanted a simple, quiet place where they could finally have that date they kept putting off. While Henry went to get towels for their beach time, Pearl sensed someone watching. It was Skinner Sweet, eating cotton candy. He admitted he initially planned to kill her, but changed his mind after observing her. He asked if he could win her away from Henry, but she declined. Skinner accepted her choice, hinting that their paths might cross again. Henry returned, oblivious to the encounter, and they shared a tender moment, ready to begin their new life together by the beach, under the lights of the Ferris wheel. If thy right hand offend thee, cut it off. In 1925, Los Angeles, a heated debate took place during a storytelling session. The historian in the audience accused Bunting of spreading lies. Bunting admitted he was a liar, but insisted there was truth in his tales, specifically about Skinner Sweet. He claimed Sweet, though buried under tons of rock, was still alive. Among the listeners was a mysterious man in a yellow hat. He stopped the historian, saying that he loved the part of the story that came next. He was Skinner Sweet, sucking on a candy stick. Bunting talked about 1912 in Cruces, New Mexico. Jim, still battling his transformation, wandered the desert, bloodied and worn. He clung to the belief he could beat it, despite his deteriorating state. Meanwhile, Bunting spoke about faith and friends during desperate times. He recalled the Bible verse, "If thy right hand offends thee, cut it off." The historian was about to raise his hand again, but Sweet held it and drew a bloody scar on it with his nail. In the desert, Jim attacked a groundhog, ferociously tearing it apart and consuming its blood. He was desperate to stave off his monstrous urges. His reflection in a puddle showed the horrifying transformation he was fighting against. Jim came to Dr. Jonas Stillwagon, who had been attending to him for 3 years, keeping him barely alive. Jim, strapped down, ranted about the monstrous reflection he saw in the mirror. Stillwagon dismissed it as a fault in the glass, clearly skeptical of Jim's claims. Jim, furious and desperate, demanded the removal of the rail spikes that kept him restrained. Outside, Jim stumbled, frightening Abelina. He screamed "Vampire" at her and retreated to his house, lamenting his own weakness. Abby took him inside. Jim, however, spiraled into rage and despair, snapping at Abby, who tried to calm him. He accused her of not understanding the monstrous hunger that plagued him, pushing her away violently. She left him alone while he sat, drenched in sweat and desperation, muttering about clearing his head, convinced that a single sheep's blood might help him think. Meanwhile, some miners uncovered Skinner Sweet's body from the caving site. He was still alive and starving. Without hesitation, he slaughtered them, feeding hungrily before moving forward. He soon encountered a group of ranchers armed with weapons, mistaking him for Jim. They claimed they were sent to escort him to Banker Percy's ranch. Sweet, now visibly transformed and feral, mocked them, warning them to flee while they still could. One of the men held up a cross, but Sweet sneered, declaring that being an atheist made it worthless. He swiftly killed the man, sending the others fleeing in terror. After the carnage, Sweet rode off on a horse, muttering about meeting his maker. Later, Abby found Jim with blood on his hands. He admitted it was sheep's blood, but confessed his fear of becoming something even worse than Skinner Sweet. He begged Abby to kill him, explaining that he would be at his weakest during the new moon. Tearfully, Abby agreed, but only if he granted her something in return. At a mansion, Skinner Sweet confronted avoid Percy, mocking his endless attempts to either bury or dig him up. Percy, flanked by guards, proposed a deal, offering Sweet territory, riches, and family among the vampires if he joined them. Sweet seemed to entertain the idea, but moments later, he dragged Percy out into the sunlight. Percy screamed and burned alive as Sweet watched with satisfaction, leaving Percy's charred remains behind. Back at Abby's place, she and Jim shared a tender but heartbreaking moment. She agreed to help him, but only if he gave her something to hold on to, a child, since it was her fertile time. Jim, though heartbroken, agreed. They embraced, sharing one final night together. The next morning, Abby sat beside Jim, holding a revolver. She tearfully recounted their history, the love she held for him, and the promise she made. As the new moon set, she fulfilled that promise, ending his suffering with a single gunshot. Jim finally found peace. His torment ended at last. A year later, Abelina left the home she shared with Jim and headed west with her infant daughter. At the graves of James Book and Felix Camillo, she paid her respects before leaving, carrying the baby in her arms. Bunting appeared and asked if he could join her. Abelina agreed, smiling with resolve as they walked away. At the storytelling event, Bunting addressed the crowd, reflecting on his reasons for finally telling the truth. He spoke of real monsters like Skinner Sweet, but also of true heroes like Jim Book, who fought until the end. When asked about Abelina and the baby, Bunting replied that those were not his stories to tell. After the event, Bunting received a blood-stained letter. It was from Skinner Sweet, mocking him for his age and celebrating his own eternal youth, promising suffering and vengeance. Outside Sagebrush pages, Skinner Sweet stood confidently. Abelina and her daughter Felicia watched him from the shadows. Abelina confirmed to Felicia that the man before them was the one who destroyed her father, promising that his time would come soon. Devil in the Sand, Chapter 1. Cashel McCogan trudged through the snow-covered streets of Silverton, Colorado in 1936, heading into a cafe. Inside, locals sipped coffee and shared gossip while he quietly ordered a meal. He asked the bartender if there was a hotel in town, and the bartender directed him to the El Dorado, just up the street. As he was about to leave, a waitress noticed the bundle he was carrying, assuming it was a baby. She offered to get some warm milk, but Cashel declined, insisting it wasn't necessary. Despite his refusal, she tried to peek inside, only to recoil in horror as a monstrous hiss came from within. Her scream filled the cafe as Cashel swiftly left, vanishing into the snowy streets. 6 months earlier in Las Vegas, Nevada, a wealthy man named Howie spent time with a blonde woman in a lavish hotel room. After their encounter, she collected her money and left, hinting at another meeting the following week. Howie, still basking in the moment, dozed off but was jolted awake by a noise. A dark, bat-like figure loomed over him from the window, its eyes glowing with menace. Panic surged through him as the shadowy form lunged forward, his screams echoing through the room. Cashel wandered the brightly lit streets of a bustling city, reflecting on his childhood fears of monsters lurking in the dark. Now grown, and recently having buried his father, he roamed the city, marveling at how the lights seemed to chase away the shadows. He wondered where the monsters went now that there were no dark corners left to hide in, questioning if they simply adapted to living in the light. At a local grocery store, Cashel shared a light conversation with the shopkeeper about the town's growth and the new neon signs that brightened the streets. Their banter was interrupted by two rough-looking men barging in, demanding to know where the giggle juice was kept, their intentions clear and threatening. Cashel stood firm as the two thugs harassed the shopkeeper, demanding alcohol. The tension escalated quickly, with one of the men hurling slurs and pressing for hooch. Cashel tried to defuse the situation, suggesting they head back to Tent City and sleep it off. The larger man sneered, pressing further. Cashel's name slipped out, catching their interest. They had been searching for him all night. Cashel, unfazed, simply replied, "Lucky you found me." The confrontation turned violent. Cashel moved with calculated aggression, landing powerful blows that sent the men sprawling. One of the thugs pulled a knife, determined to take the fight to the next level. Cashel responded with a pistol aimed directly at them, his expression calm but unyielding. He casually handed money to the shopkeeper for the milk and the mess, before slapping handcuffs onto the dazed criminals. Cashel revealed his badge, proving he was more than just a drifter. He was law enforcement. Cashel dragged the handcuffed men to the Las Vegas Police Department, where they protested the rough treatment, claiming their rights were being violated. Cashel locked them up in a small janitor's closet, much to their dismay. His presence was met with surprise, especially from Glenn, who remarked on Cashel's uncanny resemblance to his father. Inside the station, Cashel met with the police chief, who was visibly frustrated with the crime situation and the lack of federal support. Cashel casually tossed a bottle on the desk and expressed his disgust at the state of the department. His introduction was interrupted by the arrival of two federal agents, Jack Straw and Felicia Book. Cashel greeted them coolly, their authority acknowledged but not fully welcomed. Straw noted Cashel's family legacy in law enforcement, mentioning the recent death of his father, Gus McCogan, who had been chief for 36 years. Cashel showed little emotion, only a firm resolve to continue the fight his father had started. Straw expressed his willingness to assist in any way possible, but Cashel's skepticism was evident, hinting at the struggles he faced in maintaining order amidst growing chaos. Cashel exchanged sharp words with Felicia, challenging her authority and questioning the FBI's involvement in their city's issues. Felicia asserted that it was Cashel's city and his responsibility to maintain order, accusing him of failing to keep control. Cashel fired back, blaming the federal government's massive projects like the dam construction for stretching local resources thin without proper funding. Their heated exchange was interrupted when Glenn handed Cashel a homicide report from the Peabody Hotel. Cashel decided to take Agent Straw and Felicia with him to investigate. At the hotel, they found Howie Beaulieu's body lying on the bed, drained of blood with puncture wounds at the collar. Straw sarcastically questioned the maid's delayed reaction in reporting the body, but the hotel manager explained she had fainted at the site. Cashel examined the room, recognizing Beaulieu, a prominent businessman connected to the dam's construction. Despite disbelief from others, Cashel confirmed the identity, noting Beaulieu's robust build just a week prior. Now, he appeared emaciated, his body completely drained of fluids. Straw pointed out the marks on Beaulieu's neck, implying something unnatural. Cashel questioned the hotel manager about the guest list, particularly about Beaulieu's visitors. The manager admitted that privacy was prioritized for special guests like Beaulieu. Straw demanded the elevator boy be called for questioning. Cashel explained Beaulieu's significance, detailing his role in the consortium responsible for the dam's construction. The elevator boy, Ty, revealed that Beaulieu had a lady friend visit him the previous night, a party girl from the frontier identified as a vamp. This revelation alarmed Cashel, prompting him to call his wife, Lily, resting at the Mohawk Casino Hotel. She answered groggily, recognizing Cashel's voice. He told her he had run into trouble. Cashel talked about the murder he was investigating and his need to question Jim Smoke. Lily grew anxious, urging him to let someone else handle it, reminding him of the last encounter that ended poorly. Cashel insisted that Smoke was linked to his father's murder, but Lily warned him against pursuing it without proof. Cashel dismissed her concerns and promised to be home soon. Joined by Felicia and Agent Straw, Cashel led them through Las Vegas's bustling red light district, Block 16. Neon lights flashed as the trio navigated the crowded streets. They were confronted by Ahiga, a towering figure with history with Cashel. Cashel questioned if Ahiga wanted to dance again, but before things escalated, Felicia swiftly put Ahiga in a chokehold, forcing him to cooperate. Relenting, Ahiga led them to Jim Smoke. Inside a lavish room, Smoke greeted them with a sinister grin, dressed sharply in a white suit, chewing on a candy cane with unsettling confidence. He welcomed them mockingly, surrounded by two lounging women, exuding the smugness of someone who believed himself untouchable. Smoke was none other than Skinner Sweet. Devil in the Sand, Chapter 2. Cashel, Felicia, and Agent Straw confronted Sweet inside his lavish club. Sweet greeted Cashel with mocking enthusiasm. Assuming Cashel was looking for a good time, Cashel clarified that they needed to speak to one of Sweet's girls who had been with Howard Beaulieu the night before his murder. Sweet feigned surprise at Beaulieu's death, but agreed to bring out Petal and Dolly, calling them over. Jennifer, one of Sweet's girls, approached Cashel, offering her condolences for his father's death, remembering him fondly. Cashel got straight to the point, asking if she had been with Beaulieu at the Apache Hotel the previous night. Jennifer confirmed she had, explaining she arrived around 4:30, spent some time with Beaulieu, and returned by 6 for another date. Sweet interjected, confidently stating that Officer Powell, who was with her later that evening, could confirm her alibi. Cashel thanked Jennifer and assured her they would follow up if needed. As they left, Felicia Felicia aggressively confronted Sweet, vowing that his days were numbered. Sweet's bodyguard stepped in, pointing a shotgun at Felicia, and Sweet mocked Cashel, commenting on how wild things still were in town, despite all the modernization. Outside, Cashel vented his frustration to Felicia and Straw, pointing out that his father had been killed in that very spot. He angrily accused Sweet of being involved, and revealed that his father had raised him like his own son. He then questioned the feasibility of Jennifer draining Beaulieu in the sweltering heat, arguing that someone larger must have done it. Felicia admitted she had lost her cool, but Cashel showed understanding, noting her work on Mann Act cases and the trauma she'd experienced. Meanwhile, Sweet watched them from behind a window, a grin on his face, confident and unshaken. Cashel reflected on the transformation of Las Vegas, once meant to be temporary, but now growing into something more sinister. From his hidden vantage, Cashel observed the city, realizing its corruption would never simply fade away. Months ago, Cashel drove out to the mountains where his father was sitting comfortably with a drink, enjoying the solitude of his secret hideout. Cashel approached him, tipping his hat with a grin. His father, caught off guard, joked about surrendering, raising his hands mockingly and even offering a bribe. Cashel responded by reaching for a bottle of whiskey. Settling in beside him, they shared a drink, with his father commenting on his insulin shot and how old age was catching up to him. Cashel smirked, calling him Grandpa, and they continued to drink in silence for a while. Their conversation turned more serious as Cashel shared that he had just come from Doc Green's office. His father's eyes widened in disbelief, but he congratulated him, welcoming him to the club. They shook hands firmly, and his father expressed confidence in him, saying he was a good cop. Cashel, however, seemed to have his doubts, questioning what being a cop really meant, just chasing down drunks and thieves. His father corrected him, stating that it wasn't about punishing wrongdoers, but believing in the good of people, even when it was difficult. He confessed that his optimism was slipping. He used to believe things would change once the dam was done, but now he only saw nightmares. Cashel understood the sentiment, but his father insisted that Cashel still had hope, something he couldn't abandon even if he wanted to. He advised Cashel to hold on to that hope for the sake of his unborn child. In the present, Cashel returned to bed with Lily, holding her close. He reflected on his father's words, realizing that despite everything, he hadn't given up on the city. He wondered how long it had been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting to be born. That night, Felicia studied the puncture marks on the bodies, theorizing about the vampire's origins. She speculated it was something older, possibly Gaelic. Jack interrupted, and they discussed the vampire's connection to the town and its vendetta against the dam's construction. Felicia apologized for her earlier behavior, and Jack reassured her, hinting at his own grudges with Sweet. Before leaving, he warned that the vampire's motives were personal. Alone, Felicia was startled by a whisper from the shadows. Sweet appeared with a menacing grin, taunting Felicia about his immunity due to his deal with her little group. He admitted it took him a while to recognize her, but claimed he could smell Jim Book on her, revealing that she was his daughter. He mockingly welcomed her to Las Vegas and left with a sinister night-night, reminding her that she and her group couldn't touch him. At the Boulder Dam, Cashel, Felicia, and Agent Straw walked alongside Mr. Philmott, who enthusiastically compared the dam to the Egyptian pyramids, calling it America's Giza. Cashel pressed Philmott for names of potential enemies who might want to harm Beaulieu, but Philmott dodged the question, instead romanticizing the monumental project. Cashel interrupted, bringing the conversation back to the murder, presenting a photograph of Beaulieu's drained body. He accused Philmott of knowing more than he let on, pointing out that the consortium of 4 responsible for the dam, Beaulieu included, could have enemies. Philmott, visibly shaken, promised to cooperate. Philmott excused himself to make a call, nervously contacting a secret group of vampires for protection. He described Beaulieu's murder and the photograph Cashel had shown him, demanding assistance. But his call was abruptly cut short as a monstrous vampire attacked him mid-conversation. Philmott's screams were brief, and the line went silent. Outside, Cashel, Felicia, and Straw heard the commotion and rushed inside, finding Philmott dead, sprawled across his desk with his throat torn open, the phone still dangling. Cashel cursed under his breath, realizing the brutality they were facing was far worse than they had anticipated. Cashel, Felicia, and Straw inspected the room where Philmott was killed. Straw pointed out a drainage duct as the entry point, and Cashel grew increasingly frustrated, accusing Straw of hiding something. Straw finally relented, promising to reveal the truth, but demanded Cashel answer a question first. What do you know about vampires? At Arrowhead, Instead, California, two agents, Felicia Book and Agent Hobbes, arrived. They were armed with weapons, prepared to confront someone, remarking on how hard it was to believe it was her. Meanwhile, Pearl Jones embraced Henry warmly outside a quaint beachside home, symbolizing a rare moment of peace for the supposedly deadliest vampire on Earth. Devil in the Sand, Chapter 3. Felicia Book and Agent Hobbes confronted Pearl and Henry at their beachside home, arriving armed and prepared for conflict. Pearl, calm and composed, allowed them inside where she and Henry sat across from the two agents. Hobbes introduced himself and Felicia as members of the Vassals of the Morning Star, an organization specializing in vampire extermination. He hinted that their group was well known among vampires and asked if Pearl was familiar with them. Pearl remained unbothered, demanding they get to the point. Hobbes explained that the Vassals weren't just hunters, they were exterminators with decades of experience. He admitted that killing Pearl would be impossible due to her unique strain's immunity, highlighting that every species of vampire had its own weakness: wood, iron, steel. He pressed Pearl to reveal hers, but she scoffed, finding the demand absurd. Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, Cashel confronted Straw over Daniel Philmott's murder. Straw grew defensive, denying any knowledge, while Cashel accused him and Felicia of being frauds, even threatening to report them for impersonating federal agents. Cashel, unyielding, declared his authority over the investigation, warning Straw not to interfere. Later, Cashel and Felicia shared a private conversation where Felicia opened up about her past. She revealed her father was James Book, a lawman infected by smoke, who was once known as Skinner Sweet. She explained how her father fought the infection before his death, showing Cashel a locket with his picture, insisting the horrors they faced were real. Cashel listened quietly as Felicia urged him to understand the evil around them, warning that ignoring it would not make it disappear. She emphasized that real evil existed and he needed to be ready. At the Peabody Hotel, a receptionist read a newspaper headline about a murder before being interrupted by 5 imposing figures dressed in sharp suits, requesting rooms. Their intimidating presence left him visibly shaken as he welcomed them in. Meanwhile, Felicia held a gun on Henry during a heated argument at Pearl and Henry's house. She dismissed his outburst, asserting her authority. Felicia then turned to Pearl, declaring that she saw vampires as abominations, inherently wicked and against nature. She revealed that she had dedicated her life to eradicating their kind entirely. Despite this, she admitted to occasionally making deals with vampires when it served greater threats. Her fanaticism was evident as she spoke about her life's work and the Vassals of the Morning Star's mission. Pearl, defiant, asked if they were after Skinner Sweet, mocking their apparent inability to kill him. Felicia shot back, challenging Pearl to guess how long it had taken for them to track her down. 2.5 weeks. Felicia made it clear that while killing Pearl might be difficult, they had the means to make her life and Henry's painful. The tension escalated as Felicia pushed Pearl for answers about her vulnerabilities. Pearl, reflecting on the darkness within her, confessed she always expected hunters like Felicia and Hobbes to find her. She admitted she had long feared it, even thinking it might be a mercy to end the struggle against her nature. She described the constant pull of her vampiric instincts and the fight to maintain her humanity. Despite this, she revealed she hadn't killed anyone since 1925, choosing instead to live a peaceful life with Henry. Felicia pushed harder, demanding Pearl hand over Skinner Sweet, calling him a monster. Pearl, however, refused, saying that despite his evil, he was the reason she lived and she would never betray him to the likes of them. Felicia and Hobbes left, warning her they would be at the Bungay Jar Inn if she changed her mind. After they left, Pearl's resolve hardened, showing no fear of their threats. Meanwhile, Cashel coordinated with his team to protect witnesses and track down whoever was responsible for the murders. He called up Isabel's house, but heard that Isabel was gone. Determined to get answers, he met with Felicia and Straw, saying they were going for a ride to catch the killer. Isabel was trying to flee the scene, but suddenly his car was picked up by a giant winged vampire. Meanwhile, Cashel, Felicia and Straw sped through the dark roads, discussing the brutal murders and the vampire theory. Cashel demanded to know how the Vassals of the Morning Star knew to arrive before the killings even began. Straw revealed that a month ago, their organization received credible information indicating that a rare species of vampire was nesting in Las Vegas. skies, prompting their swift intervention. As they drove, Cashel noticed something strange above, a car falling from the sky. Before they could react, the vehicle fell and exploded violently, erupting in flames. They stopped to investigate, realizing the destroyed vehicle was Blaine Isabel's limousine. Straw and Felicia speculated on what kind of creature could cause such devastation. Cashel, frustrated but determined, demanded answers on how to kill the vampire, stating that Isabel was the last man standing from the consortium. Felicia welcomed him to their jurisdiction, signifying that the Vassals were taking control. In Arrowhead, California, Abelina stood on the balcony, wary of someone lurking in the shadows. She was confronted by Henry, who appeared out of the darkness. He asked for her promise to protect Pearl from any harm, and only then he would tell Abelina the secret they wanted. Abelina swore on her husband's grave, convincing him to trust her. Back in Las Vegas, Cashel, Straw and Felicia arrived at Gracie's estate, urging him to open up, warning him of imminent danger. Gracie let them in, acknowledging that Isabel was likely dead too. He led them through his heavily guarded mansion, revealing that they were at war with a monster straight out of hell. Cashel pressed Gracie for information, leading to the shocking confession that the consortium's financial strength was supported by a secret fifth backer, an entity Gracie bluntly described as monsters. The depth of the conspiracy and the vampire influence on their business dealings became clear. The confrontation with Gracie escalated quickly as the accusations of dealing with monsters came to light. Gracie admitted that the consortium had partnered with vampires for financial backing, justifying it as a strategic move to underbid rivals. He dismissed the recent murders as not being a double cross, but rather part of a vampire grudge match. Suddenly, a crash interrupted their argument. Cashel and the others turned to see a hooded figure approaching. Cashel recognized him instantly. It was his father, now aged and cloaked. Gracie ordered his men to hold fire, and Cashel pleaded for his father to stay back, but the old man assured him he meant no harm except to Gracie. Without warning, his father's form transformed into a monstrous vampire, lunging at Gracie. Chaos erupted, and the beast, towering and ferocious, tore into Gracie, killing him instantly before flying away, leaving the room in shambles. Cashel shouted for someone to stop it, but it vanished into the night. Meanwhile, in Arrowhead, Abelina was on the phone at her room, calling the Del Mar Hotel in Las Vegas. She asked for Miss Book's room, identifying herself as her mother. When told she was out, Abelina left a cryptic message, saying they had finally found the present for Mr. Sweet and that Miss Book would understand its meaning. Devil in the Sand, Chapter 4. Cashel reminisced about the orphan train station, where 3 boys, marked with numbers, stood ready for adoption. He was among them, tagged with the number 3. As families picked out children, no one seemed to want Cashel, leaving him standing alone. Sheriff Gus McCogan approached and struck up a conversation with him, impressed by the boy's resilience, despite being on the train for 3 weeks. Gus, noting Cashel's spirit, offered him a position as a deputy, much to Cashel's surprise and joy. Cashel eagerly accepted, symbolizing a new beginning for him. In Las Vegas, Cashel and Felicia armed themselves, discussing the nature of the Gaelic prime species. Felicia explained that Gus belonged to this rare and ancient vampire lineage, which survived by feeding subtly, mostly on animals. She noted that the species required little nourishment and that sunlight limited their ability to change forms, though their skin was incredibly tough. As they prepared for the hunt, Cashel seemed to wrestle with disbelief, but loaded up on silver bullets nonetheless. They drove out to a remote location where Cashel asked for a moment alone. Approaching the caves, he called out for Gus, only to discover a skeletal form embedded in the rock. Straw revealed that the remains belonged to Ednat, Gus's mate, killed long ago. Gus appeared, confronting Cashel with deep sadness, explaining how Ednat's death had driven him to hide her bones for 50 years. Gus admitted that the bloodshed was his retribution against those responsible. Cashel, conflicted and pained, demanded that Gus stop the killing. Gus tried to justify his actions, but Cashel refused to accept it, stating that it wasn't who Gus was. Cashel raised his gun, questioning if Gus was truly just a monster after all. Cashel confronted Gus, demanding to know if taking him in had just been part of a disguise. Gus admitted he had been a monster for nearly 700 years, but denied being a killer until the town's corruption pushed him over the edge. Cashel questioned if Gus had only pretended to care, there, but Gus tearfully insisted that taking him in had been real. Gus revealed that Adnat had made him promise to live as they once did, bringing goodness into the world where their enemies would never follow. He confessed that he had kept Cashel alive longer than he should have, just to watch him grow into the man he had become. Suddenly, shadows appeared, vampires who taunted Gus, calling him a relic and threatening to end him, Cashel, and Felicia. Gus stood defiant, ready to face them, but the enemies revealed their strength, boasting about wiping out Gus's bloodline with ease years ago. Their leader, Vlad, stepped forward, but a voice interrupted. Skinner Sweet, dressed in a white suit, greeted them casually, acknowledging the trap set for Gus. Sweet explained that despite their differences, he and Gus wanted the same thing: Vlad and his allies in pain. The battle erupted, with Sweet and the monstrous Gus tearing through Vlad's men with brutal efficiency. Gus used an ancient language, and Sweet displayed his ferocity, proclaiming, "English people, this is America," as he unleashed violence on his foes. Amidst the chaos, Cashel and Felicia fought desperately against the vampires. Felicia tossed pine bullets to Cashel, who loaded them swiftly and shot down one vampire. Straw engaged in a brutal shootout, blasting vampire heads apart with deadly accuracy, shouting, "Die, you filth!" But one of the vampires slashed his neck, killing him instantly. The fight intensified, with Felicia getting attacked by a vicious vampire. Despite shooting it, the vampire lunged, biting deep into her neck, but instead of finishing her off, it staggered back in disgust and pain, horrified, and demanded to know what kind of creature Felicia was. Felicia fired her gun, killing the vampire attacking her and declaring it would be the last thing it would ever see, but she was struck in the head immediately after. Meanwhile, Gus was pinned down by a vampire who taunted that his bloodline would finally die for good. Cashel shouted for Gus and threw him his gun. Gus caught it and fired, killing the vampire just in time. Gus, now in his monstrous form, reassured Cashel that he was fine, but Sweet appeared, casually mocking the situation before shooting Gus with silver bullets, calling it brass for you. Cashel tried to retaliate, but Sweet was unbothered, knowing full well that Gus had expected such betrayal. Sweet then turned his attention to Cashel, threatening him as well. Before he could act, Felicia appeared and shot Skinner, surprising him. She declared that Sweet was not a man, recounting how he had destroyed her father. Sweet recoiled in pain, and Felicia approached, determined to finish him off. Her final bullet was made of gold, part of her locket. She knew it was special and hoped it would be enough. They tracked Sweet down to the frontier, where Felicia called him out, demanding he face her. Cashel threw a Molotov cocktail through the window, setting the building ablaze. They burst in, guns blazing. Inside, Cashel was horrified to find Sweet holding Lily hostage. Sweet had a syringe filled with his own blood, threatening to inject it into Lily's belly and infect Cashel's unborn child. His grip was firm, and he mocked their attempts, even fantasizing about having a child of his own, a twisted Skinner Jr. Cashel, desperate, pleaded with Felicia to lower her weapon, fearing Sweet would follow through on his threat. Felicia hesitated, but eventually complied, her hand shaking as Sweet smirked with confidence, knowing he had the upper hand. Cashel fired the gold bullet, hitting Sweet and sending him crashing through the window. The plan had worked. He and Felicia had switched guns, anticipating Sweet's betrayal. Rushing to Lily's side, Cashel asked if she was all right, but she could only manage a weak no. Before collapsing, Cashel urged Felicia to pursue Sweet, and she hurried off in pursuit. At the train station, Felicia moved with urgency, sensing something was wrong. She combed through the platforms, but Sweet was already lurking beneath one of the trains, wounded but hiding in the shadows. As Felicia searched, she stumbled upon the gold bullet Cashel had fired earlier, now soaked in blood. The train pulled away before she could catch him, leaving her to realize Sweet had escaped. Sometime later, doctors discovered that something was wrong with Lily's baby. It had been infected by Sweet's touch, a haunting reminder of his lasting impact. Months later, Cashel walked the streets with his infant in his arms, reflecting on his childhood fears of monsters hiding in every shadow. He spoke of his father's reassurances that there were no monsters lurking, only to realize as an adult that his father had been lying. Monsters were very real, often hiding in plain sight. His words were filled with the weight of his experiences and the grim acceptance of his reality. In Silverton, Colorado, Cashel walked through the snow, recalling his father's comforting promises. His father had always assured him that things would be all right, even when the world was filled with shadows. Cashel acknowledged the truth in those words, now a father himself. He vowed to travel across the country until he could make that promise a reality for his own child. His silhouette faded into the snowy horizon, determination etched into his expression. He glanced down at his baby, and its eyes gleaming with a haunting golden hue. The Way Out. Chapter 1. Hattie Hargrove was trapped in darkness, her mind disoriented and memories blurred. She had no sense of time or place, only the suffocating hunger that gnawed at her. She had been locked away for so long that she couldn't remember how she got there. She clung to fragmented memories, barely holding on to her own identity. Occasionally, a tormentor would arrive, and with his visits, her memories would flood back, along with the pain and rage. Born in 1901 on Chicago's South Side and reborn as a vampire in 1925 in Los Angeles, Hattie was now nobody, chained and starving, waiting to be reborn again. Her captor, a cold and methodical man, came regularly for what he called their monthly appointment, bringing a rabbit and a box of colourful chemical vials. Hattie explained she was part of a new breed of vampire, stronger and tougher than the old kind. Still, they kept her hidden in the dark, too afraid of what she could become. He always visited when she was weakest, on moonless nights when she couldn't transform. He ignored her snarls and screams as he continued his experiments, injecting her with various compounds in hopes of finding the one that would kill her. She endured each session with building rage, clinging to a singular goal: kill him before he succeeded. Elsewhere, in Arrowhead, California, in December 1936, Pearl and Henry sat beside a quiet stream. She rested her head on his shoulder, feeling how time moved differently away from the city. In Los Angeles, her life had been measured in fleeting moments, work shifts, rushing hours, but here, time passed in long, quiet stretches. She reflected on how Henry, unlike her, had only so much time left. She feared asking him to spend it in hiding, away from people, from life. Pearl and Henry returned home from town, carrying a gramophone. Henry mentioned that Shap, a jazz enthusiast, had asked him to tell Pearl about a new place that opened toward Monroe, run by a bootlegger named Little Feet Beale. Pearl recognized the name. He used to run clubs in the South. Henry said the new place welcomed local musicians to play. Pearl suggested Henry bring his guitar and play. Henry agreed, teasing about taking his old girl for a spin. Pearl warned him to be talking about the guitar. Later that night, Pearl lay beside Henry as he slept, or tried to. He tossed and turned, plagued by nightmares. He muttered in his sleep, but the words were too soft for Pearl to make out. He let Pearl drink from him. Even after 10 years together, she still wondered what haunted him. She questioned if he feared the same thing she did, the future, the darkness inside her. Listening to their hearts terrified her because his beat fast and steady, while hers was slow and deep. He called it their second hand and our hand. Pearl was terrified of losing him. Sometimes the fear made her want to turn him into a vampire, but she couldn't. She loved him too much. Meanwhile, Hattie's captor returned, drunk and rambling. He claimed there would be no test that night, only celebration. Hattie listened, pretending to be passive. He talked about how hard vampires were to kill unless their head or heart was destroyed, but he suddenly threw out a tantrum. He threw the champagne bottle at Hattie. Then he apologized, asking for forgiveness. Hattie smiled sweetly and said she forgave him. As he turned to leave, she smiled wider, holding the cork from the broken bottle behind her back, and whispered her thanks, eyes glowing. At the way out, Henry performed, lost in the music. Pearl watched proudly. Henry reflected on the joy of the moment, even as fears about the future lingered. He considered asking Pearl to turn him, to fight beside her, but the fear passed, and they walked away hand in hand, knowing the past always catches up. Hattie's captor returned, preparing a new round of chemical tests, this time with major chlorides. He warned that the session would be long, but Hattie wasn't playing along anymore. Calmly, she said she'd have to cancel their appointment. Something had come up. She clutched a wooden shard in one hand and lunged, revealing her fangs and glowing eyes. The man barely had time to react. She stabbed him with the makeshift stake, watching as his body began to sizzle and convulse. She taunted him, mocking his French pride and his love for champagne. Then she brought up her own roots. Chicago, a city that produced all sorts of things, including bottle corks. Corks, she explained, were made from cork oak, in other words, wood. With that, she rammed the cork shard deeper into him, ignoring his plea for mercy, grinning as she finished him off. Elsewhere, Pearl and Henry visited the way out and ran into Little Feet Beale. He immediately recognized Henry and asked where he'd been. Beale offered to set up a gig for him on the circuit, but Henry declined, saying he'd hung up his traveling shoes. Beale reminded him the offer would always stand and left with a wave, calling out that Henry still had juice in him. Pearl smiled at Henry, echoing the sentiment. They embraced, sharing a quiet moment together. Pearl said they should go out more often, and Henry agreed. He considered Beale's offer again and said maybe he'd take one of those cards after all. Meanwhile, Hattie waited until morning to make her escape. The doctor had died before she could get more out of him about what was upstairs from her prison, but she was finally ready. She opened the door, transformed and unafraid, emerging into the daylight and standing alone in front of a gas station. Hattie stepped out into the daylight, expecting resistance, but found no guards, no army, only an open road and the sun on her face. Smirking, she decided her first stop would be to find her best friend. It had been too long since she'd seen Pearlie. She doused the gas station in fuel, lit it up, and walked away from the explosion, determined and full of purpose. She was coming. Meanwhile, Henry knocked on Little Feet Beale's door, unaware of the danger inside. He found a horrific setup, bodies strapped down, tubes draining blood into wine bottles. Shocked, Henry stood frozen as Beale and his men spotted him and shouted to seize him. Henry ran. Back at the way out, Pearl sensed the danger and turned to Henry, urging him to run. She stood ready as vampire foes surrounded them. One mocked that the party was just getting started. Pearl's eyes shifted, glowing gold. She didn't hesitate. With claws out, fangs bared, she launched into the fight with a defiant roar, ready to tear into anyone in her way. The Way Out, Chapter 2. Pearl told Henry to stay behind her as the group of vampires mocked her. One sneered, calling her a mongrel breed, while another grinned that it would be fun. Pearl bared her fangs and charged, hissing. She tackled the woman in the black dress and tore into her neck. It had been a decade since she let herself go like that, and the blood rush hit her like lightning. Henry joined in, fighting with a broken bottle and wooden stake, as Pearl ripped through their enemies with savage force. But underneath the thrill, Pearl felt fear. Was this the moment Henry would see her for what she was and finally walk away? She tried convincing herself he knew her, had stood by her since Hollywood, but doubts clawed at her. When the fight ended, Pearl found herself alone, calling out for him. Henry was already chasing Beale, who had fled with his accomplice. Determined, Henry raced after their car along a winding road. Elsewhere, a woman in pink arrived at a desert shop asking for beauty products. The shopkeeper hesitated, saying they didn't cater to such items, but she insisted women still cared for their appearance, even out here. As she opened her cosmetic case, Hattie appeared, filthy and bloodied, emerging from the shadows. The woman was startled. Hattie casually asked if they had anything in her size. The woman offered to help and cover the mark on her face, but when she held up a mirror, Hattie stared at her reflection, trembling with rage. She smashed the mirror with her fist, screaming Pearl's name in a bloodthirsty roar. Beale's accomplice leaned out and opened fire with a Thompson, shattering Henry's windshield. Henry growled through the gunfire and floored the gas, ramming their vehicle with a brutal crunch. Gripping the wheel tightly, he muttered, "All right, you sons of bitches," and floored it. Hattie wiped away the blood from her face with a rag and began applying lipstick while singing a cheerful tune. "California, here I come." She finished applying it and stared at herself in the mirror, striking a twisted contrast to the two corpses at her feet. She sarcastically asked the dead if no one had applause for her performance. Meanwhile, Henry was still locked in a deadly high-speed pursuit of Beale and his partner. Beale screamed for his accomplice to shoot Henry, calling him crazy. Henry rammed their car, mocking them with a tag, "asshole." One of the gunmen panicked, yelling that Henry would get them all killed. The cars veered off a cliff and exploded in a fiery blast. Pearl, frantically driving nearby, saw the explosion in her rearview mirror and screamed Henry's name. Pearl screeched to a stop near the crash site and ran toward the flaming wreckage, calling out desperately for Henry. She begged for any sign he was alive. Sometime later, Hattie drove into a peaceful California town. She recalled the time she and Pearl had explored the area together years ago. Pearl had declared she'd move there once she left Hollywood and even told Hattie that her door would always be open. Hattie now had to figure out which house was hers. She knocked on a door and posed as a beauty saleswoman. A blonde woman answered, and Hattie praised the home and asked if she lived alone. The woman confirmed she did and offered Hattie a sandwich. Smiling wickedly, Hattie agreed. Inside, blood splattered against the window. At the crash site, Henry was alive but badly injured. Beale stood over him, gloating. Before Beale could finish him off, Henry demanded a number. How many like him Beale had sold to them? Beale laughed and simply replied, more. Beale held Henry at gunpoint amid the burning wreckage. Henry confronted him about smuggling blood for vampires. Beale justified his life of crime, saying he had smuggled girls, booze, and now blood. It made no difference to him. Henry disagreed, saying it mattered to him. Beale mocked Henry's desire for a quiet life with Pearl, insisting men like them weren't meant to grow old but to stay on the road. Plugged in, Henry, bruised but defiant, told him to keep telling himself that. Beale then raised his gun for a final shot, complimenting Henry's guitar skills. Henry cursed him, but before Beale could fire, Pearl decapitated him from behind. Beale collapsed and Pearl rushed to Henry's side. He assured her he'd be fine. Elsewhere, Hattie approached a quaint house and tapped on the window. Inside, a phonograph played. Hattie recognized Pearl's old phonograph. She whispered, "I've missed you." Meanwhile, Henry and Pearl sat in a car outside a house. Pearl said the town was overrated, and Henry teased her about being picky. She admitted she thought he was dead when the car crashed. Henry reassured her he was okay and told her he'd understand if the life they shared ever became too much. She hesitated but didn't leave. They reaffirmed their love, joking about turning into old people together. Later, an old couple returned home to find Hattie. She asked about Pearl Jones. The couple explained Pearl and her husband Henry had sold the house 6 months ago and moved to the coast. Hattie, frustrated but determined, asked if they knew where exactly they'd gone. The couple didn't know, only that they'd moved west. Pearl and Henry drove along the coast, reflecting on why the couple who sold them the house had left in such a hurry. The sellers had said the neighbourhood was getting crowded, which felt odd for the area. Henry guessed they wanted more excitement. Pearl held his hand and worried about his eyes. Meanwhile, Hattie left Pearl's house, disappointed to have missed them. She took the phonograph as a parting gift, confident she would find Pearl soon. With gas in her tank and music to keep her company, she drove off, ready to follow wherever the trail led. Strange Frontier. Skinner Sweet narrated the idea of two kinds of outlaws, those driven by immediate needs and those thinking ahead. Sweet was thinking this as he watched a reenactment. In the play, a wounded Sweet trudged through the desert, and lawmen approached and held him at gunpoint. One of them declared it was the end of the line. The actor fired back defiantly, but was shot down. As the actor lay bleeding, Sweet recalled the hangman who once asked what kind of outlaw he was. In Platte River, Idaho, 1919, in a crowded show arena, a dramatized Wild West reenactment played out. Sweet, watching from the audience, remembered stabbing the hangman and escaping. The crowd cheered as the staged performance concluded. The narrator announced the actors, James Book and Skinner Sweet, played by performers. The real Sweet stood unnoticed, recalling how he'd joined the show that morning after finding a flyer from Colonel Seldom French. Sweet mocked the Colonel's fake legend, recalling him as a spoiled rich man, not a rugged hero, and noted he had once robbed French's coat shipments. As French celebrated their faux heroes, Sweet cynically recalled their dark truths: a Confederate butcher, a killer of black families, a brutal lawman, and Kitty, Sweet's former lover. He watched Kitty, bitter that she now performed as a living legend. He accused her in his mind of betraying him to the authorities. Kitty's eyes met his as she performed. Sweet felt her betrayal still fresh, how she once vowed loyalty but ultimately turned him in. As he turned to leave the arena, he reconsidered. If the crowd wanted the Wild West brought to life, maybe it was time to give them what they paid for. With that thought, he turned back with a glint in his eye, ready to become the legend once more. The actor playing Skinner Sweet had been venting in the dressing room, complaining about the fake hair he had to wear. Before he could finish his sentence, the real Skinner Sweet emerged from the shadows and slashed his throat, taking his place. Outside, Colonel French began introducing the next reenactment, the capture of Skinner Sweet by James Book, unaware that the real Skinner was now part of the act. As the performance began, Sweet took the stage in character. One of the actors playing a lawman pulled a gun, prompting Skinner to transform into his monstrous vampire form and brutally kill him mid-performance, stunning the crowd. The audience screamed as Sweet stood triumphantly over the corpse. He greeted Colonel French with a chilling "Howdy, Frenchie," revealing his true identity. French was horrified, recognizing him as the real Skinner Sweet. Sweet called out the other reenactors. Historical figures turned into faded showmen and declared that the West was coming back to life. He had secretly loaded their prop guns with real bullets and dared them to make it real again. Some hesitated, but one cowboy fired, killing Colonel French. Sweet smirked, unfazed, and watched as the others began turning on one another. A native gunslinger accused a fellow actor of slaughtering his people, then was gunned down in cold blood. As chaos erupted, Sweet walked off toward Kitty's trailer. Inside, Kitty lounged defiantly. Sweet entered and greeted her tenderly. She called him baby, asking if she was dreaming. Sweet told her gently, "Sure, Kitty, you're dreaming." Inside her tent, Kitty reassured Sweet that they never had to wake up from their shared fantasy. When Sweet asked if what French had said was true, Kitty feigned ignorance. He pressed harder, wanting to know if she had betrayed him to Jim Book. After a pause, she admitted it with a cold smile, saying, "Of course I did, baby. I love you." Sweet's fangs emerged in response, calling her out on her twisted way of showing love. Kitty defended herself, claiming she had only wanted to give him the ending he deserved. She said the world they knew had already ended and that only Sweet had refused to see it. She reminded him of a night at the river and insisted she had turned him in, not to destroy him, but to spare him a crueler fate. According to her, Book had intended to catch Sweet and hang him before a crowd just to prove a point. She believed Sweet deserved a better death. Kitty admitted she tipped off Camillo, thinking he'd bring his men for the bounty and that they would all go down together. But when Book arrived instead, she claimed she never intended for it to end that way. All she wanted was to go down fighting with him. As she gazed at an old photo of herself, she asked why Sweet had let her age and wondered what if he could turn her young again. Sweet admitted he could, but said it didn't matter anymore. The world they knew was gone. She said the West still lived in him, and Sweet kissed her goodbye. He told her he would miss her. Kitty responded gently, telling him he'd find another girl and to leave her dream. As Sweet walked into the burning remnants of the show, Kitty stayed behind. She walked into the burning tent, accepting death. Sweet reflected that the world he loved was gone, but lately, death didn't seem so permanent anymore. Not at all. Sweet then found a pilot near a Curtis Jenny biplane, offered a ride anywhere. Sweet considered it, smiled and said, "How about California, a place where he heard they had pretty girls?" Ghost War, Chapter 1. The Vassals of the Morning Star recounted the secret history of vampires, explaining that a new species emerged in the American West at the start of the 20th century. Skinner Sweet. Unlike traditional vampires, Sweet fed on sunlight, becoming faster and stronger. For nearly 40 years, he remained the only one of his kind until 1925, when he created Pearl Jones, a young actress, as the second American vampire. Pearl, however, chose not to fight alongside Sweet. Instead, she left Hollywood with her human husband, Henry Preston, and they lived in hiding. The Vassals eventually tracked them down in Northern California in 1936. After tense negotiations, they struck a deal with Henry, unknown to Pearl, offering protection in exchange for knowledge about Sweet's vulnerabilities. Unlike other vampires who were weak to wood, American vampires were vulnerable to gold. Sweet didn't take this news well, and his current location remained unknown. The narrator, Agent Hobbes, reminded new recruits of the organization's sole mission: kill all vampires. The story shifted to Taipan, 1943, 20 miles off the coast of Japan, where Henry wrote a farewell letter to Pearl. He believed he was the last survivor and that even Sweet was dead. He hoped Pearl would eventually understand his decisions and his regret. As vampires closed in on him, he begged for time, hoping his letter would reach her. He wanted her to know why he made his choices and how sorry he was. 1 month earlier in Honolulu, Pearl and Henry shared a peaceful morning in bed. Pearl joked about staying in all day, but Henry said he had plans with friends from the base. He kissed her goodbye, promising to see her later. In the present, he admitted he regretted not staying with her that day, just for a moment longer. Later, Henry Preston narrated his inner conflict from Hawaii. He felt torn, angry at himself and at the world. Though he and Pearl had agreed not to fight in the war, Henry still wanted to contribute. He remembered a prayer he whispered when Pearl deployed, asking for her safety. When he finally received his orders, he was disappointed to learn he'd be staying in Hawaii, far from the front lines. Though it meant safety with Pearl, it left him feeling old while she remained ageless. He felt useless, plans, hearing others train above him to decode Japanese signals, knowing the war was moving on without him. At a bar, Henry got into a fight with two younger soldiers who mocked him. They beat him down until someone broke it up. Agent Hobbes offered him a hand. Hobbes revealed he knew everything about Henry, including the secrecy deal they'd brokered with Henry years ago to protect him and Pearl. He warned that Henry's enlistment had exposed their identities. Anyone seeking revenge could now find them. Hobbes then invited Henry to join him for a drink. Over drinks, Hobbes explained that Taipan, a volcanic island near Japan, had gained strategic interest and was suspected to host vampires. Hobbes revealed they had assembled a team of experienced fighters, trained in both military and anti-vampire combat. He wanted Henry to join them. Hobbes emphasized this mission would go covertly with the next wave of US troops under the guise of a signal corps. Hobbes told Henry this was his chance to be part of the greatest battle of good versus evil, but Henry, bitter and guarded, declined. He said he was done with offers and ended the conversation. Hobbes left his hotel address in case Henry changed his mind, reminding him they ship out in 4 days. Over the next few days, Henry tried to forget Hobbes's offer. He danced with Pearl, trying to stay present but couldn't shake the emptiness. When Pearl asked about the song, he hadn't realized it had ended, his mind elsewhere. She asked him what was wrong, and though he insisted he was just tired, she pressed him to talk. He finally suggested a walk. On the beach, Pearl asked how he had suddenly been called to fight. Henry deflected, saying it could have been a random selection, though he acknowledged doing some prior Signal Corps work. Pearl pointed out how different this felt and asked what he had said. He replied that he said no. Pearl was stunned. When she asked why, Henry said it should have been obvious. Pearl confessed that when he first enlisted, she had been terrified and even prepared to give him her blood so he'd survive. She showed him the vial and admitted she kept it all this time to remind herself how lucky they were. But lately, she felt like she was losing him slowly. Henry tried to reassure her, promising to turn things around. Pearl pleaded with him not to fade away. She gave him the vial and asked him to drink it, only if he found himself in real danger. Henry tried to speak, but Pearl quieted him, saying all that mattered was that he came back to her. They embraced and kissed under the stars. Henry eventually joined the mission. Hobbes introduced him to the team, an explosives expert, a linguist, a comms specialist, and their grizzled leader, Vicar Rowe. Henry arrived late, explaining he had a hard goodbye. Vicar was unimpressed, reminding Henry he'd done no fighting under his command. For now, Henry would be Private Preston. When asked if he'd join the others, he said he needed some air. At her work, Pearl received a letter from her box, addressed sweetly as My Girl Pearl. Inside, Skinner Sweep warned her that Henry was lying and that he was going to punish him, signing it off with love. As Pearl read it, she stayed composed but clearly unsettled. Meanwhile, on the ship, Henry reflected that the nightmare they were in didn't start with enlisting or Hobbes. It started with a sweet offer. He wrote that telling Pearl the truth was what mattered now. As he lit a cigarette, Sweet approached, offering a light. Ghost War, Chapter 2. The team advanced toward Taipan aboard a landing craft with a painted shark mouth, unaware of the horrors ahead. Henry's narration reflected how being too close to danger blinds you from its full scope. As the boat approached shore, they were suddenly caught in enemy fire, despite being told the area was secure. Explosions erupted and bullets flew as they stormed the beach. The platoon consisted of 5 men. Captain Jan Miro, called the Vicar, their stern leader. First Sergeant Calvin Poole, a vampire expert and Henry's only friend, Lieutenant Sam Lance, a former cop, and Specialist John Tickman, the young tech man. They bantered under fire, trying to keep spirits up amid chaos, but the battle quickly turned. The Japanese soldiers were being torn apart, not by gunfire, but by Skinner Sweet, cutting through them in his monstrous vampire form. Grinning with fangs bared, he ripped men to pieces with claws and teeth. Blood and limbs flew in every direction. In the chaos, Sweet locked eyes on Henry and growled, "There you are, music man." Meanwhile, in Honolulu, Hobbes took a call in his hotel room when there was a knock. A shadowy figure said they had come for his bags, but Hobbes asked for more time. Then Pearl burst in, attacking him with vampiric fury. With claws extended, she greeted him sarcastically. "Aloha." Hobbes tried to calm her, but Pearl demanded answers, holding up Skinner's threatening note. Hobbes guessed correctly that she'd gone for a gun under the bed, one with special vampire killing bullets. Pearl confirmed Skinner wrote the note and insisted it was real. real. Hobbes, reading the letter, looked unsettled and asked how she knew. She simply said, "I just know." Then she warned him she would only ask once more. The squad advanced toward a ridge, expecting to find a village. One soldier dismissed the mission as a waste, thinking no vampires could survive in such a remote place. But when Henry spotted an exposed tunnel, everyone grew tense. None of them had seen such a structure in open terrain before. Henry and Poole debated the nature of what they saw. Definitely not standard army work. Vicar Jan Miro suspected it might be a nest. To everyone's shock, Jan hurled a grenade into the tunnel without warning, triggering a massive explosion. The team hit the ground. Henry lashed out at the vicar for the lack of warning and accused him of having a personal grudge. Jan coldly explained that his missing arm wasn't a wound, it was self-amputated. He shut down Henry's anger and marched on. Poole tried to ease tensions, explaining the vicar's trust issues. He revealed that in the Vassals, ghosts are men with attachments back home, liabilities. To truly join, Henry had to vanish from the world. No more contact with Pearl, no more gigs, no family, no postcards. It was a full commitment to the war. The soldiers shared their tragic backstories. Sam had been a school teacher until vampires took everything. Now vengeance fueled him. When he asked Henry how vampires entered his life, he said that he was married to one and took everyone by surprise. A voice suddenly shouted, "Freeze!" The soldiers spotted movement. Sam aimed, ready to fire, but Henry stopped him. The man emerging was wounded and terrified. Henry recognized him as Bill Pike from the ship to Taipan. It was actually Sweet. Sweet claimed he was separated from his platoon during an ambush. Despite concerns, the team agreed to keep Sweet with them. As they continued, another soldier urgently called for the vicar's attention, pointing out something alarming ahead. The team arrived at a ridge overlooking a quiet village. It appeared abandoned. Vicar Jan assigned Henry responsibility for Pike, and Henry accepted. As they prepared to move, Pike whispered darkly about Skinner killing them all. Inside the village, the soldiers stayed alert. Hobbes and Pearl in Honolulu debated the threat. Pearl warned Henry wouldn't recognize Sweet. Hobbes claimed his men could handle it, but Pearl doubted they'd realize it was Skinner. Hobbes insisted Sweet wouldn't come just for revenge. He was scheming. Pearl demanded to be taken to the island, convinced it was the only way to stop him. Back in the village, the soldiers moved cautiously, told to call halt at any sign. The homes looked empty, and Poole reaffirmed local vampires weren't shapeshifters, implying they'd appear human. Just as things seemed calm, Specialist Tickman was ripped apart by a monstrous creature. The soldiers screamed, firing as chaos erupted. The creature wasn't human. It had massive claws, a long tongue, and horrific strength. One soldier yelled that the creature didn't match anything in their records. Another cursed their close proximity. They hadn't seen it coming. Suddenly, multiple creatures emerged. The entire town was overrun. Vicious, hulking beasts leapt from rooftops and shadows, descending on the team. The town was infested. Ghost War Chapter 3. The vampires attacked in overwhelming numbers, swarming from the shadows. But these weren't the vampires the soldiers had trained for. They were feral, animalistic, and ravenous. Their smell alone reeked of rot and earth, as if they'd just clawed their way out of the ground. The team scrambled to survive, realizing that their mission to eliminate the threat in Taipan had flipped. They were the ones being hunted. Johnny Tickman was already dead, and now the horde was closing in. The group tried to find high ground. One soldier yelled that the way ahead looked clear, but others questioned if it truly was. Still, it was better than staying put. They fought desperately, Henry smashing a vampire with his rifle, but then realized Sweet had vanished. Sweet, revealed in his true form, embraced his vampire nature and tore into the horde with brutal glee. He mocked the creatures and goaded them as he ripped through them. One slashed him, but he barely reacted, laughing off the wound. Henry and the team found Sweet again and covered him with gunfire. He told them he'd had better days, but was still standing. More vampires were coming, and they rushed to regroup with the others before the horde cut them off. As they moved, they spotted something horrifying. Johnny, or what used to be him, now turned into one of the creatures. Calvin warned that they were surrounded, low on ammo. They retreated into a structure for cover. Inside, Hank asked Sweet if he had anyone waiting back home. Sweet smirked and said there was something they should know about him, just as someone inside the building called out for them to get in. They rushed in and slammed the door shut, with the horde just a breath behind them. Pearl joined a group of nurses preparing for departure to Taipan. Hobbes, overseeing the operation, briefed them on the risks and thanked them for their service. He warned Pearl that once she landed, she'd be on her own. No protection, no backup. Pearl smirked and asked, "You promise?" Hobbes called her mission noble, but she brushed him off, saying she hadn't asked. As she boarded the plane, Hobbes made a secure call, confirming that the American was on board. Meanwhile, Henry, Sweet, and the others found shelter in a hidden bunker. A young villager led them down, insisting they were safe. Henry asked what the place was, and Calvin explained it was a bunker running under several homes. Inside, they were stunned to find Sam and Jan alive, along with a group of terrified villagers huddled in the dark. Jan said they had been as good as dead until the locals pulled them underground. Henry asked if Sweet had made it. Jan said yes, barely. Calvin demanded to know if Sweet had been bitten. Henry said no, only clawed. Jan drew his revolver and asked again, was Henry certain? Henry explained how Johnny turned instantly, even though transformations were supposed to take hours. Jan said this breed was different. He'd seen one of them bite Johnny, spear him, toss him, and Johnny had changed in minutes. Henry found that hard to believe, but Calvin agreed. It only took one bite. Preston, still shaken, said it wasn't Johnny anymore. Calvin explained some vampire bloodlines destroy the host's personality entirely, turning them into emotionless predators. Most lines, he added, make you cold and hollow. Jan, grim as ever, clarified, an evil version of yourself. Calvin explained that while most bloodlines strip away the host's humanity, some ancient ones leave their psychology intact. You'd still be yourself, just a vampire, but this new strain, which devolved people instantly into feral beasts, was something he had never seen before. Vicar doubted it was new. Based on the boy's claims, the creatures, or Diwas, had lived on Taipan since the earliest European expeditions. The villagers believed they had lived in harmony with these spirits for generations until the Japanese disrupted that balance last year. When the boy started shouting Masamang Lugar, Sam translated, it meant bad place. The child was terrified. Apparently, the Japanese had built something terrible farther down the coast. Calvin asked what kind of place. Prison camp? Sam admitted he didn't know, and the villagers didn't either. But whatever it was, anyone taken there never returned. Vicar cut off the discussion and told everyone to get rest, but ordered that they would set out to burn the place to the ground at first light. Elsewhere, Pearl flew toward Taipan with a group of military nurses. One nurse warned this was a bad one, lots of casualties. Pearl was asked if it was her first time. She admitted it was, and was told to toughen up fast. Alone with her thoughts, Pearl steeled herself, whispering, "Rise and shine, boys." Back on the island, the soldiers moved through jungle terrain. Sam explained that the bad place was a mile and a half north in the rocky cliffs. They believed it was a prison camp. One soldier questioned why the Japanese would build anything here, especially on a vampire-infested island. Calvin said they'd have to find out for themselves. As they emerged into the structure, Calvin peeked inside and saw Japanese soldiers waiting. Gunfire erupted. Calvin was hit with tranquilizers, and Vicar returned fire, ordering the others to get back. Vicar was also tranquilized and went down, and the team was overpowered. As soldiers began dragging bodies, one American shouted defiantly at their captor, refusing to talk. The Japanese officer smiled coldly, saying killing them would be a waste. Their fate should be worse than death. He ordered a grenade tossed into the bunker. It exploded in a fiery blast. The captives were taken to a prison atop cliffs, lightning streaking through the sky above. Ghost War, Chapter 4. Henry reflected from a prison cell on a saying he heard growing up. A man had to know how to court death. He once thought it meant living wild and on the edge, but now believed it meant playing every moment like it was his last, whether on stage, in love, or in war. That idea came to define his mindset, to perform with death at your side, like she was the girl you had to win over. As he looked around the cell, he accepted that the time had come. This was the end. The prison they were in was Unit 732. At first glance, it looked like a Japanese prison camp, but something was wrong. Scientists, lab coats, and strange experiments made it clear this was more than a holding cell. Calvin, Sam, Vicar, and the narrator had been drugged and stripped of gear. They received barely enough food or water to survive. No one interrogated them. The soldiers brought bread in silence. Still, they were ready. Members of the elite Vassals of the Morning Star unit, trained to kill vampires. Then came the morning they dragged Sam out. He cursed and fought, demanding they take him on, calling the soldiers cowards. The others watched helplessly as he was thrown into a massive open pit. Vicar screamed from his cell, demanding they take him instead. Sam landed hard, but survived. He reported back. Tunnels surrounded him, and strange hissing sounds echoed through. As he explored, he spotted a bomb, and moments later, it exploded. Shrapnel struck him, and as he lay wounded, he began to hiss and convulse. Vicar and the team panicked as Sam, bleeding and mutating, began transforming into something monstrous. His last words were an apology as he fully turned. Above, soldiers watched coldly. Sam, now a vampire creature, lunged at the walls as another soldier shouted, "You can't leave him like that!" Vicar and his team begged for mercy for Sam. The others watched helplessly from their cells, pleading for someone to stop the torture. The commanding officer ignored them and left the vampire to finish the job. Vicar's rage boiled over. He screamed threats, but realized something deeper. They weren't being held for information or torture. It was something worse. Meanwhile, at the southern end of Taipan, the nurses were being briefed by a commanding officer. He explained their accommodations and pointed out the packed infirmary, but one of the soldiers paused, sensing something off. Weren't there only 12 nurses? In the jungle, Pearl had already broken off from the group, transformed and hunted. Her claws were out, her eyes glowing. She muttered to herself, tracking someone, calling them baby. A gun clicked behind her. She was surrounded by 4 vampire soldiers, laughing at her. Pearl turned to them with a grin and said, "Hello, boys." Back in the cells, the team mourned Sam Lance. Calvin reflected on Sam's past, how he was mocked for his name, how he joined the vampire hunting unit after his family was slaughtered in Chinatown. Sam had been proud, strong, and didn't deserve his fate. Henry agreed and said he might know a way out. Calvin was shocked, questioning what Henry meant, and the chained man himself responded with mocking sarcasm, calling the accusation heavy. Henry identified him as Sweet and said he had suspected the truth since the boat ride, but confirmed it here in the prison. Vicar asked for proof. Henry explained that Sweet's heart only beat once a minute. He had been watching his pulse while he slept. Sweet grinned and sarcastically complimented Henry's observation skills. Henry coldly replied that he had spent nearly 20 years sleeping next to a vampire, Pearl Jones, and he knew exactly what to look for. Sweet took offense, growling that it was low to bring up Pearl, saying he'd have to hurt Henry extra for that. Henry warned him not to act so tough while bleeding out. Sweet laughed and asked, "Who said anything about dying?" Henry laid out the situation. The island's vampires could hurt even Sweet. He was weak from blood loss and would soon fall into hibernation, effectively dying. Henry didn't know why Sweet was there, but guessed he came for something tied to the Vassals, perhaps even to kill him. He admitted he hadn't outed Sweet before because people who made deals with him usually died. Sweet, in shadow, asked why they were making deals at all. Henry insisted they needed each other. He'd give his blood to restore Sweet's strength so they could escape together. Sweet could kill him afterward if he wanted. They shook on it. Sweet bit into Henry's arm and fed, blood dripping between the bars. As it happened, Henry recalled the old saying, to do something meaningful, you had to court death. Elsewhere, Japanese officers discussed their successful tests with vampire plasma. They intended to move the weapon that night. Suddenly, alarms rang. A guard reported a prisoner had tried to hang himself. The officer panicked. They needed the prisoners alive. Sweet, now reinvigorated, led the breakout, his claws out, roaring, "Semper Fi, losers!" Ghost War, Chapter 5. As they fought their way out, Henry recalled his first time in battle at 16, in Argonne, during the First Great War. His sergeant, a veteran of the Spanish-American War, had told them to expect nothing. That advice echoed now, as Henry marvelled at the chaos and the sight of Sweet ripping through enemies beside him. The team pushed forward with Sweet in the lead, tearing into Japanese soldiers. The others fell in line, encouraged by Sweet's ferocity. They spotted a hangar, remembering it from when they were brought in. in. Calvin told Henry that Sweet's bite carried a neurotoxin, but Henry assured him he had built immunity from Pearl. They charged toward the hangar, smashing through the door, but what they found inside made Vicar whisper, "Damn!" Inside were massive bombs, full of blood. Sweet confirmed it by smell. The team realized the Japanese were planning to infect all Allied nations. One soldier named them Doomsday Bombs. Vicar said this was evil that had to be stopped. He began calling in an airstrike without delay, saying they couldn't risk waiting. The group debated whether it was worth the risk to destroy the facility now. Vicar insisted he'd rather die than let the enemy weaponize this horror. Sweet joked at the drama, but the mood remained tense. They had 15 minutes until the bombs dropped. Behind the next set of doors, they hoped to find vehicles or a way out. As the team prepared explosives, the countdown to escape had begun. They prepared to open a massive door, with Sweet opening his claws to be ready. Vicar hesitated, saying no, while Calvin grimly muttered, don't." The door creaked open, and a swarm of vampire soldiers stood waiting on the other side. Chaos erupted as Henry and his group fired to push the door shut. Calvin shouted for it to be sealed, and Vicar was blamed for putting them in this deadly situation after calling an airstrike. Henry insisted they still had one way out, the tunnels. Sweet protested, reminding them the tunnels were crawling with vampires, but Henry insisted it was their only chance. The group had no time. Vampires were closing in fast. Outside, bombers soared overhead as the men sprinted toward tunnel doors. Henry shouted that the entrance he found was less crowded, but inside it was still swarming. As they moved through, enemy vamps ambushed them, slicing into Sweet. Sweet roared in fury, baring his claws and fangs. Calvin yelled for Sweet to move, but Sweet was holding the line, tearing through enemies. Bombs began to fall. As Sweet fought, Calvin screamed at him to retreat before the airstrike hit. Sweet shot at the creatures, yelling, "Eat this!" But just as he hesitated, Vicar called the strike. The bombs dropped. Henry realized too late and screamed, "No!" Flames engulfed the compound in a massive explosion. Henry, staring at the fiery destruction, called out in horror, "Sweet!" fearing he didn't make it out. As more vampires closed in, Calvin yelled for Henry to hurry. The group ran, barely staying ahead of the charging creatures. Vicar called for a grenade. Calvin hurled it, and the explosion rocked the hallway, giving them a moment's escape. But their path ended in a dead end. Realizing the truth, Vicar asked for everyone's last grenades. When asked for the plan, he simply replied, "No plan." He showed his good hand. He had been bitten. Then he turned to Henry and revealed his backstory, how he'd lost his arm by choice. When the vampires attacked his town, his family hid in a church crypt. His son, Anton, was the last to turn and begged to be killed. Vicar couldn't do it in time. Anton bit him. After killing his son, he cut off his own arm to stave off infection. But now the end had come. He'd tied a tourniquet to delay the change just long enough for Henry and Calvin to escape. Knowing his time was up, he asked Henry to keep Anton's photo and took the grenades. He saluted Henry as Staff Sergeant Preston, then ran into the horde shouting, "Tell you best, Anton!" as he detonated himself. The blast cleared a way through. Henry and Calvin leapt forward, barely avoiding the collapsing debris, but in the tunnel, Calvin was gravely wounded and pinned. Henry lit a match, wrote a note to Pearl, and said goodbye. He believed everyone, especially Sweet, was dead. Then came the crashing. Sweet burst from the wreckage, burned, monstrous, and snarling. He lunged for Henry and roared, "Howdy, Hank!" alive, transformed, and burning with vengeance. Sweet tackled Henry and shouted that no man gets left behind. He mocked Henry for thinking he'd die on a remote island, killed by Japanese vampires. Sweet declared Henry useless now and threatened to finally kill him, savouring the moment. He claimed to know Henry, even if Henry didn't know him. Just as Sweet was about to finish him, someone yelled for him to stop. Pearl stepped out of the smoke, declaring the fight was between her and Sweet. Ghost War. Chapter 6. Sweet grabbed Henry by the collar, furious he'd been left for dead. He mocked the idea he could die on a god-forsaken yellow rock and said now that Henry was no longer useful, he'd take his time killing him. As he prepared to strike, Pearl told him to let Henry go, declaring it was between her and Sweet. Sweet agreed gleefully and lunged at her, but Henry, still alive, pulled a gun and shot Sweet, wounding him. Sweet recovered quickly and attacked Henry again, biting into his neck while shouting, "Time for taps!" Pearl screamed Henry's name and tackled Sweet off him, sending them both crashing into the sea. The two hissed at each other, fully transformed and ready to fight. Sweet taunted her about her attachment to Henry, asking why she'd stayed close to him. Pearl fired back, saying Henry was everything Sweet wasn't. She called out Sweet's lies, especially about joining the mission. Sweet laughed, calling Henry saintly and suggesting maybe he'd lied about loving her too. Pearl had enough. They clashed violently, claws slashing. As they fought, Sweet brought up their past, recalling how he first met her and picked her because she had spunk. He said she was a bad girl deep down and only needed someone to bring it out. Pearl, grinning through the blood and grit, embraced the label. The two locked in a feral, twisted exchange, breathing heavily, matching each other's madness with a growl and a grin. Always, Pearl snarled, confirming she was ready for whatever came next. Their battle wasn't just personal, it was the boiling point of years of buried violence, lust, and betrayal erupting on blood-soaked ground. Sweet, bloodied, and bare-chested, pulled Pearl close and kissed her, declaring they were made for each other and meant to have fun together. He believed their bond was inevitable. Pearl listened quietly, expression unreadable. As Sweet pushed the idea further, she seemed to consider it and then whispered, "Maybe it is true," but her hand was clutching something hidden, a golden blade. She stabbed him in the chest with the knife, catching him off guard. Sweet staggered back, reeling from the betrayal. Pearl stood over him, calm and resolute. Sweet tried to laugh it off, but blood poured from his mouth. He asked if the blade was gold, and Pearl confirmed it. Sweet whispered, "That's my girl." Pearl replied, "No, not anymore." As bombers roared overhead, Pearl knelt beside Henry, trying to wake him. Calvin called out from the cave, and Pearl urged Henry to get up quickly. Henry, dazed, asked where Sweet was. Pearl simply said he was gone. Henry helped Calvin up, and the three ran as bombs dropped behind them. Explosions ripped through the ground. Pearl, Henry, and Calvin were thrown into the sea by the force. Underwater, they tried to swim to safety, but blood from Henry's wounds attracted vampires. One creature swam directly toward them. They kicked upward through the dark waters, carrying each other toward the surface as vampire claws slashed nearby. Henry, Pearl, and Calvin resurfaced, gasping for air. Pearl noticed the vampires weren't attacking, and Calvin explained they couldn't reach the surface due to sunlight, but warned nightfall was close. As they debated returning to shore, Calvin formally introduced himself to Pearl. Just then, a helicopter appeared. They shouted and climbed the rope ladder while the vampires reached up hungrily from below. As the chopper lifted them away, Calvin reflected in awe that they had survived. Even then, hanging from the ladder, it was hard for them to believe it was really over. In a hospital, Henry attempted to complete his letter to Pearl, still processing everything. Pearl entered, joking if he was writing to his Vampire Island girlfriend. They shared updates. Pearl revealed the military bombed the island with a terrifying new doomsday bomb. When Henry asked about her, Pearl assured him there were no other musicians. She reassured Henry she understood how hard life was with her and would accept it if he ever walked away. But Henry confessed he went to war out of fear, searching for purpose. What scared him most, he said, was losing her because she was his home. They embraced. Pearl apologized for keeping secrets and offered him the letter she had written, but Henry didn't need it. He confirmed his love for her, which was all Pearl wanted to hear. She ripped the letter, teasing him about the juicy content she'd destroyed. They kissed and held each other in the hospital bed, hopeful in their shared future. Elsewhere, Calvin lay unconscious as nurses discussed the shrapnel removed from his body. They also removed pieces of a glass vial from a necklace. The vial had blood, Pearl's blood, that Henry wore around his neck. Calvin stirred, drenched in sweat. While his eyes glowed golden, one of the nurses teased the other to get a man, someone who would stay with her forever. Survival of the Fittest Part 1. In March 1941, New York City, Agent Felicia Book met with Mr. Harding, a newspaper mogul, warning him that his 7 newspapers were infiltrated by vampires. Harding was skeptical and sarcastic, mocking the Vassals of the Morning Star, the secret organization Felicia worked for. She calmly explained that they had identified 16 vampires embedded in key positions across his organization, including the San Francisco office. When Harding dismissed her claims and asking her to leave, she sternly told him that her organization would proceed with or without his cooperation. As he called in Jill, his trusted city manager, to escort her out, Felicia revealed that Jill was actually Gillian Vermeer, a vampire who had lived under various identities since the 1800s. She pointed a gun at him, exposing how he manipulated Harding and dictated editorial decisions for years. Harding refused to believe her. Jill defended himself, saying it was just his job, but Felicia accused him of helping vampires cover their tracks. Jill's fangs were now visible. Felicia, unfazed, shot him in the shoulder with a wooden bullet, proving her claims. As Jill howled and bled, she told Harding to get behind her. Jill snarled and lunged at her, boasting of his centuries of dominance and how empires had fallen before him. Felicia was ready to finish it. She ducked, reloaded, and fired again. The room erupted in chaos as Jill slashed at her, declaring he would enjoy watching her die. But Felicia fought back with full force. Felicia shot Gil with wooden bullets in his mouth, sending him to the floor, bleeding and enraged. As he writhed, he called her a traitor to her kind. Felicia coldly told him he wasn't her kind and fired the final shot. She told Harding the body would deteriorate in minutes, encouraging him to reconsider her offer, and left the office. She walked to the Museum of Natural History, reflecting on the hidden world of vampires. For most, it was a secret realm. For her, it was everything. Her father, Jim Book, was killed by the first American vampire, Sweet. Her mother, Abelina, joined the Vassals of the Morning Star when Felicia was 3. Abelina believed that once Sweet was dead, they could live freely, but Felicia now knew the fight would never end. Infected in the womb, she carried the virus. Not a vampire, but not fully human either. Entering the Vassals' underground HQ beneath the museum, she described the place as home. She had grown up among the books and skeletons. A strategy meeting was underway. If Wonderland, an old Carpathian, was indeed in Niagara, he would be their primary target. When someone mentioned Sweet, Felicia demanded answers. She was pulled aside for a private talk. Hobbes asked how things went with Harding. Felicia said she was convincing enough and inquired again about Sweet. Hobbes revealed no new sightings since Portland, but said someone had just arrived. Though she was supposed to be on sabbatical, her performance spoke for itself. 53 targets eliminated, 11 financial partners recruited. Then came the real news. Hobbes clarified the newcomer wasn't Agent Dosecki, but someone else. Felicia's eyes widened when Hobbes revealed the name, Cashel McCogan. Surprised and emotional, she asked where he was. The mention of him clearly stirred something deep within her. In the containment level, Cash knelt before a secure cage, clutching a rabbit as he called out to his son Gus, urging him not to hide. Gus, now a mutated creature with glowing eyes, hissed violently and lunged at the rabbit. Narration confirmed there had been no improvement. Gus remained feral. Upstairs, Felicia met with Hobbes. He tried to reassure her that what happened to Gus wasn't her fault. It was Skinner Sweet who injected him with vampire blood. Felicia prepared to leave, but Hobbes revealed they hadn't given up hope. When she asked what he meant, he handed her a file. Inside was information about Eric Pavel, a Romanian botanist flagged by their Bucharest branch years ago. Hobbes explained Pavel was a world expert in photoreactive plant compounds, especially one called soralen. Soralen was among the strongest sunlight-reactive substances in nature. In large doses and with sunlight exposure, it could cause cellular changes, hematopoietic mutations in blood cells. Hobbes believed Pavel had developed a more potent version, one that could trigger radical changes in someone's blood when exposed to certain light frequencies. This research had drawn their attention. An operative sent to Pavel's castle disappeared after Nazi forces took over. The only message from Pavel read, "Rumours are true, must move fast." Felicia dismissed the idea as a wild goose chase, contrasting it with her sabbatical in Hanover, but Hobbes countered that Hanover was the home of Dr. Ralph Vietz, a hematologist claiming to perfect a new dialysis technique, implying he knew Felicia had her own motives tied to blood treatment. Though angered by his intrusion, Felicia listened as Hobbes said she was their best agent. He revealed they had agents already embedded in the castle, posing as Nazi sympathisers. He invited her to join the team departing in 4 days. When she asked what Pavel might have discovered, Cash arrived and answered plainly, "He's talking about the cure for vampirism, and we are going to get it." Survival of the Fittest, Part 2. Felicia Book returned to her dark apartment seeking solitude. She took a bath, wine and book in hand, but remained alert. A noise startled her. Gun in hand, she crept through the apartment, draped in a towel. She checked her windows and cautiously approached one. Outside stood Skinner Sweet, smiling through the glass. Sweet broke in and lunged, saying, "Hello, Dolly," and pinned her to the wall. She calmly greeted him with a gun aimed at his head. Felicia shot him in the face, but he mocked her, brushing it off. He sarcastically asked if she'd forgotten her manners. Felicia kept her cool, called him out by name, and shot him in one eye. Despite the bullets, Sweet kept grinning, taunting her that he was already a part of her, deep inside, since before she was born. He told her she couldn't get rid of him unless she died. Felicia didn't flinch. She said she believed it, and shot herself point blank. This was Felicia's nightmare. In Europe, she was travelling with Cash under the disguise of Felicia Donato when she was startled awake by a heavy sound. Cash told her the loud booms were likely artillery practice. They were in descent. He confirmed they'd land in 10 or 15 minutes. He joked about ditching the monkey suit and asked if she wanted to talk. Felicia declined. They reviewed their cover identities. Felicia as a waterworks heiress, Cash as an oil tycoon. They posed as Nazi sympathisers coming to invest. Felicia mentioned how Cash had been thrashing in his sleep, groping for his gun. He brushed it off. She shut him down when he tried to go deeper. She made it clear, no thanks. They needed to get into character. Cash agreed, noting how different they were. She's water, he's oil, and despite knowing each other, they still felt like strangers. As Felicia and Cash sat in their plane, a sudden explosion shook them off their seats. The pilot assured them the noise was likely artillery, but Cash quickly realised it wasn't a test. In the cockpit, Felicia questioned the gunfire. The pilot explained the Germans likely changed the landing codes again, but insisted their code came from stellar authority. Outside, flak and artillery lit the sky. The pilot panicked. Cash and Felicia ducked as another explosion rocked the plane. The pilot was killed in a bloody blast. Cash yelled at Felicia to check for parachutes, but there were none. Realising they had no choice, Cash prepared to crash land the plane. Felicia braced as they descended. They crashed hard into deep snow, the plane skidding across the mountainside and coming to a halt. The wreckage smouldered. Felicia and Cash recovered in the cockpit. She thanked him for flying Vampire Airlines. He chuckled and they moved to exit. Cash suggested they head toward a nearby village called Giorgani by the next day. They had cold gear in cargo to survive. But just as Cash stepped outside, Nazi troops surrounded the wreckage. A high-ranking Nazi officer approached, greeting them with false politeness and demanding an explanation. Felicia instinctively reached for her gun, but Cash warned her to stay calm. When the officer asked again, Cash snapped. He yelled that it was the Germans who owed them an explanation, not the other way around. He accused them of shooting down their plane despite their intention to support the Nazi cause. Cash demanded an apology and access to Dr. Pavel's research, or threatened to get patriotic. The officer, Standartenführer Werner Heitmeyer, apologised and introduced his aide, Franz Munitz. He welcomed them to Castle Vlan, where their true mission would begin. Felicia and Cash were introduced to Dr. Erich Pavel, the reclusive scientist behind the Nazi research. He greeted them nervously, admitting they were the first Americans he had ever met. He seemed eager to talk and suggested a walk, but Colonel Heitmeyer interrupted, insisting they rest before the presentation and asking Pavel if everything was in order. Pavel hesitated, prompting Heitmeyer to tell him to double-check. As the couple parted ways with the group, Cash discreetly received a note from Pavel during their handshake. Felicia and Cash discussed the mysterious upcoming presentation. Heitmeyer warned Felicia the research might be untraditional, but she confidently replied that she wasn't easily offended. Once alone, Cash showed Felicia the note Pavel had slipped him. It was a warning. "We must leave the premises before the presentation, or we will never leave alive." In their room, Felicia struggled with her dress. Cash appeared, dressed sharply, and helped her lace it up. They joked briefly before the conversation turned serious. Felicia admitted she had nightmares about Skinner Sweet, haunted by the blood he had infected her and her son with. She feared Sweet was still inside her. Cash reassured her and brought up their objective: extract Pavel and find the cure. Felicia finally apologised for her decision that led to Sweet injecting her son, Gus. Cash said it was time to move forward. They met Pavel early in the lab, pretending they wanted to walk around the grounds. Pavel was visibly nervous. Cash insisted they were ready now, but just as the operation was about to begin, Heitmeyer arrived arrived with the 777th Brigade, a division full of vampire soldiers. Surrounded, Cash and Felicia looked up at the towering gallery of vampires looming over them. The trap had been sprung. The presentation was about to begin. Survival of the Fittest, Part 3. Colonel Heitmeyer formally introduced Felicia and Cash to the crowd, unveiling the secret of the 77th Brigade, an entire unit composed of vampires. The sight unsettled Felicia, but Heitmeyer explained how natural it became to accept their existence once seen. He hinted at a long-standing subconscious awareness of such creatures. As Heitmeyer waxed philosophical, Felicia quietly remarked to Cash about the contradiction of the Nazis aligning with literal monsters from hell, despite claiming Pavel's research served the Reich's cause. Heitmeyer addressed the strange alliance, stating that misery makes for strange bedfellows. He described the war's suffering and justified the alliance as a means to achieve a noble goal. He then introduced Hauptsturmführer Clementine, a vampire officer who proclaimed their shared objective, evolutionary actualization. Heitmeyer further elaborated that these vampires believed themselves to be the dominant species, just as Nazis viewed Aryans superior to humanity. The Reich and the vampires, he said, both pursued dominance, and while their values differed, their resources aligned. The vampires had deep pockets, and business would thrive once the Reich prevailed. Felicia remained tense as Cash deflected with sarcasm, joking about everyone having a little bit of vampire in them. Heitmeyer noted their utility in war and praised their performance in violent battlefield tasks. Clementine acknowledged Felicia with eerie politeness, and she remained composed, resisting the urge to lash out. As they were ushered to their seats for the presentation, Cash reminded Felicia to stay calm. She confessed the smell of the vampires overwhelmed her. He told her to focus on why they were there, to see if Dr. Pavel's cure to vampirism was real. Felicia warned that the vampires might smell her too. As they sat down, Dr. Pavel stepped forward, beginning his demonstration with a formal "Good evening, everyone." Dr. Pavel began his presentation by welcoming everyone, giving special acknowledgement to the American guests. As he prepared his lecture, the lights dimmed, revealing rows of glowing vampire eyes in the dark. He introduced the concept by explaining that sunlight consists of radiation across the electromagnetic spectrum. Different vampire species, he said, reacted differently to these components. The Carpathian strain, for instance, was vulnerable to UVA, BC, visible light, and infrared, whereas older strains like the Saharan only reacted to UVC, and Asiatic variants were sensitive to infrared. Cash muttered that the real presentation was the armed vampires around them. Felicia apologized, but he reminded her they had to stay cool to avoid suspicion. Dr. Pavel then called them up, holding a strange weapon. He explained the device used electrified helium to generate a powerful light beam amplified through internal reflectors. Cash and Felicia approached cautiously, playing along. Pavel demonstrated the controls and handed Cash the weapon. They were led to a caged vampire, identified as Balkan, similar to Carpathians. Dr. Pavel told Cash to fire. With a sarcastic "right back at you," Cash activated the beam, incinerating the creature. Impressed, the vampire officers looked on. Next, they moved to a second cage, which contained a Bavarian vampire, an older and tougher species, only vulnerable to one UV band. Cash fired again, reducing the creature to ash. The third cage housed a Gaelic vampire, almost completely immune to sunlight. Cash hesitated. The vampire looked young, reminding him of his son. Felicia stepped in, asking for a chance. Cash warned her, but she took the weapon and prepared to fire, saying, "Look away, Cash!" She aimed and powered the weapon, the beam flaring to life again. After Felicia vaporized the vampire specimen, the audience erupted in applause. Heitmeyer praised her performance, calling her a true American frontierswoman, then mocked Cashel for appearing unwell. Cashel played it off, blaming the altitude, and Felicia supported the excuse. Heitmeyer extended an invitation to tea with Captain Clementine and the higher-ranking vampires, but Felicia politely declined, citing exhaustion from the plane crash, exposure to undead, and testing solar weapons. Later, in their quarters, Cashel and Felicia discussed their precarious situation. She observed that the landing was swarming with guards, likely placed to monitor them. She believed Heitmeyer suspected their true intentions, but was allowing the charade to continue temporarily. Cashel said he was done playing dress-up and ready readied his weapon. Felicia agreed and asked about their escape plan. As they changed into tactical gear, Felicia thanked Cashel for everything, especially for his support earlier. He shrugged it off, saying good plans speak for themselves. Cashel briefly brought up the vampire boy, but Felicia brushed off the need for apologies. They rappelled out the window and navigated down the snowy exterior of the castle. Guards patrolled nearby, but the two agents reached the lower floors undetected. Once inside, they made their way through the halls, encountering Nazi soldiers. They drew their weapons and found Pavel. Felicia told him they had come to extract him and his research. Pavel, desperate and flustered, urged them to follow quickly. He led them into a hidden stairwell. Pavel revealed that the Germans had not discovered this secret passage yet. He explained that the passage led through a vast underground system built beneath the castle centuries ago by the royals, designed as a means of escape during revolutions. The way out, he said, lay deep below. Cash, Felicia, and Dr. Pavel escaped into an underground lake lit by glowing algae. As they boarded a boat, Pavel clarified there was no exit through the waterways. They were heading into enclosed caverns. Cash demanded answers, and Pavel revealed their purpose: to arm themselves with something stronger than German weapons. Once ashore, he led them to a hidden chamber filled with towering, monstrous vampire statues. Pointing to them in awe, Pavel declared these were the oldest and most powerful vampires in existence. His plan was clear: they were going to wake them up. Survival of the Fittest, Part 4. Dr. Pavel began his story, swearing its truth. He recalled how in May 1915, Sir Herbert Bath of the British Museum summoned him to examine a mysterious new artifact, an Egyptian statue from a hidden Theban tomb. Upon seeing it, Pavel was stunned by its massive size and eerie presence. Bath explained the statue represented an unknown god of the afterlife, absent from known mythology, and had been found in a remote valley, possibly hidden deliberately. Bath showed him a recurring patch of fungus on the statue's shoulder that reappeared daily. Pavel examined it under a microscope and realised it wasn't mould. It was scar tissue. The statue was alive, suffering recurring wounds from sunlight. Bathurst agreed to call in biologists. That night, Pavel roamed London, elated by the discovery of a living being reacting to sunlight. But when he returned to the museum the next morning, he found the exhibit dismantled and the statue declared a fraud. Bath did that as he was himself a vampire. Though publicly destroyed, Pavel believed it had been alive, and monsters did exist. From then on, he dedicated his life to tracking similar creatures. He followed clues across the Himalayas and South America, only to find remnants. Most had been killed in a secret genocide by their own kind. Eventually, he discovered 3 survivors, giant, divine beings, hidden to protect them. As Felicia rested near the statues, Cash asked if those were vampires. Pavel confirmed they were older than the term vampire itself, with blood predating civilization. He explained they had been hidden by those who refused to betray their race. These 3 were not just ancient, they were the source, the primal beings from which all others came. Cash and Felicia now stood before the greatest weapons ever forged in the war against their kind. Felicia demanded answers from Dr. Pavel, pressing him about the rumoured cure for vampirism. He cryptically claimed they were already looking at it. Cash grew impatient, urging the doctor to explain. Pavel insisted the 3 ancient vampires themselves were the cure. He claimed to have cared for them, keeping them alive with his extracts. Cash dismissed the idea as madness, calling it a wild goose chase. Pavel argued that the ancient vampires were like redwoods, noble and necessary, while modern vampires were parasitic weeds, useless and destructive. Before they could debate further, they were ambushed. Captain Clementine and a group of Nazi vampires emerged from the shadows. Clementine hissed, and their commanding officer revealed they'd been hunting these creatures and the information Felicia and Cash possessed. As the soldiers attacked, Felicia fought back but was knocked out. Felicia woke in chains across from a bruised and bloodied Cash. She saw his injuries and cursed their captors. Cash said the Nazis were now interrogating Dr. Pavel. They only had minutes before being finished off. Felicia began working on her restraints. She asked Cash for a plan, but he told her he just wanted to say goodbye in case they didn't make it. Being a Vegas man, he knew the odds weren't good. Felicia stayed focused, insisting they'd make it. But just in case, Cash started to say something heartfelt. Felicia Felicia cut him off angrily, telling him to save it for the ride home. Then she turned away, steeling herself for what came next. Cash admitted he believed in Felicia's will to escape. If anyone could do it, it was her, but he wanted her to know that she was wrong to think of her vampire side as something broken. He compared it to Gus. He didn't want to cure the boy because he was evil, but because the vampirism froze him in time, stunting his growth. He said it wasn't the blood, but choices that made a person, and if Gus grew up like her, he'd be proud. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed. The vampire officers entered the cell with Pavel, bleeding from the mouth. They announced the trio's execution. The 77th Brigade, all vampires, were eager for blood, so 5 were selected in a raffle to feast. As they were about to be devoured, Agent Meyer revealed his true allegiance, using a solar weapon to incinerate the vampires in a fiery blast. He freed Cash and Felicia and revealed he was a Morning Star agent sent to investigate Pavel's work. Trapped when Heitmeyer's forces took over, he had waited for this escape opportunity. Ripping off his Nazi armband, he joined the fight. Together, the group tore through the vampire forces. Meyer stayed behind to delay them, giving Felicia the cure Pavel had developed. He said it was her fight now. As he closed the door, he unleashed a final solar blast, sacrificing himself. Felicia and Cash fled on a motorcycle. She confirmed Meyer had given her the cure. Cash told her to keep it safe. They sped off, crashing through the gates of the fortress, leaving the fire and undead chaos behind. The escape was brutal, but they had what they came for, the key to curing vampirism. Felicia and Cash crashed through Nazi lines on their motorcycle, dodging gunfire. The Nazis, caught off guard, watched the Americans crash into the courtyard. Heitmeyer admitted they underestimated them. As Felicia and Cash crawled from the wreck, the ground began to rumble. Heitmeyer demanded an investigation. The tremors spread across the entire castle grounds. Suddenly, one of the massive ancient vampires emerged from its slumber and flew into the sky. Below, another beast awakened and crouched into motion. The old vampires had truly begun to rise. Cash observed grimly, remarked, "Well, look who rolled out of the bed." Survival of the Fittest. Part 5. Felicia and Cash faced a crumbling battlefield as the ancients rampaged through the Nazi castle. A massive white ancient pointed, and Felicia and murmured something in an ancient language. Then it smashed down a tower, while the smaller vampires dove into the chaos. When the bridge was destroyed, Felicia asked how they'd reach the extraction point. Cash, already mounting their motorcycle, simply said he was working on it. The white ancient spoke in an unknown tongue before charging the Nazis, sparing the Americans. Cash took the chance to escape, revving the bike, while Felicia questioned his plan. They sped toward the broken bridge. Felicia panicked, saying it was too far to jump, but Cash pushed forward, declaring faith in American ingenuity. The motorcycle soared over the battlefield, landing on the ancient's back before vaulting to the other side. As explosions raged behind them, Felicia spotted even more Nazis blocking their path. With no road ahead, Cash told her to make one. Using the powerful beam weapon, Felicia melted a path through the snow as Nazi troops advanced. Their route carved through the icy slopes like a glowing trail. They zoomed forward as Felicia lit up the path ahead, shouting that it was working. She fired back at their pursuers, yelling a final, "Auf Wiedersehen, you motherfuckers!" Meanwhile, Nazi command debated their priorities. One officer insisted the ancients were the true prize, but another warned the Americans must be captured or face retribution. As tanks followed the fleeing duo, Cash reminded Felicia about the compound Pavel gave her. Photoreactive, activated by sunlight, and a potential cure. Felicia questioned its authenticity just as she spotted tanks gaining behind them, warning, "Shit! We got tailgaters." Cash and Felicia raced down the snowy mountain slope with Nazi tanks and soldiers hot on their heels. A Nazi officer barked for caution, but the vampire soldier insisted they capture the Americans before returning to the ancients. When the officer hesitated, the vampire hissed in defiance. Felicia shouted for Cash's attention as the enemy closed in fast, with one vampire glaring with bloodshot eyes, vowing she wouldn't escape. They sped onward, still pursued by the relentless ruthless brigade. Felicia yelled for Cash to push on, even as the terrain worsened. Tanks crashed behind them, but the Nazi vampire shouted that there was no escape. Felicia noted they were still gaining. Cash mentioned Agent Meyer's instructions. The extraction point was close. As they reached a cliff's edge, Felicia pointed out the blimp was too far away. Cash urged her to climb down into a crevice, hoping the enemy would think they went over. He handed her Pavel's cure and told her to give it to Gus and take him into the sun. Felicia was confused and protested, but Cash insisted someone had to stay behind. She pleaded with him not to go, but he kissed her goodbye and reminded her of his words, that she wasn't damaged, even with vampire blood. Then he said it was time for Americans to join the war, and readied himself for a final stand. Felicia screamed for him as he walked into the line of tanks. Singing the national anthem, Cash fired the sunlight weapon, blasting Nazi vampires to ash. He gunned down enemies in a hail of righteous fury. Clementine bit his neck before he entered the tank, but that didn't stop him. Inside a tank, Heitmeyer mocked his anthem, declaring only darkness awaited. But Cash fired a final explosive round, finishing his verse. Bombs bursting as the tank erupted in a massive explosion. Felicia screamed as she watched Cash leap into the fray. A plane came for pickup soon, and an agent reached down to catch her. He told her to grab hold, and after a tense moment, he managed to pull her to safety. From above, they watched the aftermath of the explosion that destroyed the Nazi forces. Inside the airship, Felicia sat silently, still shaken. Days later, in New York, she sat alone in her apartment, reflecting on the meaning of the language spoken by the ancient vampire. Chosen One. Hobbes visited, urging her to speak with him privately. She opened the door reluctantly. Hobbes acknowledged the mission's failure to find a cure and the disappointment over Pavel's deception. He revealed that the castle had been cleaned up, but the ancient species was already gone. From Felicia's account, they might be the oldest living targets ever recorded. Then Hobbes mentioned another issue. Augustus Gus McCogan, Cash's son, had vanished. The VMS was investigating, but Hobbes assured Felicia that no one suspected her. He vouched for her loyalty to the cause. As he left, he claimed this was his way of saying sorry. Later, Felicia moved through her apartment and opened a hidden door. She reflected on a shadow world behind the one everyone knows, a world of darkness. She entered a secret room where she kept Cash's vampire son, Gus. She greeted him tenderly and injected herself with Pavel's serum. As she continued the injection, Felicia described the dark corners of every home and heart, calling it the realm where monsters hide. She then tried to inject herself, but something crossed her mind. She dropped the injection and picked Gus up. He was already turning human. She carried Gus to the balcony, into the sunlight. For most, this world remained hidden, but for her, it was reality. Standing on her fire escape in the fading light of New York, she accepted it. This was her world now. The Beast in the Cave, Part 1. In Garin County, Missouri, 1863, a young boy, Jim Book, crept through a field with a wooden rifle, searching for a thief hiding in a tree. He threatened them to come out, but before he could act, another boy snuck up behind and held a knife to his throat, saying, "Boo!" It was Skinner Sweet, grinning and full of mischief. Jim yelled for him to get off. The two wrestled and bantered like brothers. Skinner teased him, then picked up a shirt from the tree and mocked Jim for being scared. They joked about the knife Skinner carried. Skinner claimed he found it. Jim said they needed to get home before dark. Skinner pretended to surrender, playing sheriff and outlaw. Jim narrated that he was 11 when his parents took in Skinner, whose family mint farm had been burned down by both Union and Confederate soldiers. Jim's parents, feeling pity for the orphan, thought having a brother might help Jim lighten up. Despite Skinner's rough ways, Jim grew to love him as a brother. As they walked, Jim warned Skinner that their teacher might beat him with a varnished stick. Skinner didn't care. He said he'd hit her back and wasn't afraid of jail or even death. Jim found this attitude reckless. Then they heard something. Skinner pointed out a rattler hole. Jim suggested they wait for their father to smoke it out, but Skinner dove in himself, saying sticks were for old women. Jim panicked as Skinner reached in, pulling out the rattlesnake with a grin, calling it a pretty girl. Jim freaked out. Skinner tossed the snake at him playfully. Jim screamed, accusing him of trying to kill him. Skinner laughed, saying he needed Jim alive so he could keep playing outlaws, and because being bad wouldn't be fun alone. In southern New Mexico, October 1871, Book was searching the rocky desert terrain, calling out for Skinner. Before he could finish saying Skinner's name, a hand grabbed him and pulled him back. Skinner had been watching from hiding. Book scolded him for wandering so far from camp, but Skinner urged silence. He had been trailing a group of scouts for 30 minutes. Down below, 7 native scouts moved stealthily, assessing the military camp's strength. Skinner confirmed they were all he had seen. Book suggested waiting for reinforcements, but Skinner disagreed, proposing a surprise pincer attack. As Book asked if he had a plan, Skinner was already using his hat as bait, and on the count of 3, they ambushed the scouts with gunfire. Back at the infantry camp, General Hawley decided against an immediate night charge, citing the terrain and their lack of information on enemy numbers. He stated they'd attack in the morning. Book and Skinner returned with a captured scout. When questioned, they hadn't yet gathered any intel. Hawley ordered Scout Broken Knife to interrogate the prisoner. When asked about the number of warriors Hole in the Sky had, the prisoner said nothing at first. Upon being pressed, Broken Knife relayed that the captive said it didn't matter if Hole in the Sky had 1 or 1,000 men. What mattered was unleashing Mimite. Book asked if that was another tribe. The tone of the conversation shifted, hinting at a greater threat than they had anticipated, something beyond the ordinary war. The mention of Mimite raised immediate tension, signaling a possibly supernatural danger. The set ended with the military leaders confused and alarmed by the unfamiliar term, realizing they might be dealing with something far worse than a conventional skirmish. General Hawley dismissed the Apache legend of Mimite as superstition, calling it a desperate bluff from Hole in the Sky. His scout explained Mimite was a goddess of death imprisoned in the cliffs. Hawley mocked it, but when reminded that the prisoner hadn't answered their question, he ordered Broken Knife to interrogate him, warning the prisoner would face treason charges if uncooperative. The prisoner spit on the interpreter, and Skinner Sweet reacted by cutting off his ear. When asked how many warriors Hole in the Sky had, the man said 35. Sweet didn't believe it, insisting the man lied, and suggested burning the ridge to flush them out. Hawley rejected that idea, saying women and children might be there, and ordered the man removed. Corporal Book supported Sweet's theory that they were outnumbered. Still, Hawley held to Fort Bowie's estimate of 50 warriors. When Book tried to argue, Hawley dismissed the concern, comparing their unit to the Black Buffalo soldiers with disdain, and insisted they'd attack at dawn. He warned Book to watch his brother's impulsiveness. Book defended Sweet, saying he trusted no man more in battle. As Hawley rode off, he reconsidered his earlier disdain, calling Sweet a survivor. Back at camp, Sweet smeared his arm with blood and joked it was war paint. He and Book doubted Hole in the Sky would stick around if he only had 50 men. Sweet insisted that if the chief stayed, it meant he had far more. He again suggested fire as the best way to flush the enemy out. Meanwhile, on the cliffs, Hole in the Sky's forces were revealed, far more than 50 warriors, all armed and ready, yet he still delayed, waiting. Then they climbed down a mountain and entered the caves. One soldier voiced unease about the legend of Mimite, wondering if they were truly facing a monster. Hole in the Sky called out to the goddess Mimite, begging her to appear. As he nervously waited, a shadowy female form emerged and asked who was there. Kneeling, he introduced himself and declared that he had awakened her for a great opportunity. He claimed to have gathered over 200 Apache warriors outside and asked her to help them fight to reclaim their land. The dark figure suddenly pounced on him with inhuman speed and strength. Her fangs bared. Mimite snarled that she was listening, towering over him with terrifying, monstrous intensity. The Beast in the Cave, Part 2. In the Louisiana Territory, winter of 1793, Mimite recalled the moment a group of nearly 30 men approached her cabin before dawn. Though still distant, she felt a deep certainty that her fate was tied to theirs. As they neared, she saw that most were sickly and worn, except for the 2 men at the front, Edward Norrell and Franklin Black, who seemed untouched by hardship. She woke her husband Etienne, a trapper, who had bought her as a child to be a servant and later his wife. He had always been kind, but her feelings remained conflicted. The 2 leaders claimed they were part of an expedition to explore the nation's uncharted regions, though Mimite later learned that was a lie. They were searching for a route to the country's edge and needed a translator. Etienne agreed to trade her for a musket and some tallow. Mimite knew she would never return and accepted it. By spring 1794, their journey began. Mimite didn't reveal that her time with Etienne had made her forget much of the land. Though she knew her people's language and was a skilled navigator, she was nearly as new to the terrain as the captains. Still, she documented new species, wonders, and strange mysteries along the way. Over time, she noticed the captains were uninterested in the discoveries. They were fixated on the land's resources and hunted alone each night, bringing back game that astonished even the natives. Mimite remembered legends of monsters in human skin. By the 7th month, she could no longer dismiss the signs. Fearing for her life, but desperate for answers, she followed the captains one night into the woods. But in the woods, she witnessed a nightmare. Narelle and Black transformed, tearing into a bear with monstrous faces and claws. She tried to flee, but they moved too fast. One of them caught her by the hair, and before she could react, she was bitten. She felt no pain, only the slowing of her heartbeat. Hunters who had secretly followed the captains attacked, staking and killing the vampires. They referred to the creatures as beasts, and revealed they had come from a place called Morning Star to track them. As Mimite lay bleeding, they debated whether she might turn. Fearing the risk, they left her behind. But she didn't die. She awoke changed, not like the captains, but something new and worse. A new breed of demon, born of the land itself. She wandered back to her old home, but Etienne was gone. Seeking a place to belong, she returned to her tribe and was welcomed. But within a week, her hunger consumed them all. Mothers, children, everyone. She devoured them, racked with guilt and terror at what she had become. She spent years in isolation, hiding from humanity. Eventually, she found a cave and made it her sanctuary, swearing never to re-enter the world of men. Now, in the present, she stood before Hole in the sky and declared she would never again unleash herself upon the world. When he pleaded that she was exactly the power he needed to free, she coldly told him to leave. She was not the answer he sought. Hole in the sky pleaded with Mimite, insisting she didn't understand the stakes. Mimite corrected him. She understood perfectly. He wanted her to release the hunger inside her. He tried to explain the suffering of their people, the Apache, Shoshone, Sioux, Nez Perce, Lakota, all driven from their lands, reduced to scraps under white rule. He begged her to help, but Mimite told him the truth. It wouldn't be help. She longed for sunlight, to eat, but warned that what he asked would only unleash more horror. She admitted she was starving and desperate, but Hole in the Sky urged her to fight. If life was only war, then she should eat and unleash her power. Mimite refused, but the hunger overwhelmed her. She screamed for Hole in the Sky to leave. As he turned away, she muttered, "To eat," in torment. Hole in the Sky, disgusted and frustrated, hit Mimite repeatedly with his battle axe. Then something crossed his mind. A plan. Elsewhere, at the cavalry encampment, Skinner crept into Jimmy's tent and held a knife to his throat. Jimmy wrestled him off and accused him of betrayal, but Skinner laughed it off. He said he came for his brother to lead him away from the insanity. Jimmy insisted on staying, bound by duty. Skinner warned that there were likely 100 braves on the ridge and that Hawley's plan would get them all killed. Jimmy countered that there might be innocents among them and challenged Skinner's willingness to burn them alive. Skinner scoffed at the idea of honor. He said he wouldn't die for a code that didn't make sense anymore. He admitted he felt more kinship with the so-called savages than with Hawley's men. As Skinner walked away, Jimmy warned he'd be caught. Skinner said they wouldn't. Watching him go, Jimmy quietly stated, "He will never die, you know, never." Back at the cliff, the Apache debated retreating, but Hole in the Sky appeared and declared it was time to attack. His face transformed into a monstrous form, revealing fangs. He had devoured Mimite's blood. When asked about the plan, he answered with feral rage, "Our plan is simple. We will kill them all." The Beast in the Cave, Part 3. Captain Hawley confronted Corporal Book and charged him with crimes punishable by death. When Book asked what crime, Hawley accused him of desertion. Book defended himself, saying he had gone after Skinner to bring him back. Hawley didn't dispute that, but argued that Book knew Skinner was deserting and did nothing. That, under military law, made Book complicit. Book insisted he had tried to stop Skinner and denied sympathizing with him, stating that his concern was for the brigade led by a fool. Hawley ordered the men to take Book to Tent 5 and prepare a firing squad. Meanwhile, the transformed Hole in the Sky stood before the native warriors, declaring that it was time. The warriors were stunned by his monstrous form, but he called on them to rise with him. They cheered, pledging hoping to make the enemy suffer in return. But as Hole in the Sky called for blood, he suddenly paused, as he was called by someone bigger than him from behind. At the cavalry camp, Hawley prepared the execution, declaring Book a traitor. As the firing squad readied, Book warned Hawley that killing him would not stop the impending bloodbath. A young soldier hesitated, trying to intervene, but Hawley ignored him and continued the countdown. Just as Hawley shouted 1, Skinner appeared and interrupted the execution. Hawley ordered Skinner to be taken, calling him a coward, but Skinner calmly offered himself up, daring the soldiers to do as Hawley said. With Hawley at gunpoint, Skinner walked in front of the firing squad fearlessly, saying, "Take me." Skinner stood face to face with Hawley, guns drawn. Hawley dismissed Skinner as a coward and fool, warning the soldiers not to listen to him, but Skinner told them not to fear him, fear what waited on the ridge. He claimed Hole in the Sky had at least 100 strong. The soldiers were shaken. Skinner urged them to burn out the ridge before the enemy could descend. Hawley snapped, reminding Skinner he had no authority. Skinner shot him in the head. As Hawley collapsed, Skinner mocked him, accusing him of hiding something. He knelt beside the dying man, knowing Hawley had withheld information. Another soldier asked what Skinner had done. Skinner took a candy from Hawley's pocket and started eating it. He grinned and said he'd promoted himself. Meanwhile, Hole in the Sky was attacked by Mimite. Mimite, now in her vampire form, accused Hole in the Sky of stealing her curse. They ripped into the other with vicious fury, shocking the gathered warriors. Mimite killed Hole in the Sky and devoured his blood. She changed back to her human form, blood-drenched, feeding on Hole in the Sky. She turned to the group, furious, accusing them of trying to steal her curse too. The warriors panicked, begging for mercy, claiming ignorance. But Mimite was not moved. She declared they had disturbed her. Back at the army camp, Jimmy condemned Skinner for killing Hawley. Skinner defended himself. He saved their lives. He reminded them of the army waiting in the ridge. They had two options, run or burn the enemy out. Jimmy protested, noting there were women and children up there. Skinner admitted he never followed laws, just knew how to kill. He proposed they kill their enemies first and go home alive. Facing the troops, he asked, "Who's with me?" Skinner led the cavalrymen forward with ruthless intent, declaring they were going to burn everything. Jimmy tried to stop him, yelling desperately, but Skinner ignored him and signalled the charge. Meanwhile, Mimite, now fully empowered and blood-drunk, stood before the armed tribe, demanding they eat their world. The tribe watched in awe and horror as she embraced the hunger and lunged to strike. Jimmy freed himself and climbed through rocky terrain, calling out for Skinner, but found only silence. When he reached the cliff's edge, he and the others saw the aftermath. Hundreds of dead native bodies scattered across the ridge. Mimite had killed them all and devoured their blood. The men insisted they found them that way. Jimmy questioned what really happened, unable to believe the massacre could have been self-inflicted. One soldier dismissed it, saying they didn't have the stomach to fight, but as they discussed, Mimite slipped away into a cave behind a massive boulder. The truth remained hidden. Jimmy and Skinner stood over the bodies, and Skinner casually remarked they had been spared the effort. Jimmy lashed out, saying Skinner had planned to burn them alive. When pressed about his claim of seeing 100 enemies from the ridge, Skinner slyly confirmed it with no remorse. Jimmy realised Skinner did climb the ridge after all. He wanted to kill the families of the natives. Jimmy reminisced about the night he went to the Rattler Hole, holding a torch in the wilderness. As he threw the torch in the hole, he reflected on the legacy of that day, how stories of the outlaw Skinner suite and their final battle spread through the years. Though Jimmy always said he'd glimpsed the monster Skinner would become in that moment, he now admitted a deeper fear, that something even darker still lived in the cave. Death Race Part 1. In Glendale, California, 1954, there was rising fear around wild youth, likened to untamed beasts, feared by adults and warned about by experts. As a lizard and a scorpion clashed in the desert, two cars ran over them. Travis Kidd, a confident 19-year-old from Las Vegas, raced down a dark road in his car. He proudly declared he never loses a race and embraced his reputation as a wild teen. He was in a high-speed game of chicken with a man in a red Fairlane. Neither flinched. Travis reflected on death, referencing a TV expert who claimed young minds can't comprehend it. But Travis disagreed. He thought about death often, especially that night. He believed one of them wouldn't survive the road, hinting the other driver had done something unforgivable. Earlier that morning, Travis waited outside his girlfriend Piper's house. She was anxious her parents would see them and know know she hadn't been home. She talked about how controlling and harsh her parents were, how they scared off every boy she dated, and how they'd already judged Travis without meeting him. Travis shrugged it off. Piper admitted she fantasized about running away with him and starting over. As they kissed, her father appeared. Mr. Francis angrily ordered Piper inside. Travis tried to stay calm, asking for a moment to say goodbye. Piper stood by him, but her father's temper rose. Then suddenly, Mr. Francis changed tone, smiled, and invited Travis inside to talk. Piper panicked and begged Travis not to go, warning him they'd tear into him once they were out of earshot. Travis entered the Francis home with a calm facade, trying to keep things civil. Mr. Francis immediately exploded with rage, accusing Travis of making a public scene and humiliating their family. Piper tried to de-escalate, but her father insulted her and called her ungrateful. Travis lit a cigarette and asked for a chance to speak. He acknowledged Roy's judgment, his appearance, his hair, but insisted on making his case. Roy mocked the idea, claiming he already knew Travis's type. Suddenly, Travis pulled his gun and shot both Mr. and Mrs. Francis. Piper screamed as he calmly approached them. When she asked what he was doing, Travis said he was setting her free, but then the two supposed corpses stirred, eyes glowing, fangs bared. Roy and his wife rose again, revealing their true nature as vampires. Travis shouted that he was freeing Piper from bloodsuckers and opened fire again. As the vampires lunged, Travis grabbed Piper and fired back. Roy taunted him while attacking. Piper, horrified, asked how Travis had known they were vampires. Travis answered simply, "It's what he did." As Roy prepared to strike again, Travis shouted, "Respect this!" and drove a broken piece of wood into him. Mrs. Francis shrieked and attacked in a frenzy. Travis dodged her. She leapt at him, kicking and clawing. Travis blocked and countered with a knife slash, finally plunging the blade through her jaw. Just as he caught his breath, Roy returned. Travis clicked open his wooden boot knife and stabbed Roy in the balls. As Roy screamed in pain, Piper watched, stunned. Travis calmly walked to the curtain and ripped it open, letting in the sunlight as the vampires screamed in pain. Travis ignored the vampires' pleas, watching him crawl and offer money, and even Piper in exchange for mercy. Without a word, Travis pulled out a set of sharp wooden teeth. Piper, terrified, asked what they were. He replied, "Teeth wood," before fitting them into his mouth and coldly explaining, "I like to bite them back." The vampires screamed inside the house. Outside, Piper caught up with Travis, trying to explain the horror she endured. She said she was kept as one of their own, forced to guard them and lure boys home. Travis simply repeated, "It's what I do." She tried to thank him, but admitted she couldn't repay what he had given her. He told her to stay alive. He had been watching her family for months, revealing that they were part of a larger coven spread between two suburbs. Piper asked to come with him. Travis dismissed her offer, calling it a nice daydream. Piper asked if what they had shared was real. Travis didn't answer directly. He just told her to take care of herself and got into his car. A man was already in the passenger seat, demanding to know what Travis was doing. Travis recognized him, Agent Hobbes. Hobbes told him to relax since he'd just killed two vampires. He invited him for a milkshake. At the diner, Travis joked about going steady and teased Hobbes, who slid him a file. Travis, skeptical, guessed it was his record, but Hobbes revealed it was about the vampire Travis had been hunting, the one that killed his loved ones. Hobbes warned that Travis's solo work was getting him noticed and putting him at risk. As they spoke, a thug bumped into Travis. Hobbes reminded him that even great hunters meet someone tougher. Travis responded by provoking the guy into a fight, smashing him with a plate and escaping in his car with the files. Hobbes, bleeding but impressed, muttered, "Well played, Mr. Kid." That night on the road, Travis refocused on the race, explaining that if teens can't think about death, they likely have no sense of the future either. All that mattered was the present, and the vampire in the red car who'd destroyed his life. Travis vowed to kill him. As their tyres screamed down the road, he slammed into the red car, but then the road shifted suddenly. Travis caught a glimpse of Piper tied up in the vampire's trunk. Both cars launched off a cliff, mid-air and spinning. Travis realised this wasn't the end. The real death race was just beginning. Death Race, Part 2. Travis reflected on the teenage brain's inability to grasp death or the future, saying it only knows the now. That was fine by him because the vampire in the car ahead was responsible for everything he'd lost, and he intended to kill him. As the two cars raced, Travis slammed into the red Fairlane, thinking of nothing but the road and revenge. But the moment twisted when he saw Piper tied in the trunk. Both vehicles careened off the cliff's edge. As they fell, Travis recalled a scientist's theory. Young minds couldn't comprehend death, love, or the future. He'd already covered death, but now came love. The vampire's trap seemed to bank on Travis being too impulsive to see past the girl, but Travis wasn't that easy. He'd been watching Piper's family for months, knew what they were, and had been chasing that vampire for years. He remembered being committed as a child to La Jolla Sanatorium 15 years ago. Doctors labelled him delusional for believing in monsters, but he had seen them. He never forgot. Back in the present, Travis pushed his car harder to catch up. As Piper dangled from the trunk, he rammed the vampire's car again. The vampire mocked him, thinking he'd won. Travis only smiled. He slammed the gas, determined to end it on his own terms. That morning, Travis was dancing alone in his room to a vinyl record, punching the air as he rehearsed and prepared. He studied files before heading out with determination. At a motel, he tracked someone hiding in room 212 and knocked. Bullets tore through the door, but Travis dodged and kicked it in. His target tried escaping through the window. Travis chased the cloaked figure over rooftops, pushing himself to keep up. Back in the present, Travis closed the distance. The vampire underestimated him, thinking a glimpse of Piper would distract him, but Travis, hardened by trauma, saw through the trick. Killing vampires had become his life's mission ever since this one slaughtered his family. Travis pursued with relentless focus. He slammed his knife into the gas pedal. Despite the vampire's taunts and swerving tactics, Travis stayed locked in. He recalled a past encounter where doctors dismissed his claims of monsters as delusions. They debated performing an ocular lobotomy due to his persistence, but instead opted for electroconvulsive therapy, labeling him a stubborn child clinging to romantic fantasies of monsters. Back at the race, Travis hurled a Molotov cocktail at the vampire's car and warned Piper to duck. As flames engulfed the red Fairlane, he mockingly called it candlelight. He recalled the morning incident when he was following the cloaked figure. The figure plunged into the water, shouting for Travis to stay away. He followed and tackled the figure underwater, demanding answers. As they surfaced, he realized it was none other than Piper. Shocked, she apologized for attacking him, thinking he was one of them. Travis told her to get out of there, but she pleaded with him. Furious, he scolded her for nearly getting herself killed and demanded to know where she had been. Piper said she had nothing, no life, no peace, after spending 6 years with the two vampires, luring boys to them. She confessed they often spoke about Travis and were terrified of him. Travis admitted he'd killed enough vampires to earn that fear, but he believed he wasn't long for this world. Piper begged to learn from him, wanting to hunt vampires together instead of being alone. But Travis coldly said he preferred being alone. When she asked if what they had was real, he simply answered no. Back in the car chase, Piper screamed for Travis to save her as the car she was trapped in burned. Travis hesitated, but ultimately leapt to rescue her, risking everything. He urged her to reach for him, and she did. They barely escaped before the vehicle exploded. As they landed safely, Piper thanked him. Travis brushed her off, saying he wasn't saving her, just getting her out of his way. They sped off, the burning wreck left behind. Travis and Piper drove fast, but Piper spotted a vampire leaping toward them. Travis shouted for his gun, demanding the pearl-handled one, but Piper panicked, overwhelmed by the number of weapons. Travis yelled he couldn't use wooden bullets. It had to be gold. As the vampire closed in, Travis cursed the urgency. The vampire sprang through the fire, shadowed in silhouette. It was none other than Skinner Sweet, the one who killed Travis's family. Leaping through the flames, Sweet snarled, "Howdy!" Death Race, Part 3. The race was still on. Travis and Piper drove towards Skinner Sweet, who stood tall in the road. Travis recalled the TV expert's list of things the teenage brain couldn't grasp: death, love, and most surprisingly, consequence. As Skinner leapt toward them, Travis gripped a knife, knowing he had only minutes until dawn when Sweet's power would peak again. They clashed violently, trading blows and blades. Travis narrated that his entire mission, his life, had boiled down to this moment: vengeance. for the destruction of his family. Skinner joked about Travis's grudge, brushing off the mention of murdering his family, then hurled Travis from the car. Piper screamed as Skinner seized control of the wheel. Travis clung to the front of Skinner's burning vehicle, refusing to let go, while Skinner mocked his determination and dreams. A flashback to 6 years earlier in La Jolla Sanatorium showed young Travis strapped to an electric table. A sadistic doctor tormented him, demanding he confess his fantasies were false. Travis, tortured and bleeding, insisted his family had been killed by a vampire named Skinner Sweet. The doctor demanded he give up those thoughts to be freed. Later, locked in a padded cell, Travis curled in a corner, visibly traumatized. He noticed a loose stitch in the wall, reached in, and retrieved a hidden paper. The note read, "In defense of your fantasies." Travis clung to the burning car, pulling himself up while Skinner Sweet held Piper hostage. Skinner taunted her, suggesting she ditched Travis for a real man. Travis struggled to get up and muttered that she was wearing his ring. He managed to climb back inside and took the wheel. Travis remembered how the race started. 1 hour ago, Travis had scoped out Skinner's suburban house with a gun in hand. Puzzled that the meanest vampire on Earth lived so normally, he broke in, searching the place and finding a keepsake, possibly a music token, before realizing he was too late. Skinner was already gone. Determined not to lose him again, Travis jumped in his car and chased after Skinner's flaming vehicle. The two cars sped side by side toward a cliff edge. In a flashback to his time in the sanatorium, young Travis crept through a hallway and peeked into Dr. Malik's office. As he made his move, another boy ambushed him for his music taste. Later, Travis fled through the rain toward a road, stumbling upon a mysterious car. As he approached, the driver greeted him by name. Shocked, Travis asked how they knew him. It was none other than Hobbes. Hobbes greeted young Travis in the rain and asked who he thought helped him escape the sanatorium. When Travis hesitated, Hobbes offered his hand and said he believed Travis about the vampires. Travis, surprised and skeptical, demanded to know why Hobbes would help him. Hobbes reaffirmed his belief and urged him to get in before catching a cold. Once inside, Hobbes began to say what they needed to do next, but Travis abruptly punched him and shoved him out of the car, speeding off into the night while Hobbes muttered, "Right then." During the chase, as Travis drove, his mind raced with thoughts about consequence. He reflected on how pulling a trigger or hitting the gas had meaning, but it was never enough. The sun would rise and vampires would fall, but it never ended. He needed to stop the one behind it all, Skinner Sweet. Now, in a death-defying moment, both cars launched off a cliff, airborne above the water. The vehicles crashed violently into a drive-in theatre, Travis's car flipping over and catching fire. Despite being bloodied and pinned, he forced himself out, refusing to let it end like that. He limped across the shattered lot, bleeding, calling out for Skinner. Seeing no sign of him, Travis shouted a challenge, demanding he show himself. Piper, who called out to him from a nearby car, wounded but safe. Then came a whisper, "Psst," and Travis turned to see Skinner standing tall, burned and monstrous, his claws sharp and grin wide. Skinner, unaffected by the wreck, grinned and said, "Morning, sunshine." Death Race, Part 4. Skinner hurled Travis through the air and into a car, mocking him for being just another kid with wild ideas from horror movies. As Travis struggled to get up, Skinner loomed over him, taunting that movies give kids all sorts of notions. He leaned in, opened his claws, and stabbed Travis right in the shoulder. Skinner dragged Travis across the dirt and told him, "The monster always wins in the end." But Travis refused to accept that. He pulled out a switchblade, muttering, "Not this time, old man," and slashed Skinner. Skinner staggered back, growling in pain, while Travis held the bloodied weapon and mocked him. "Gold, baby! How's it taste?" Skinner snarled that it wasn't his favourite. He launched himself at Travis and sank his fangs into his throat. Travis screamed. Skinner bit deeper, tasting something strange in Travis's blood and remarking that it reminded him of the West. Travis staggered away, bleeding but grinning, asking Skinner if he could taste anything else. Skinner looked confused, coughed, and suddenly his skin began reacting. His eyes widened in horror as Travis revealed the trick. He had mixed gold dust into his coffee earlier that day, and Skinner had just ingested it through his blood. As Skinner writhed, Travis told him he brought the dust from home, Las Vegas. He began narrating his origin. His parents owned a boarding house on the city's edge. It wasn't much, but they made it a welcoming place for travellers. Until one day, in 1936, a group of sinister strangers came to the door. One man asked for rooms. When Travis's parents hesitated, irritated, especially about rooms without windows, the strangers insisted. One of them grabbed Travis's mother and threatened the entire family. Little Travis hid in a cupboard and watched everything blood splattered. He couldn't forget the screams or what they said. The strongest memory he had was of the name they whispered with fear and fury. Skinner Sweet, the American vampire, the one they were hunting, the one who had brought the monsters to their door. Travis stood over a wounded Sweet, knife in hand, explaining how he saw a report about teenage brains struggling to grasp certain concepts, things against the rules of their minds. Sweet coughed and joked that he respected Travis's ability to hold a grudge. Travis continued, saying the expert claimed teens couldn't understand 3 key things. Travis related, saying he was never one for rules either. He then talked about the idea of cool, how it's about not giving a damn, and how maybe only the young can truly get it. He suggested Sweet might have been cool once, even after turning vampire, but something changed. After the 1945 Taipan mission, Travis noted, the records on Sweet ended and his edge disappeared. As Travis insulted Sweet, saying he stopped being dangerous, Sweet lunged, hissing and attacking. The fight reignited violently, with Sweet quickly overpowering Travis and pinning him. But before he could finish it, Hobbes and a group of agents arrived. Hobbes sternly told Sweet to stop. Sweet hesitated, but obeyed, hissing and stepping back. Hobbes reminded him of his orders. The agents took control, injecting Travis with a dose to counteract the paralysis from Sweet's venom. Hobbes ordered an extraction kit to get the gold dust out of Sweet's blood. Sweet, weak and confused, asked what they did to him. Hobbes didn't answer directly, but told his men to prep protein for Sweet and address the contamination. But before they could get that, Travis and Piper escaped in their car. She asked about a possible tracker. He replied they'd torch the car that night and steal another. He mentioned the Cooper house nearby. They'd be out of town, and their garage had a spare. As they drove, Travis coughed, quietly repeating the name Cooper, as he grimly thought about something. Travis and Piper arrived at the Cooper house, where Piper led him to the spare key hidden in the doghouse. As Travis loaded a weapon, Piper asked what he was doing. Travis explained that he knew the Coopers were part of a satellite vampire coven linked to the one Piper's parents had joined. He demanded to know how many were inside. Reluctantly, Piper admitted at least 20. All the time, Piper was working for the vampires. Travis told her she could run, but she warned him it was too many for even him to handle. Then, Travis shot and killed Piper and took his ring back. Travis, undeterred, walked toward the house with his guns and a detonator, angry at being told what he couldn't handle. He wore his wooden fangs. He shouted a battle cry, "Let's rock and roll!" and kicked down the door, guns blazing. The epilogue shifted to La Mesa, California. Henry Preston was on the phone, telling his wife Pearl he had plenty and only wanted her home. He ended the call lovingly as a knock came at the door. A man in a suit and hat asked to speak with him. Henry politely declined, but the stranger called him Mr. Preston and pushed to ask one question. Henry's demeanor shifted and he pulled a gun, saying, "I didn't tell you my name." The stranger smirked and responded, "No, Henry, I suppose you didn't." Later, Pearl returned from the market. She entered the house, calling for Henry. As she walked in, she dropped her groceries in shock. Inside, Henry lay in a pool of blood with a fatal neck wound. Pearl collapsed to the ground, crying over his body in agony, repeating his name through tears, but Henry was long gone. The Nocturnes, Part 1. Years had passed since the events of Ghost War. It was 1954, 5 miles west of Midway, Alabama. Calvin stood before a motel that displayed a sign reading, "Colored's welcome on weekdays." The message stung, but he reminded himself he was the proof. Proof of change, perhaps. He checked into the motel without resistance from the receptionist and was given a room in the back, which had a direct view of the pool. Later, Calvin stepped out in swimming trunks and dove into the pool, calm and unbothered. Moments later, a group of white men appeared. One sneered that Calvin had contaminated the water and claimed they'd have to drain the whole pool. They surrounded him with rifles and pistols drawn, grinning cruelly. One fired a warning shot. Their leader, a red-haired man, declared they might as well have fun. He ordered a sadistic game. Calvin had to keep swimming or risk being shot. But Calvin, floating defiantly in the water, gave them a warning. He was offering one chance to walk away. If they didn't take it, he'd kill them all. The leader mocked him, asking if he was some kind of new species. Calvin stared back from the water and growled, "No, not sort of. Exactly." He exploded from the pool in full vampire form, fangs bared, claws out, eyes blazing. Later, fully clothed, Calvin walked the streets of Midway. He reflected on his decades as a taxonomist, someone who identifies and classifies things. While America preached evolution and progress, Calvin saw only the same beast beneath a new skin. The motel clerk hadn't written down his name. She gave him a back room, quiet, out of sight, easily disposable. He noted the town's attempt at progress, an integrated doo-wop group playing the county fair, but old men still stared too long. Teenagers in cars slowed to glare. Calvin reminded himself he was the proof. Black, undead, one of only 3 known American vampires, Homo abominum americana. But he wasn't there for work, not to hunt vampires or name new species. He was there for the music and to see someone he used to know in another life. Inside a club, the integrated group, the Nocturnes, performed on stage. Their lead singer Dell sang with joy, but froze when he saw Calvin watching from the shadows. Recognizing him, Dell faltered, visibly shaken. After the performance, he stepped outside, searching for Calvin. Calling him Cal and Big Brother, Elle wandered the alley, but found no one. When his bandmate offered to leave, Dell said he was fine and rejoined them to rehearse. Meanwhile, Calvin sat alone in the shadows, berating himself for showing up. He explained that he worked for the Vassals of the Morning Star, an organization that hunted vampires. When you joined, you gave up your life and severed ties with the living. The taxonomist in him believed he was no different than any other vassal, but the man in him knew better. Holding a flyer of the Nocturnes, he admitted the truth to himself. Right then, Calvin was confronted by a group of white men outside a building. One recognized him as being with that mixed band. Calvin didn't deny it. The man then warned him to listen closely because he and his friends were going to die that night. Calvin's expression hardened as he asked, "Is that so?" Another voice nearby asked, "What's going on here?" Signaling tensions were about to explode. As Calvin confronted the young men in the alley, 3 older men in military uniforms arrived. One of them, Mr. Stell, interrupted, asking Zachary if he was threatening Calvin. Zachary quickly denied it, saying they were just welcoming Calvin and his singing pals to town. Stell smiled approvingly and asked to speak privately with Calvin. Calvin gave his name as Poole. Stell said that people should look out for their own kinds. Zachary reluctantly backed off. Calvin watched the group walk away and questioned Stell's use of "our own kinds." Stell cryptically responded, saying that the term starts with a V. Surprised, Calvin was about to say vampires, but Stell cut Calvin off, saying, "Veteran's son." He identified Calvin's polished boots as military and guessed correctly that Calvin had served in Korea, 2nd Infantry at the chosen reservoir. Stell then revealed he and his men were part of the 42nd Rainbow Division, the Fighting Canines. He assured Calvin that as long as he and the band were in town, they'd be under his watch. No one would touch them until the fair was over. Later that evening, Calvin followed the band through town. Dell, the lead singer, worried about their performance. His friends encouraged him to focus. Meanwhile, Calvin spotted a group of white punks tailing them and prepared for trouble. The punks tried to run Calvin off the road, causing a crash. Calvin emerged from his car and confronted one of them, Zachary, who charged at him. Calvin punched him hard. Bloodied, Zachary told Calvin he wasn't trying to hurt him. He warned that the band had been lured to town to be killed as part of a pattern of racist violence. Before he could explain more, Stell appeared. As Zachary pulled a gun and shouted defiance, Stell struck him with his cane, transforming into a monstrous vampire. He taunted Calvin, revealing the town's plan was always to kill the band just after the fair, so they could enjoy the music first. Stell then ripped through his skin and mutated into a terrifying, canine-like vampire. Calvin stood in shock, finally facing something truly new. Not a vampire he recognized, but a vicious breed unknown even to him. The Nocturnes, Part 2. Calvin faced off against the grotesque new vampires in the streets. As a taxonomist, he reflected on the thrill of discovering a new species. But with the undead, discovery usually meant a fight for survival. One of the monstrous vampires pinned Calvin down and sneered, asking if he had any last words. Calvin's eyes turned gold as he transformed and growled back, "Heal!" The two clashed violently. Calvin bit his attacker, ripping into him with his own fangs, but the creatures swarmed. Their claws tore through his flesh, and he began losing blood fast. Desperate, he fought back, calling them out as old bastards, but their numbers grew, charging with primal roars. A pickup truck screeched to a halt, and the young men from earlier pulled Calvin inside. The vampires pursued, leaping after the truck. One landed on the roof while the others chased. Inside, Calvin bled heavily. Zachary, the driver, panicked, and Calvin weakly said he needed something, then fully vamped out and screamed, "To feed!" Calvin lunged at Zachary, bloodlust taking over. Zachary tried to keep control of the truck, screaming as Calvin attacked. Meanwhile, one vampire clung to the truck roof, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Calvin found himself in a dream. He arrived at a peaceful neighborhood where his love Shay greeted him warmly. She was outside hanging laundry, but said she couldn't get the sheets clean. When Calvin approached her, he saw the sheets were stained with blood, and Shay's body was covered in bite wounds. She said she kept trying to come clean, but couldn't. As Calvin ran to her, she collapsed into his arms. He begged her to stay with him, shouting for help as he held her broken body. Calvin woke up panicked in a coffin and demanded to know why he was there. Zachary explained he thought it might help Calvin heal. Calvin said, "Not my kind." Calvin asked about the band, the Nocturnes, and was told they made it to the fair, but the dogs would likely attack them later. He asked what dogs meant. Zachary explained that the old vampire men call themselves the Flying Canines. They always do this, lure black musicians to town and then kill them. An old man said the bodies end up buried at the coloured graveyard across town, the one place the dogs avoided because of the shallow graves and odour. Calvin asked if no one noticed people going missing. The old man said his friends used to hang out here until they learned the truth. Calvin made a phone call to the Vassals of the Morning Star. Elsewhere, Dr. Hobbes and his team performed an autopsy on a vampire. Calvin explained the creatures were new, canine, and almost like werewolves. Hobbes confirmed it wasn't a vampire epidemic, but rather a closed pack. He identified the species as Homo abominum canis asiatic II, an ancient line of vampires thought extinct since the 10th century in East Asia. This group must have been turned overseas and escaped destruction. Calvin asked if they were a form of ancient vampire. The agents debated terminology, but Hobbes insisted on calling them abominations. He reminded Calvin of his mission to eliminate them. Calvin acknowledged they were vulnerable to silver, then asked where to get some. Zachary said, "Follow me." They collected a hidden stash of silver from the graves. Zachary explained they had planned to use it that night, but now feared his friends were already dead. Calvin assured him they'd fight. He asked for the silver, ready to help, and took out his bullet maker. The trail led Calvin to the Stell family farm, specifically the old VA hall behind the fairgrounds. That was where the creatures took their victims, to a preserved cellar in the basement where they kept them alive, feeding on them slowly over days and weeks. Calvin entered the house alone, passing through a room filled with military memorabilia and references to the canines. As he descended the basement steps, snarling echoed from below. Two monsters lunged at him. He shot one in the head, but another slashed at him, knocking him to the floor. Calvin managed to shoot again, hitting one, but was quickly overpowered. One vampire bit deep into his shoulder. Calvin struggled, trying to fight back, and finally bit the creature's throat out in a burst of blood. Pinned and bleeding, Calvin was mocked by the lead vampire Stell, who taunted him with racist slurs, saying he never belonged, and this was his discharge. Before the creature could finish him off, Zachary arrived and blew its brains out with a silver round. He stood over the corpse and quipped, "There's your discharge, asshole." Calvin, wounded but alive, was helped up and thanked him. Zachary said Calvin was the proof they needed. They found the missing friends still alive in the cages. Later, at the fair, Calvin watched the Nocturnes sing joyfully for the crowd. He reflected on how people called the times strange and full of change, and how everywhere they looked, there was something new. Calvin didn't know what to believe, but he saw something different in Midway. People of all races brought together by music, and that was enough for him. That night, a payphone rang. Calvin picked it up. It was Pearl. She urgently asked for his help. When he pressed her for what was wrong, she broke down crying. It was Henry. He had been killed. Lord of Nightmares. Part 1. In London, 1954, Agent Hobbes sat alone at a cafe when a cheerful young American tourist approached and asked if the seat was taken. After a cold stare, Hobbes allowed him to sit. The tourist quickly identified him, confirming he was Agent Hobbes. Hobbes referred to the man as Wren, but was stopped by him. Introducing himself as Tommy Glass from Dayton, Ohio, Tommy made small talk and joked about his Polaroid camera. Hobbes, cold and guarded, ignored the waitress and asked for the check, prompting Tommy to comment on his manners. Hobbes revealed that agents were stationed around them, Jenna with a gun behind a newspaper and Rudolph with a Colt .38 in her clutch. He warned Tommy that the object he sought was sealed away beyond reach and threatened to kill him if his reason for the meeting wasn't compelling. Tommy maintained a cheerful demeanour and snapped a photo of Hobbes, revealing the camera was brought to capture Hobbes specifically specifically. He declared that everything Hobbes believed in was a joke. Hobbes corrected him, insisting it wasn't an it they were guarding, but a he. This figure had been imprisoned by Hobbes's kind for over half a century, and no one had succeeded in freeing him. Tommy revealed the goal in one word: peace. Tommy then narrated how, in America, things were easy to obtain in a shattered world, like Class 13, U-boats and torpedoes. He highlighted how cheap and plentiful G7s had become, noting their power despite their size. As the narration continued, visuals depicted a submarine preparing to launch and a G7 torpedo cutting through water. Tommy explained that while G7s might not punch through 6 feet of concrete, they could still shake it enough to crack it, implying a targeted attack was already in motion beneath London. Tommy Glass smirked, saying all it took was one little crack to change things. A massive explosion ripped through the cafe, causing chaos. Hobbes, stunned, turned as flames erupted around him. Tommy mockingly told him to smile and snapped a Polaroid photo. As Hobbes fled, Tommy gleefully flipped through the developing shot, calling it a keeper. Hobbes scrambled through the streets, urgently radioing for confirmation that the coffin was still secure. Explosions continued as he rushed through alleyways, kicked through a door, and ran into a control room, shouting for updates. No one answered. His voice grew more desperate as he demanded confirmation. He reached a large chamber, opening it to a horrific scene: corpses torn apart, and a swarm of monsters feeding in a blood-soaked massacre. Hobbes was horrified. He whispered, "No, not again." A vampire woman suddenly smashed a skull on Hobbes's face. Grinning, she said, "Welcome to your worst nightmare." Meanwhile, in Paris, Augustus McCogan daydreamed in class until his teacher snapped him out of it. She reminded him to speak French and gave him a choice: explain what he was dreaming about or sit in the corner. He chose the latter. As the school day ended, Augustus exited with other students. His mother waited outside and greeted him warmly. She asked if he was ready to talk, and he hesitantly replied, "I guess." Paris asked about his C grade in math. Augustus admitted he couldn't concentrate and didn't know why. She reassured him, saying he had been doing well until recently, and she was just worried. He acknowledged her concern. Then he asked if his dad was good at math. She hesitated before smiling warmly, and they embraced. At home, she told him to finish homework before visiting his friend Marcel, then reconsidered, letting him go first. As he headed off, she pulled a revolver from a drawer and entered a dark room. There, a bloodied Agent Book, revealed to be Augustus's father, sat injured. She had smelled blood from the hallway. Hobbes, weary and hurt, said he couldn't stop the bleeding. She asked how she found him, and he admitted he wasn't truly off-grid. She accused him of stealing a vampire baby and using an experimental serum to make it human. He confirmed her suspicions, but believed they had an understanding. He thought she would leave him alone. Felicia said she had nowhere else to turn. Hobbes warned her the London station had just been destroyed. When she asked what was going on, Hobbes revealed an attack had taken place on the London headquarters of the Vassals of the Morning Star. Their hidden base had been located beneath Tower Bridge, constructed specifically to track and imprison a powerful vampire captured in 1872. The vampire had remained locked in a secret metal coffin beneath the base until today. The base was breached and the coffin taken. Finally, Hobbes told her the truth. The vampire inside was no ordinary creature. He was the king of the Carpathian species, capable of driving others into murderous rages through proximity alone. If resurrected, he could command all Carpathians. They were talking about the most powerful vampire on Earth, Dracula, Lord of Nightmares. Part 2. Felicia was skeptical about Hobbes's claim that Dracula was real. She called him a fictional character, but Hobbes explained that while the character Dracula was fictional, the vampire he was based on was very real. In 1892, an agent suffering from senility was cared for by a cousin, Bram Stoker, who based his novel on the vampire. Felicia asked if he was Carpathian, and Hobbes clarified, not just any Carpathian, he was the first, the Carpathian Prime, the index of the entire species. Felicia brought up Sweet, the index of the American vampire line, questioning how dangerous Dracula could be. Hobbes insisted Dracula was vastly different and showed her an artifact taken from the wreckage in London. He explained that they didn't know his real name or origin, but believed he was a Romanian lord in the early 15th century. The Carpathian strain began with him. Once transformed, he embraced vampirism with unmatched aggression. Dracula eventually turned his entire species against all other vampires, initiating a bloody war. He had the power to control others with his will, influencing Carpathians across great distances. Even in his sealed state, his evil influence leaked out. He had declared war on all vampire species that preceded the Carpathians. By the 1700s, he had nearly wiped out rival species and began targeting humanity. The Vassals of the Morning Star allowed it for too long. By 1872, they learned he planned to reach England, infect it, and spread to America. Agents intercepted his ship at sunset, staked him, slit his throat, and sealed him in a vault. Though believed neutralized, Dracula's influence endured. In 1888, Duke Albert visited the coffin and soon after committed the Whitechapel murders. From then on, no one was allowed into the vault again. His evil was unstoppable. Glass told Felicia that Dracula's coffin, which had remained sealed through decades of chaos, was now gone. He was out there. Felicia asked if he believed Dracula was still alive inside. Glass said yes, describing the evil as something with desire and will, not chemical. He said it was a voice, a hunger that wanted to reshape the world in its image. Gus interrupted, claiming he had a nightmare. As Felicia tucked him in, he asked if Dracula was real. She told him it was just stories and promised to talk in the morning. Later, Glass apologized for coming, saying he'd leave by morning. Felicia wanted to help, but reminded him this wasn't his war anymore. She worried for Gus, who had questions about his father and vampires. Glass said Agent McCogan would be proud of Gus. As they looked out the window, Felicia offered him a longer stay, but he trailed off, hiding the truth. In Calais, France, Soviet officers General Zhukov and Mikhail awaited a delivery. Mikhail was nervous about discovery, but Zhukov brushed it off, praising American tobacco. He then explained how the Americans were using all resources to outpace them. He believed their own forests and mountains held something even more powerful, and that Dracula's coffin might be the key. As a submarine surfaced, Glass appeared, greeting the general. He apologized for being late, citing traffic, then demanded a minute alone with the coffin. Despite protests, Zhukov granted the minute but imposed strict conditions. Glass had to strip completely, avoid tampering, and leave no injuries. If he broke the rules, Zhukov vowed to shoot him himself. Glass arrogantly accepted, saying he spoke for the vampire and, if needed, could also be his bite. Later, Glass stripped as instructed and entered the vault chamber with the coffin. Kneeling reverently, he addressed the being inside as "My Lord," offering a goodie and unlocking the coffin with a sense of twisted devotion. He claimed there was no door that could keep him from serving. As he opened the vault and knelt before it, he regurgitated a big dead rat, which he presented while murmuring, "Here." He gripped the rat tightly, blood spraying from its severed body. The moment blood dripped into the coffin, into Dracula's mouth, something within stirred. His twisted tongue slithered out to consume the blood. Suddenly, across Europe, humans and vampires alike felt the presence awaken. In Paris, a woman with glowing red eyes whispered her devotion. In a field, a vampire feasted on a body. On a train, passengers and crew were shown with red eyes, overtaken by the same will. The command echoed like a chant. Let your heart beat the drum. Let it sound your will. Let it call to your children. Even Augustus came under a trance from the calling. At home, Hobbes pored over classified documents and surveillance photos when Gus appeared in the doorway. Hobbes asked what he needed, and Gus, with a chilling blank look, answered simply, "I need to kill you." Lord of Nightmares, Part 3. Agent Hobbes tried to stop Gus as the boy raised a cleaver and screamed. Hobbes lunged and barely dodged as Gus slammed the blade into the table. Hobbes, wounded and panting, begged Gus to fight the influence inside him. He tied his belt around his arm, bracing for a confrontation, urging Gus to resist. But Gus, under Dracula's control, stabbed Hobbes in the side and growled that he knew everything. Dracula had told him about Hobbes's past crimes. As Gus advanced again, Felicia suddenly appeared and struck him unconscious from behind. Later, on a train through Thuringian Forest in Germany, Felicia held Gus in her lap. Hobbes confirmed Gus wasn't awake yet. He explained the tincture they gave Gus was derived from a vampire line bred by Carpathians to be controllable, but they rebelled. Their blood, however, offered immunity to Dracula's mental suggestions. Felicia demanded to know why Dracula had targeted Gus. Hobbes admitted he didn't know. Dracula shouldn't be this powerful unless someone, like like the Soviets, was feeding him blood. Normally, Dracula's influence only worked in close range, and only on Carpathians. When Felicia asked what made Gus vulnerable, Hobbes suggested Dracula might have chosen Gus to be his new Renfield, a servant possessed by Dracula's will. Hobbes explained that Renfields were humans controlled by Dracula to carry out his bidding, sharing his collective consciousness. There was no known way to free them aside from killing them. Hobbes had once encountered a man named Glass, who served as such a vessel. He insisted Dracula targeted Gus because of their American vampire lineage. He added that among all vampire species, the Carpathians were uniquely and deeply evil, neurologically damaged to suppress all goodness. As they passed through the snowy forest, wild predators feasted on kills, and Hobbes concluded Dracula was the worst of them all. Their stop had arrived. Felicia and Hobbes arrived at a snowy forest stop with Gus, and Felicia questioned the destination, seeing nothing there. Hobbes simply told her to follow. As they departed the train, Gus rested on Felicia's shoulder, visibly exhausted. Internally, Felicia noted the danger wasn't far. It was already upon them. Meanwhile, in another location, the Soviet officer Poole suddenly screamed that "it is upon you" before being shot in the head by General Zhukov. Zhukov told Glass that his master had made a grave mistake. Glass responded casually, but Zhukov made it clear they served no master but the Republic, and would erase both Glass and his master from history. Zhukov explained that Poole had not taken the protective serum, making him the sacrifice. The rest of the Soviet unit had taken the medicine to keep Dracula's influence out. As they prepared to kill Glass and Dracula, Glass still smiled. Zhukov demanded explosives, intending to kill them both. Glass tried to talk him down, but Zhukov revealed his simple orders: acquire the monster, the one they called the King of the Undead. Zhukov's orders also included transporting Dracula back to Moscow and destroying him if he resisted, but all his soldiers, chefs, and operatives were already under Dracula's influence. As Zhukov questioned Glass's oddly timed filming with a camera, Glass coyly responded, "Oh, no reason." Back in the snowy forest, Felicia and Hobbes reached a ruined stone structure. Felicia sensed something wrong. Hobbes confirmed her fear. Suddenly, a massive vampire beast attacked Hobbes. Felicia screamed his name and tried to reach him. As Hobbes struggled beneath the creature, Felicia snapped a branch, fashioned a makeshift stake, and prepared to strike. Before she could act, she was knocked down by a mysterious red-haired woman wielding a rifle. The woman ordered her to stay down. Felicia retaliated, fighting the woman and demanding she release Hobbes. Just as she prepared to shoot, another vampire attacked her from behind, and Hobbes screamed for her to look out. Felicia turned too late and was struck unconscious. Felicia regained consciousness under the watch of Benedict and his allies, Aidan and the beast-like creature. Benedict warned her not to resist again. When she threatened him, he calmly reminded her that any such attempt would fail. Hobbes tried to calm her, but Benedict accused her of being a VMS agent. She denied it. Hobbes introduced himself as a senior VMS agent and asked for Benedict's help, despite Benedict's outrage over the lives VMS had taken. Felicia, confused, asked who these people were. Hobbes explained they were part of a resistance called the Firsts, an ancient alliance of Homo habilis species almost wiped out by Carpathians, especially one, the king, who was now on the loose. Benedict claimed they knew the king had escaped and had been surviving in hiding for 2 centuries. Hobbes criticised their passivity and called them cowards. He asserted that they were only still alive because VMS allowed it. When Aidan punched him, Hobbes remained defiant, threatening to firebomb the place. Their tense standoff was interrupted by a blood-curdling scream. Gus, in a fit of terror, relived the massacre on the Soviet train. He screamed about corpses and death, repeating that they killed them all. Felicia tried to calm him as he stared at the blood-red sky. His mind fractured, saying, "And now, they're here!" Suddenly, the earth trembled. A horde of vampires gathered outside the ruin, ready for war. The invasion had begun. Lord of Nightmares. Part 4. The Carpathians swarmed across the surface, their numbers overwhelming as they neared the structure. One vampire clawed at the walls, ready to breach. Inside, Hobbes warned Benedict that they needed to escape immediately, but Benedict insisted on savouring the moment, gloating about Hobbes's impending death. Hobbes reminded him that it wasn't him who brought the vampires, it was their king. Aidan claimed the king was still shackled, but the sounds from the door proved otherwise. Outside, the vampire horde burst through, tearing into the defenders. The trap in the tunnels had failed. Felicia confronted Benedict, revealing she knew he made a deal with the Russians and accusing him of bringing the Carpathians. Benedict denied it, blaming her instead. Hobbes pleaded to Benedict to at least save Felicia and Gus. Felicia, equally desperate, said she wanted to know the truth too and begged to be freed so they could unite against the king. Benedict finally called to Brune to seal the door. As the monstrous vampire crashed through, Hobbes begged Benedict to get them out. The enemy flooded in. Felicia shouted that they were inside. Benedict ordered the ultraviolet cannon readied. As the Carpathians rushed in, the weapon fired a blinding beam, temporarily halting the enemy, but it was only a brief delay. Hobbes, Felicia, and the others fled down the corridor. Hobbes and Benedict led them toward an escape hatch. They reached a hidden hangar with a plane. As the horde closed in, everyone scrambled aboard. The doors opened slowly, and Gus screamed out as the vampires lunged at the window. The plane roared into the air just ahead of the pursuing horde, while Felicia comforted Gus, assuring him they had made it. Hobbes tried to thank Benedict, but Benedict dismissed it, saying he only kept them alive to bring them to the council for judgment. Hobbes offered to go wherever Benedict wanted after they stopped the king, demanding to know where the Russians were taking him. Benedict revealed the king's body was en route to a military bunker in Moscow, where he would remain imprisoned and used by the Soviets. Hobbes insisted the body needed to be destroyed before it could be restored. Benedict scoffed at Hobbes's faith in VMS, recalling how close they came to losing the king during the Blitz. He said the world now belonged to Americans and Russians, not relics like the VMS, and that the king belonged in their hands. As Benedict ordered Brune to head north for a council meeting, Hobbes pressed him, calling him out for running. Brune challenged Hobbes, asking what he knew of running or living with Dracula's voice in his head. Hobbes reminded them he'd lived with the king's voice in his mind every day since his youth. He recounted his past, joining the police, having a wife and son, and the moment the king possessed him. He recalled the horror of killing his own family with an axe under the king's influence. Now, Hobbes asked Benedict to verify if the body was really secure. If it was, they could turn him in, but if not, they had to act. Felicia supported Hobbes, urging Benedict to be sure. Benedict reluctantly ordered Brune to turn the plane south. They pinpointed the High Tatras line as the transport route and reached there only to find the German troop massacred. The group stood over the dying General Zhukov, who collapsed in the snow after being interrogated by Hobbes. When asked about the train carrying the coffin, Zhukov coughed and cryptically replied that it was right where it was supposed to be, at the Kozmin Bridge, where a Russian military convoy had set an ambush. As the train approached, the soldiers detonated explosives, destroying the bridge and sending the train crashing into the chasm below. Zhukov clarified that the attackers believed they had won, but in truth, the American-named Glass had already removed the coffin from the train. Meanwhile, Gus looked at the general's photo and recalled that the general said they were taking him home at last. Back with Hobbes's group, the mystery of home was discussed. Hobbes explained that the earliest records of the king placed his original fortress on an island off the coast of Romania. However, there was a second throne, an ominous site that had to be stopped from being reached. Benedict, acknowledging Hobbes was right, informed Aidan via radio to change course west. Hobbes warned that they needed to intercept the king before he reached the second throne. Benedict, skeptical, claimed the Russians were already feeding him and had an army. Hobbes insisted that they had no choice. If the king reached the throne, he'd have influence over the entire world. Hobbes revealed a document taken from a high-ranking enemy and described the throne. It was an amplifier capable of projecting the king's will to every vampire on Earth. If he was connected to it, no place would remain safe. It would be the end of them all. A monstrous iron chair rigged with restraints and wired for power, a weapon of mass control. Lord of Nightmares. Part 5. Off the coast of the Black Sea, the group prepared for their mission. Benedict read an old VMS file by Agent Hobbes and mocked the thoroughness of the reports. Despite Benedict's trust in Brune's enhanced vision, Hobbes kept using binoculars, prompting light bickering. Below deck, Felicia reassured Gus that when they sank the ship carrying Dracula, the nightmares would stop. Gus, haunted by dreams of fangs and shadows, missed dreaming of his father and struggled with the darkness invading his thoughts. Felicia promised they'd make it stop. Brune spotted the target, an ominous vessel heading toward the island. Felicia questioned how they were sure it was the right one, and Benedict confidently confirmed There was no other destination for such a large cargo. Brune and Aidan both affirmed it. On board that ship, the presence of a vampire, possibly Dracula's servant, also confirmed it was the correct vessel. As Hobbes and Benedict departed in a small boat, Gus tried to convince his mother to go with them. He insisted she was like the others, brave and strong. Felicia agreed, and Gus asked her to help destroy Dracula for him. She promised to return. Aidan and Brune stayed there with Gus. As the group approached the target ship, Hobbes apologized to Felicia for dragging her into this, but she said she was glad he did. Hobbes reflected on his attempt to raise Gus off the grid, but admitted he might be doing more harm than good. Benedict reassured Felicia that she had become someone her parents would be proud of. Hobbes even expressed unexpected respect for Benedict. Once under the enemy ship, they secured explosives. Hobbes gave the order, and they launched the explosives, but the explosion barely scratched the surface of the ship. Hobbes muttered, "Damn." The detonation on the vampire ship failed to destroy it, forcing the team to consider infiltrating and taking it down from within. They watched as divers began boarding the vessel. On their boat, Gus noticed something alarming. Glass had climbed aboard. He incapacitated Brune with mercury bullets and Aidan with phosphorus rounds. Gus shouted in panic. Meanwhile, a brutal fight erupted aboard Dracula's ship. Benedict, Felicia, and Hobbes gunned down the attacking vampires, trying to hold the line. Suddenly, Felicia saw a flare fired from Gus's ship. Hobbes urged her to go help Gus, promising they'd swim back. On board, Gus confronted Glass, who claimed he wasn't there to hurt him, but Gus saw through it and shot him in the face with a flare gun. As half of Glass's face burned, he only grinned and pursued Gus into the ship. Felicia reached Gus's boat just in time. Back on Dracula's ship, Hobbes and Benedict fought off the vampire horde below deck. As Hobbes entered a red-lit staircase, Benedict slammed the door shut behind him. He transformed into his monstrous form and held the attackers back. As Dracula's minions tore into him, Benedict used his last breath to tell Hobbes to do what he did best: kill the vampires. Hobbes descended deeper with the explosives and found the coffin chamber empty. Meanwhile, Glass stalked Gus through the ship. He reminisced about playing hide-and-seek with his sister and always finding her. He said his master had special plans for Gus, worse than becoming the next in line. As Gus trembled in the shadows, holding his breath, Glass pounced and grabbed him, whispering, "Gotcha!" Inside the red-lit chamber of Dracula's ship, Hobbes stumbled upon the coffin, but it was already open. He was suddenly pulled into a vision. Before him appeared his long-dead wife Annette and son William, calling out to him. Annette greeted him warmly, but Hobbes denied their reality in disbelief. William begged not to be hurt again. Annette stared coldly, asking why he had hurt them in the first place. Hobbes cried for it to stop, but William, now holding an axe, asked again, "Why, Daddy?" The illusion twisted into a nightmare. Meanwhile, the shadowy form of Dracula loomed over him, mocking the pain. As Hobbes tried to resist, the ghost of William attacked. He slashed Hobbes's arms and legs. It was actually Dracula tearing Hobbes apart while he hallucinated. Dracula and the spectres denied him the chance to light the fuse on the explosives. Hobbes collapsed, bleeding out, but muttered that it wasn't a fuse, it was a timer. As the vision faded, he weakly warned Dracula, "Hope you brought your swim trunks, asshole." A massive explosion rocked the ship. Felicia screamed as she witnessed the blast engulf Dracula's vessel. On deck, she found Gus gone and chased after him in panic. She called out for him, horrified. Inside the burning hull, she found him, kneeling beside Glass's twisted dead body. Gus had turned. He had fed. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his eyes were hollow. Felicia approached slowly. Gus, devastated, muttered he didn't mean to. She embraced him, saying, "Come here, hero." Brune and Aidan stood by silently as the burning wreck drifted behind them. Felicia reassured herself and them, "He's going to be all right." Later, the team regrouped. Agent Bixby confirmed Gus was indeed a vampire, but not Carpathian. The serum only suppressed the vampire strain in him. Dracula had sensed that Gus's strain couldn't be controlled, and he wanted to use him to breed a new army of American vampires. Thanks to Hobbes's sacrifice, Dracula was dead. Felicia spoke of how Hobbes had always believed in her. Despite her reluctance, Bixby asked her to lead the VMS. She hesitated, but the others supported her. Bixby talked to her about taking VMS in a new direction, not against vampires, but against evil, and she had all the liberty to make new alliances. Felicia accepted her role in the war and left with Gus to tell him about his father, ready to move forward. The Blacklist. Part 1. In 1954, California, Pearl Preston drove through the desert, reflecting on the past she tried to bury. Demons, trauma, and the monsters behind her. Her thoughts lingered on the recent news, old scars and the nights she couldn't sleep, haunted by memories of near death and betrayal. Despite her husband Henry's comforting words, she admitted she still felt them getting closer. Pearl parked near the old Hollywood sign, the place where it all started, where she was almost killed. She tried to see it now as it was, a place of dreams and light, not blood and betrayal. But a noise from her trunk shattered that illusion. A vampire inside begged for his life, and her past rushed back in. She interrogated the vampire, demanding to know who sent him. He gave vague answers and then bolted. Pearl chased him, revealing that for 30 years she and Henry had been in hiding from vampires like him. 2 days earlier, the same vampire disguised himself as a salesman, attacked Henry, and left him for dead. Pearl tracked him down and caught up to him tonight. The vampire hissed and attacked, but Pearl fought back in her American vampire form. He admitted he lied and would never give her answers. She told him she already knew that. She just wanted to watch him burn. As the sun rose over Hollywood, she pinned him down and let the sunrise incinerate him. Later at Los Angeles County Hospital, Pearl returned to Henry's side. Cal asked how the errand went, and she said she didn't get much, only that the vampire wasn't working alone. Calvin reassured her that at least she got the attacker. They embraced, and Pearl thanked him. At Henry's bedside, Calvin said the doctors had given grim news about his organs. Pearl feared he wouldn't survive. Calvin asked if she had considered turning Henry into a vampire, and she admitted she had, but Henry had made her promise never to because he didn't want her to make that choice out of fear. Pearl had honoured that promise, even if it broke her heart. As she lay beside him, there was a knock on the door. Dr. Loomis entered, introducing himself and suggesting Henry be moved to the ICU in the West Wing, citing better staff presence. Pearl said she had no problem if Dr. Parks thought it was okay. Loomis said he does. Pearl coldly mentioned Dr. Parks was a woman. With their cover down, Loomis and the nurses suddenly revealed their fangs and attacked. Calvin and Pearl fought back. Pearl slashed Loomis's throat, while Calvin stabbed a vampire nurse in the eye with a pen. One nurse bit Calvin, but he retaliated. Pearl grabbed the last one, hissed, and hurled her through the window. With the threat gone, Pearl rushed to Henry. Calvin confirmed he seemed okay. Pearl, frustrated, argued they couldn't protect Henry on their own anymore. She still resented the VMS, but Calvin insisted they needed help, especially now that Hobbes was away. They travelled to the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, where Calvin introduced Pearl to Senior Agent Bixby, head of the West Coast Division of the Vassals of the Morning Star. Bixby praised Pearl's past work and mentioned how highly Agent Poole spoke of her and Henry. Pearl asked about Henry, and Bixby confirmed he'd been moved to their underground medical bay beneath the observatory. The group took an elevator below the surface. Beneath the observatory was the hidden West Coast headquarters of the VMS, filled with eerie containment tanks and high-tech labs. As they walked through the lab, lined with glowing tubes containing skeletal remains and bodies, Bixby announced, "Here we are." Agent Bixby gave Pearl and the others a quick tour of the new VMS West Coast headquarters, noting they were still fixing some bugs, but proud of the place. Pearl asked where Henry was. Bixby took her to him, showing him hooked to high-end medical machines. He assured her Henry was stable and would be closely monitored. Pearl, teary-eyed, admitted she felt better, though she missed Hobbes. Calvin reassured her that Hobbes would be back soon. Pearl confided her discomfort with hidden motives. Every gift, she said, had a cost. Bixby got to the point. He believed the vampire who attacked Henry belonged to a large coven in Los Angeles. Calvin had wiped out many nests before, but this coven's leader kept his vampires hidden through ties with elite Hollywood. This leader might be linked to the coven Pearl, and Henry destroyed back in 1925. Bixby suspected the ringleader could be Bloch. Either way, someone in Hollywood was using industry influence to hide vampires in the homes of stars. Calvin explained that fear kept these actors loyal. The coven had grown bold, and Bixby said they'd already lost 5 VMS agents recently. He wasn't asking for a favour. He was asking her to join the war. He handed her the blacklist, a document listing Hollywood insiders suspected of harbouring vampires. Pearl asked if she was expected to knock on doors and ask. Bixby said she'd have a partner. Pearl was stunned to see Skinner Suite, alive and in a suit. She asked how he'd survived. Sweet only quoted Twain, "Rumours of my death have been a great pile of bullshit." Bixby explained why they needed Pearl. Her sensitivity to other vampires made her invaluable. Pearl cut him off, saying she had tried to live how Henry wanted, but now Henry was dying. She agreed to help under one condition. Calvin must stay with Henry. She armed herself, and with Sweet grinning beside her, Pearl declared, "Let's kill them all." The Blacklist, Part 2. 30 years earlier, Pearl arrived in Los Angeles at age 25, full of hope and ambition. She stayed at a cheap boarding house where the owner, Mrs. Donner, warned the new girls to be careful who they trusted. When Donner singled her out as someone who'd struggle with that, Pearl took offense and left the same night, convinced the woman was wrong. She spent a week at the bus station before moving into another room. A year later, she was dead. In 1954, Pearl returned to Los Angeles for the first time in decades. This time with Skinner Sweet, she reflected grimly on how she now stood beside one of the most dangerous undead creatures, hunting vampires hidden by Hollywood's elite. She figured Mrs. Donner would be smug. They posed as agents from the House Un-American Activities Committee and approached a mansion owned by Wells White. The butler greeted them coldly, but White himself soon invited them in, jokingly ordering them shot before claiming it was humour. Inside, White pretended to recall a Preston family from Austria, calling it a coincidence. Pearl and Sweet made it clear they were there to discuss past acquaintances. White agreed to talk, leading them through his property while feeding his cats, who turned out to be wild big cats. Pearl sensed no vampires, but caught the scent of blood. Sweet did too. They joked about Shakespeare and stayed alert. As the cats roared behind a gate, White fed them and delivered a monologue about individualism, claiming his films were about selfishness and learning to survive. Sweet questioned White's associations. Pearl warned him they suspected poor decisions and gave him a chance to come clean. White responded with a metaphor about starving lions in his youth, stating that totalitarianism held no truth. Instead, he believed in selfishness. As Pearl and Sweet exchanged glances, White assured them he had nothing to hide and revealed he shared their hatred of communists. But out by his car, White's butler escorted a robed vampire to the car secretly. Pearl and Sweet saw that. Pearl spotted the red scarf from earlier and ran toward it, confirming the presence of the vampire. Skinner taunted Wells as Pearl closed in. Wells admitted they had caught him and mockingly agreed to come, but pressed a button to release the lions, saying he just wanted to finish feeding his cats. The big cats lunged at Skinner, mauling him. Pearl shouted his name and charged as Skinner kicked one off, yelling at her to get the red-eyed vampire. Pearl sprinted and transformed, claws extending and fangs bared. The butler tried to shoot her, calling her an animal, but Pearl hurled him away. The butler landed on the car and it crashed at the gate, and a monstrous vampire leapt out. It hissed at Pearl, calling her an American mongrel and warning that their sire knew all about her and would come for them all. Pearl ignited it with sunlight, silencing it mid-threat. Meanwhile, Skinner was pinned under lions. Wells gloated about how the female cats preferred to make it last, clamping down and suffocating prey, a technique trappers called the deep kiss. But Skinner, now transformed and enraged, killed the lion with a joke and turned on the others with ferocity. Wells saw Skinner's fangs and realized he was one of them, though of a different kind. Skinner confirmed it mockingly. Pearl cornered Wells, enraged about her husband being hospitalized. She revealed that the vampire hidden in Wells's house belonged to the coven that had attacked Henry. Now she was embracing the idea of making it last. Wells panicked as both Skinner and Pearl closed in. Pearl growled for him to pucker up, and Wells, terrified, finally gave in, offering to talk and begging them not to hurt him. A sniper shot Wells in the head just as he was about to reveal more. Pearl screamed in shock while Skinner rushed to his side. The sniper sped off, and though Skinner wanted to go after him, Pearl insisted they leave before the cops arrived. They walked off, leaving behind the dead cats and bodies. She noted that the informant wasn't just afraid of them, he was terrified of something else too. Later, Pearl and Skinner parked overlooking the city. After some quiet, Pearl asked Skinner if he was going to tell her what had happened to him. Skinner dismissed the question. She pushed, reminding him she was there for him, but he downplayed it, saying he was still doing what he always had, wreaking havoc just now with a paycheck. He reminded her of how she'd once stabbed him, yet now she cared. Skinner admitted he noticed a change in her too, and he liked it. Pearl said they needed to report in, and Skinner agreed to join her shortly. Later, Pearl visited Henry at the VMS base, hooked up to machines, barely alive. She clung to the hope that he might recover, though Agent Bixby warned against it. She repeated, he might, holding his hand. Afterward, Bixby offered Pearl blood matching her husband's type, though it wouldn't taste the same. Pearl ignored the offer and confronted him about Skinner. She demanded to know what kind of control they had over him. Bixby reluctantly revealed a secret device called the PRV, a parval release valve, implanted into Skinner's bloodstream via a wound Pearl had made during their earlier mission. It allowed the agency to remotely release harmful substances to paralyze or kill vampires. In Skinner's case, gold dust. Bixby admitted he had been worried about pairing Pearl with Skinner, but noted the success of their mission. Pearl dismissed the danger, saying she could handle herself. She walked off as Bixby said he'd take his dinner. Meanwhile, in a gothic chamber, a dark figure, the mastermind vampire, addressed a vampire coven. He promised they would wait for the perfect time to destroy Pearl piece by piece. The attack, he said, would come from the one she trusted most, her maker, Skinner Sweet. The Blacklist, Part 3. In 1929, Pearl arrived at a small cottage calling out for Henry. She found him inside, reminiscing over a box of old records he had recorded during his studio days. Pearl teased him about his wild single days, while he brushed it off and asked her to put one on. They relaxed together, listening to the music from the gramophone. As the song played, a bluesy track with poetic lyrics, Pearl joked about the tradition of crossroads in old songs. Henry said it was just part of the style, urging her to listen to the lyrics. The song described a woman named Pearl, a flower of blackest sun. She caught on that he was singing about her. As they listened, Henry grew emotional, saying that he knew even then that Pearl was the one he'd asked to marry him. He pulled out a ring and formally proposed, asking, "Will you let me make an honest vampire out of you?" Back in the present, Pearl sat by Henry's hospital bed, holding that same record. It was dated June 1929, marked for Pearl. She reflected on their past, and Agent Calvin Poole gently joked about Henry's musical skills, especially his terrible whistling. Pearl laughed, saying she always loved that part of him, even when it drove her crazy. She thanked Calvin not just for his help, but for being there for both of them. Pearl then told Calvin he should stay with Henry while she went to confront Sweet. Calvin agreed. Pearl warned him that someone had exposed their hiding place and that she only trusted Calvin. She insisted she was close to finding the one behind the vampire coven. Calvin hesitated, but agreed to let her go. Pearl, determined, said she could handle herself. She was an old hand at killing vamps now. Pearl and Skinner pulled up in their convertible before a sprawling hilltop mansion. Pearl read aloud the nameplate, Danny Donegan. Skinner grumbled at the snappy moniker and recalled Donegan's casting stint on the film Atlantis. Pearl teased that Donegan must still have her reel in storage. Skinner muttered, "Over my dead," before he and Pearl spotted something on the driveway. Suddenly, Danny's henchman threw a grenade at their car. Pearl screamed, "Out! Now!" and Skinner shoved her clear just as the grenade detonated beneath the chassis, hurling them into the air in a fiery blast. They tumbled to cover in the trees, while a machine gun-totting goon on the mansion's balcony raked them with bullets. Gold bullets, Skinner realised, that clanged harmlessly off their wrists. Skinner urged Pearl deeper into the woods. He sprinted back into the open, blazing away with his pistol, and even quipped "wrong genre, asshole," as he returned fire. When the barrage finally slackened, Pearl and Skinner edged toward the mansion's front. Inside, its grand foyer was strewn with shattered furniture and lamp-shaded bullet holes. Pearl held a blood sniffer device. "Do you smell them?" she asked. Skinner scanned with his detector. "A lot, somewhere low, but I can't get a bead." They wandered through a billiard room, Skinner recalling rumours that Donegan had been a rum runner, smuggling booze from ships to LA County. Pearl tapped a hidden switch on a pool table, opening a door to a dark cavern beneath the mansion. A series of stone stairs led them into a winding cave. "You hear that? A boat! Come on!" urged Pearl, but Skinner froze as a pack of red-eyed Carpathian vampires hissing and slavering, emerged from the shadows. Pearl barked, "Go after the boat! I can handle these two." Skinner bolted up the stairs. Pearl steadied her revolver and opened fire on the advancing undead, steel determination in every shot. In the echoing cavern, bullets tore through vampire flesh as she vowed once more that nothing would stand between her and the ones who had hurt her husband. Pearl chased down the escaping boat, launching herself aboard before smashing through a window. One vampire asked if the Americans were pursuing, but another said they had to go south to regroup. Pearl interrupted, stating their lot had already found them. Inside, she fought a group of vampires who mocked her with gold-coated nails, saying they were made just for her. Pearl tore through them, exchanging brutal hits, claws and bullets. Despite the fight, she was wounded, and one vampire bit into her neck. Later, Skinner found her bloodied on the dock, cradling her in his arms and feeding her vampire blood from his hand to speed her healing. When Pearl questioned what he was doing, Skinner explained it was a trick he'd learned. Blood from their kind heals fast. Pearl insisted she was fine and eager to keep hunting. She guessed only 5 targets remained and wanted to keep moving before sunset. Skinner doubted her readiness and suggested she slow down. Pearl admitted she wasn't just charging ahead out of duty. She was trying to protect what remained of her life with Henry. Skinner noticed she was acting like someone who had nothing left to lose. Pearl broke down, saying she was scared and lost. She had always known this moment would come, where Henry wouldn't be there anymore, but she'd convinced herself it could last. Skinner listened quietly. He told her that everything ends eventually, except for them, and for creatures like them, that could be the best or worst thing in the world. For him, it was a nightmare. Pearl confessed she couldn't bear to see Henry like that again. It hurt too much. She asked Skinner to take her to the next target instead. He embraced her tightly, and the two kissed, overwhelmed by emotion. Back at the base, Calvin played the record Henry had made for Pearl. As the song played, Calvin listened to the lyrics describing Pearl, while Henry stirred and woke up. He asked, "Where's Pearl?" At the same time, Pearl and Skinner made love in the setting sun. The Blacklist, Part 4. Pearl sat beside Henry as he lay in bed, recalling a childhood memory of watching her mother examine the aging marks on her legs. Her father had said skin was just paper, a map of life. That image stuck with Pearl, especially after becoming a vampire and realizing her skin no longer bore marks or scars, blank forever. She had told Henry about that fear once, and he had comforted her, promising to be her map. She remembered loving him more in that moment than ever before. Henry stirred, whispered her name, and slowly woke. Pearl cupped his face gently, and when he asked what he'd missed, she smiled and said, "Oh, nothing much." She stopped him from speaking further, urging him to rest. Henry joked he'd rested enough to last into the 60s and asked if she had been all right. Pearl teared up and admitted she hadn't. He pulled her close and warned her never to scare him like that again. She promised, and he asked if they were in a normal hospital. Pearl said no and explained how Calvin helped them get into the VMS base after she couldn't protect him at the hospital. Henry realized she was working with the VMS and questioned if they had her doing missions. She confirmed it and revealed Skinner was working with them too. Henry was shocked to hear Skinner Sweet was alive. Pearl explained that Skinner was under control, then changed the subject, saying they had a chance to end the California Coven and stop running. Henry, though, said it never felt like hiding. He understood her intentions and said he knew she just wanted to be safe with him again. Pearl gave him a photo album she'd assembled, and Henry was touched. They looked through their memories together, laughing and reminiscing over decades of photos, from the 1950s to their wedding day in 1929, and even earlier. They spoke of times at Arrowhead, Taipan, their old home, and the first time they met. Looking at their younger selves, they walked down old memories. Pearl struggled with guilt as she told Henry she wasn't sure she could bring herself to change him again if something went wrong. She apologized for how lost she'd felt recently and for the things she'd done. A nurse interrupted to switch out Henry's IV, and Pearl held back what she wanted to say. Henry reassured her that they could talk later. She promised to return soon, telling him she loved him. Henry replied that he loved her too, but insisted insisted they would discuss it later. Elsewhere, Skinner was packing weapons. Pearl found him and asked where he was going. He said he was after the next name on the list. When Pearl asked if he planned to go without her, he said yes. She pleaded with him to wait just an hour so she could be there once Henry stabilized, but Skinner refused, stating there was no time to waste. The Coven leader was moving locations again. Pearl insisted she could join him shortly, but Skinner dismissed her urgency, saying she was behind the times. Pearl confronted him about their night together in the cave, but Skinner brushed it off crudely. She tried to get him to take things seriously, but he snapped, recounting how he found her 30 years ago and used her as a distraction. He said she was just a tool, someone too good and naive to do anything other than go after Bloch and his coven. He claimed he never cared about her and still didn't, calling her a passing amusement. He told Pearl to let him leave, or else he will rip her throat out. Skinner rode off on his motorcycle, leaving Pearl behind. Later, Pearl rejoined her team at headquarters. She pretended she was fine, but clearly carried the emotional weight of the confrontation. The group discussed new intel. Bloch was moving his forces, possibly regrouping. Pearl confronted the agents about Bloch's movements and the risk of another attack. Though they acknowledged the danger, they had no concrete signs of a larger plan. Agent Bixby praised Pearl and Henry's efforts, but offered no real comfort. He admitted he couldn't live with the uncertainty either, only manage it by hunting vampires every day. He extended an open invitation to Pearl to keep fighting with them, though she said her only goal was to take down Bloch, who had ruined her life. Bixby revealed the gold from Donegan's wound came from a defunct 1920s film prop paint brand called Kingley. Pearl recalled it being used in movies. Though vague, she suggested combining this clue with the vampire comment about the lot from earlier. Preston guessed it could mean the desert prop graveyard, though it sounded unlikely. Pearl insisted on checking it out anyway, saying if it was a sunny day and her kind had to rest, it was the best time for her to move. Pearl travelled to the junk-strewn graveyard, where broken film props littered the land. She cautiously moved through the ruins, gun in hand. Bloch revealed himself, cloaked and monstrous. He called it a fitting setting and mocked Pearl as part of the fake world he'd once helped shape. Pearl charged him, but Bloch's human servants attacked. She fought back fiercely, gunning them down, but was eventually overwhelmed. Bloodied and surrounded, Pearl was restrained. Bloch declared her a guest, not a corpse yet. Pearl, defiant, corrected him. It was Mrs. Preston. She ridiculed the Coven's leadership, calling it pathetic, but Bloch admitted he wasn't the true leader anymore. He said he handed control to the one who saved them all, their real queen. Pearl's expression changed to horror as the leader stepped into view. Hattie Hargrove, grinning with a scarred face. Hattie greeted Pearl casually, asking if she missed her. The Blacklist. Part 5. Hattie mocked Pearl, asking for a hug or kiss as her best friend. Pearl snarled back, daring her to come closer, but Hattie only smirked, admiring Pearl's spirit, before ordering her to be chained. As the cloaked vampires restrained her, Pearl fought back, but Hattie taunted her, reminiscing about their past and suggesting they could reconnect. Pearl sarcastically agreed, only to say she'd return a gold star right into Hattie's face. That triggered a memory in Hattie. She recalled the moment the gold-plated star was melting into her skull. She had almost died then, but Bloch saved her, recognizing something special in her. Bloch had taken her in and set her up in private, away from public view, where she underwent painful experimentation under a sadistic scientist. Though tough, she claimed the torment taught her resilience. Hattie admitted she didn't belong in the Hollywood dream. She reflected on walking away from it all, failing to become what she imagined. Just like Pearl had left LA with Henry. She remembered smashing bottles in rage, realizing she wouldn't be the girl on the screen anymore. That pain made her angry and bitter. She told Pearl how she searched across California for her, eventually giving up, feeling frustrated and lost without her best friend. Hattie described going through the motions of life, seeing movies again, and how they reminded her of what Pearl once said about using movies to transport people to make them forget. Then one night, Hattie saw a cheap horror flick about a girl injected with spider blood. The monster girl was feared, but turned it around and became a queen. That inspired Hattie. She saw herself in that character. Once a freak, now powerful, she decided she'd do the same. With that revelation, she left the theatre, spilling her popcorn, and walked into her new purpose. Later, Hattie ran towards the vampires who chased a terrified girl through the streets. She arrived just in time, beheading one of them and slashing through the rest, saving the girl. Elsewhere in the sewers, a group of ancient vampires complained about being hunted into hiding by the Vassals and Skinner suite. One proposed attacking before it was too late, but another argued it was already too dangerous. Suddenly, Hattie arrived with a mock greeting and severed heads in hand. Despite initial hostility, she offered them a business proposition to join forces rather than fight. The vampires were shocked, but agreed. Hattie recounted how her partnership with Bloch began and how she convinced the old coven to trust them again. She credited herself for charming her way into power and declared pride in the thriving coven she'd built. She taunted Pearl, who was now shackled and on her knees, vowing vengeance. Pearl warned that she and Skinner had been working their way through Hattie's allies, but Hattie revealed that the list Pearl had been hunting was a distraction, sacrifices to keep her busy, while Hattie prepared for a full-scale invasion of the VMS headquarters. As cloaked figures advanced on the VMS base, Hattie revealed her real plan: to destroy the entire VMS and everyone inside. She revealed that Skinner Sweet had been her partner from the beginning, helping her build the coven in exchange for removing the control device in his chest. Hattie gloated to Pearl, saying they shared a common enemy in the VMS and in Pearl herself. Pearl was horrified upon realizing Henry was in danger. Hattie mocked her, saying it was fun being single and that girlfriends trump boyfriends. As she walked away, Hattie promised to bring Pearl a souvenir from Henry, leaving Pearl in chains, screaming. Pearl, chained and furious, warned Bloch she'd kill him, but he mockingly assured her she'd have company, himself. He taunted her with a prop from one of their old films, a trident with gold leaf tips, and drove it into her shoulder, triggering a pained scream. Elsewhere, chaos broke out at the VMS base as Skinner Sweet betrayed the team. He gunned down attacking vampires and infiltrated the base's armory, declaring his resignation while preparing to sabotage from within. Bogman, betrayed, accused him of treachery, but Skinner coolly justified his actions, calling it part of his and Hattie's plan. Back at the junkyard, Pearl broke part of her chain during the torture. She swore revenge, vowing to escape. Bloch, unbothered, said he might even welcome it when that day came, but for now would enjoy himself. Just as he raised his trident again, Calvin arrived, slicing Bloch's head off in a swift strike. He broke Pearl's chains and helped her up. Pearl, shaken, urged Calvin to rush back. They had to stop Hattie, who was on her way to the VMS base with an army. Calvin carried Pearl to the car, and they drove off in urgency. Pearl knew they had to stop Hattie before she killed everyone, especially Henry. At the base, Hattie loomed over a restrained and unconscious Henry, her monstrous grin glowing in the dark. Her claws were ready, and she greeted him coldly. "Hey there, lover boy." The Blacklist, Part 6. As Pearl and Calvin sped toward the VMS base, Pearl demanded to know why Calvin didn't stay with Henry. Calvin explained that if he had stayed, Henry would have asked why he didn't save Pearl instead. He made a choice. Pearl insisted it was the wrong call, fearing they might be too late. At the VMS base, an explosion rocked the facility. Hattie, accompanied by Skinner and cloaked vampires, explained to a captive Henry that the bottle break was what she and Pearl used to call giving up on their dreams. She recalled how many like them couldn't take the struggle. She admitted she always had a crush on Henry, and now that Pearl was out of the picture, she wanted to end Henry and Pearl's story. Hattie cut her wrist to bleed into Henry's mouth, intending to turn him into her slave. Skinner objected, saying it wasn't part of the plan. Hattie dismissed him, saying these vampires were hers, and she did as she pleased. Her revenge was to turn Pearl's love into something monstrous. She taunted Skinner for possibly loving Pearl too, but he denied it, saying he just didn't want more vampires like them on Earth. Hattie mocked him as a whipped dog. Skinner snapped, slapping her and declaring he was her maker, and Pearl's too. He was their daddy. Hattie lunged, biting him savagely and yelling it was poetic justice. She ordered her minions to attack. As they piled on Skinner, he screamed and tried to fight back, demanding they stop. Pearl stormed through the flames, claws extended, and ordered everyone to back away from Skinner. Her voice was sharp. She was done playing. Hattie mocked her, claiming Pearl's part in the story had already been cut. But Pearl, teeth bared and eyes burning, snarled back that she'd written herself back in. The two women lunged at each other in a brutal clash of claws and fury. Pearl accused Hattie of never being satisfied, slashing across her. Hattie struck back, and the brawl escalated violently. Pearl reminded her that she could have left things alone, left Pearl and Henry to live in peace. Hattie hurled Pearl through a glass display and taunted her, calling it a life lesson. She grabbed a thick bone, threatening to beat the lesson in. As she swung wildly, Pearl pushed back with everything she had. Hattie screamed that she would never let them be in peace, ever, as blows landed hard. Hattie mocked Pearl's naivety, saying she was foolish to think she could have a happy life with Henry. Pearl fired back, saying the past always catches up. Atlantis, the pain, the betrayal. She claimed she was there now to take it all away, just as Pearl had once done to her. Pearl stabbed her with the same gold-tipped knife from their past. So ironically, she was in a way the brains of the operation. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Blam! Blam! Hattie staggered, a hole in her head, blood pouring. Her knife dropped. Henry stood behind them, gun in hand. He had blown Hattie's brains out with a gold bullet, declaring, "Not anymore!" Pearl called out in disbelief, "Henry!" He gave her a tired smile and said, "Hey, you," and then he collapsed. Pearl cradled Henry's lifeless body, begging for him to come back. She couldn't hear his heartbeat and grew desperate, slashing her wrist to feed him her blood. Cal rushed in, asking if Henry was still breathing, but Pearl was in shock. She pleaded again and again, "Please come back to me." Meanwhile, cloaked vampires advanced, prompting Cal to defend them, ripping through the attackers with his vampire strength. Pearl desperately urged Henry to drink her blood. She sobbed, begging him not to leave her, but Henry didn't respond, his face pale and eyes shut. Cal stood nearby, silent. Pearl collapsed onto Henry's chest in grief. In the aftermath, Pearl still held him, her face buried in his chest, while Cal and Skinner stood nearby, watching quietly. Later, Pearl was seen packing boxes into her car in front of a house with a for sale sign. She carried a box labelled records. At the garage, Calvin approached her and asked if she was planning to leave without saying goodbye. She admitted she meant to call from the road. Cal said the VMS was rebuilding the base and Bixby was recovering, but he also broke the news that Skinner Sweet had escaped during the chaos of the attack. He also had help in removing the Parvel device within him. Pearl reacted with cool detachment. Cal explained someone freed Skinner and likely gave him compatible blood to survive. He hinted it might have been her, but Pearl denied it coldly. Cal invited her to stay and help the VMS, but she declined, saying her mind had been off things for too long. Before leaving, Cal handed her a letter they'd found in the medical bay, written by Henry before the attack. Pearl teared up reading it. In the letter, Henry said he was sorry for leaving early, but not for choosing to stay human. He told Pearl she had always been destined for something greater and had more life in her than anyone else. He recalled their life together with gratitude, especially the morning in 1925 when he asked her for coffee. The story closed with Pearl driving down a quiet road, Henry's voice lingering in the letter. "No more looking back, only forward. Your song is only just beginning." The Grey Trader. In 1954, in snowy Cruces, New Mexico, a television broadcast played in a quiet house, describing a bizarre incident in Oak Grove, Alabama, where a meteor crashed into a home, injuring Ann Hodges and setting the house ablaze. She became the first recorded person to be struck by an extraterrestrial object. As the program returned to the Lone Ranger, an older woman sat alone, watching. She quietly turned off the television, looking contemplative and worn. This woman was Abelina Book, living in isolation. When she noticed a car pulling into her driveway, she grimly muttered, "And here we go." She peeked through the door as a man stepped out of the car, asking for Mrs. Rodriguez, claiming to be from the Census Bureau. He politely tried to introduce himself. Abelina was not having it. She retrieved a shotgun, aimed it at the man, and barked out the question, "Who am I?" He stammered in fear, failing to understand what was going on. She pulled the trigger, blasting him to the ground. As he lay injured and begging, she revealed it was just a trick with dimes taught by her father. A painful shot, but not lethal. She warned it would only be deadly if it hit the face. As she loomed over him, she again demanded he answer her question. The man, gasping, finally identified her as Abelina Book, a former senior agent of the Vassals of the Morning Star who was expelled in 1949. She confirmed and ordered him to open his briefcase. Inside was a set of syringes, rope, and a gun. He swore he meant no harm. He was only sent to extract information using a serum called amobarbistol. Unmoved, Abelina told him coldly, "Get inside." What followed next was unexpected. Inside, Abelina offered him sweet toast. The man was shocked she wasn't going to kill him. She admitted she got few visitors these days and preferred conversation. She then revealed she knew his uncle by his blood, Will Bunting. The young man confirmed he was Will's nephew, Gene, recruited a few years ago by VMS to be a bookkeeper. He was once a journalist until his late uncle appeared, saying there was a war to cover. Gene, the young bookkeeper, confirmed to Abelina that he had taken over his uncle's role. When asked how Will passed, Gene said it was peaceful, though the VMS believed unresolved tension over Skinner Sweet's recruitment and Will's firing had taken a toll. Gene cautiously asked Abelina if the rumours were true, that she returned to the field to prove something. Abelina explained that after Sweet was recruited, she volunteered for a mission with him, though she pretended to be past her hatred. She wasn't. During the mission, they fought a monstrous vampire serpent. Abelina was going to shoot Skinner, but Skinner unleashed the serpent on her. She froze in fear. Sweet could have let her die, but instead, he killed the beast and carried her to safety. She admitted Sweet saved her life. Gene, clearly desperate, said he'd come because he saw something disturbing. Will had taught him that being bookkeeper meant seeing the big picture. Based on recent global disappearances and seismic events, Gene believed the Grey Trader had returned, this time in America. Abelina immediately recognized the name. Gene hadn't told his superiors, but said he had compelling evidence. Entire communities vanishing, odd seismic readings, and signs matching ancient patterns. Gene suspected the bite she received from the serpent may have given her visions of the future, but Abelina refused to help. She said using that ability would alert others and bring danger. Gene pleaded, warning that if the trader had returned, it could be the end of the country. Abelina remained firm, told him it was time to leave, and offered no further help. At the door, Gene offered his condolences for Will and mentioned that her daughter Felicia was doing well, about to replace Hobbes. Abelina replied, "I didn't ask, but thank you." As Gene drove off, the ground near his motel cracked open. A monstrous hand burst free, and a vampire watched a woman from the shadows, signaling the return of the threat. Later, Gene sat surrounded by papers and documents, intently studying them when a sound from the hallway caught his attention. He froze, staring toward the doors, gripped with a sudden dread. Slowly, he reached for the pistol on the table, his fingers trembling. "No," he muttered, dread rising in his voice. Emerging from the shadows of the hallway was a tall, imposing figure in a black suit and bowler hat, his face cloaked in shadow. The sight of the man confirmed Gene's worst fears. Gene's panic erupted. He bolted to the window, spotting something below. He leapt from the window just as the figure descended the building. Gene hit the ground running, sprinting to the car as the figure calmly approached. The engine revved, tires squealed, but it was already too late. From the cracked asphalt, monstrous arms burst forth, grabbing at Gene through the car windows. He fought to escape, but the creatures overwhelmed him, dragging him from the vehicle, shattering glass in the process. Gene screamed as claws tore at him, pulling him into the earth. His glasses fell beside the car, the only thing left behind as the bowler-hatted figure walked calmly toward the scene, jumped into the hole. The earth closed up, leaving nothing but cracked ground behind. Earlier that night, Abelina stood outside her home, watching Gene leave. "Gene," she whispered. He answered from the car. She simply told him not to stop anywhere that night, just to drive straight back to base. He agreed, unsure of her meaning, but respecting the urgency. As Gene drove off, Abelina locked the door. An unknown voice asked if he was gone. She replied yes. When asked if she had used her powers and seen more than what Gene had asked about, she said yes. What she saw was a haunting vision. Fire, death, vampires, monsters, and Las Vegas. Images of horror, destruction, and apocalypse. In the final moments, she descended into a dark cellar where she had caged a weakened vampire. The voice asked her, "How much did you see?" She approached the vampire slowly with a lantern and whispered, "I saw all of it." Marvelous verdict. So ends the vicious saga of American Vampire first cycle. But Abelina's blood-drenched visions confirm this war is far from over. A darker, more savage tide is rising. And here at Long Reads, we've covered every page, every scream, every splatter to bring you the full story. Next up, American Vampire, second cycle, meaner, bloodier, and blood-suckingly beautiful. So, leave your thoughts in the comment box, keep biting your nails till they bleed, and get ready, because Skinner Sweet and the others aren't done with you yet. Remember, the night's not over, it's just sharpening its fangs.